them all over the place. We need them all as one. It's going to be easier for us to share that prediction. We want to bring them up. We want to see what the people are feeling like, and the people are ultimately who will elect the next government. Right? Part of my prediction. No party will win six seats.
I got to come on Nevis.
No, hold on. Mr. Ferguson, I ain't gonna lie to you. You have your thing there, but you don't have a prediction, you know. I want to know who win one, who win two. We got 11 seats being contested. We need to hear who win in these things. Because I got mine too, you know. I know for a fact somebody gonna near Christina when they over there because they sinking in the bottom of the channel.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Political careers ending tonight.
That's very heavy.
Boy.
Political careers done tonight.
As Andrea Gums said, based on last night, what me hear about last night meeting, one party had free food and nobody went, and the next party had food where I had open for everybody went.
Exactly.
And then an next person tell me today, well, really and truly, they don't really support the party where they went to the meeting, but they had a ban and them support the ban.
The ban.
They had to go walk up.
The ban.
When it comes to walking up, they're not playing with them walking up, so they're going to go walk up.
Well,
but then today they're going to deal with the party, so me no know.
Someone asked about the silent voter. The silent voter, Alan. How strong you think the silent voter is in St. Kitts and Nevis? Reese, how strong do you feel like the silent voter is? You feel like we really have a heavy line of silent voters? Yeah.
And I'll tell you why we have a heavy line of silent voters, because victimization is so rampant that you have a lot of individuals that aren't willing to put their futures on the line. So you have a lot of individuals who will not come out publicly and say, I support A or I support B. But they're going to show up to vote.
They're going to show up to vote?
They show up to vote, and not only do they show up to vote, they're going to stand up in line with no confusion. If you skip them, then you're arguing to go ahead. But when they go in, when they cast the X, and then when they come out, when they finger at the ink, they'll put a finger in the pocket and walk out.
Reese, them kind of voter there, when they're going in, they're going to hear one party, and when they're coming out, they hear the next one. And then they can't go deal with the thing. That's a lot of people, because you got a lot of people they not work for government. They work privately, but they might need to deal with government contracts. You understand? They might, when you deal with your private work, you're dealing with some part of government, you know. You got to apply for some kind of permission or something. So you need to deal with all of them, and that's a lot of people.
But because I could tell you, I know a lot of people who ain't went to no meeting. And let me tell you again, where you will notice from these quote-unquote silent voters. When you're watching a party rally, you will never see them watch it live. But they could tell you everything that happened. Because what they do is wait until the live done. So you ain't going to show up and say, Reese is watching. When the live done, then they're going to go back and watch it. Yeah.
Me get to understand that I get to happen to with Abito boy.
Boy, I'm telling you, I don't know if you all noticed, if you all were looking in the chat, but Denzel Douglas just log on and check you out there. So the man for number 6, the former Prime Minister, actually logged on.
Who is going to win number 6?
Easily.
Oh, come
so you could go ahead and wish him congratulations now.
Yeah.
But we would also like to extend invitations if he's still in. Anytime, every time, right here at Real Entertainment Network. Real Entertainment Network, we bring in the live coverage of the elections.
You see, Mr. George right here, is that Keith George? They say we don't go to meetings, we don't wear shirts or hats, we keep it silent.
And he said we.
There are a lot of people like that.
There's a lot of people like that.
Ooh, you are looking at this prediction?
I got all CCM, all tree, palm tree, PLP tree.
Labor 2? Okay.
Let me tell you something.
Who made that prediction?
If that prediction there is accurate, that person they need to buy a lot of tickets.
Yeah. KD and Walters. We take a screenshot of that.
Of course.
Take a screenshot of that and send me the screenshot.
If
Because that one
Labour
has to
Party,
go up. Huh?
if Labour Party win 2, no
If
man.
Labour Party only win 2, yeah?
They even got the wrong Labour Party with 3. Boy, I
Yo,
don't. PLP is not good for the country.
The
I
pale
don't
land.
think we should be
The
supporting.
plain land, the plain land, the plain land.
but let me get to these predictions because the predictions are very serious.
I was
Alan,
waiting for Alan.
you've completed yours, guy, I want to give mine.
I was waiting for Alan.
I'm still sticking with the 2-1 in a Nevis.
Okay.
And I'm still sticking with the 6-1 in a singles. Sean Richards going to win his seat and Timothy Harris going to win his seat.
6-1-1. 2-1.
So
Okay, then.
you have Marshall winning number 2.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have Congress taking over number 3 once again from Aquila.
Yeah.
Okay, Alan, we have Alisa Herbert agreeing with you in. But the only difference is I don't know if she has the same winners coming in. So if she could clarify that. Go ahead, Reese.
I like the
Because
fact
the woman got taste. The woman know what she dealing with.
I like the fact how you are putting it.
You don't see by she picture, so you don't see by the eyelash there. She know what going on. You know she could see what going on.
She could see what going on.
Yeah.
Yes, boy.
So Alan, you're standing firm. You're standing firm, like the Rock of Gibraltar. You're standing firm.
Yeah, because none of the information when we get today has altered what it is I felt going in.
Okay. Vibes. And she eye big too, eh?
I like the fact that you're standing firm there now. I like that. I could respect that, eh? More than anything else, I could make her respect that.
Well, Reese, before you get into your prediction, Alan has said this time and time again, that PLP is not good for the Federation. Timothy Harris, he had also said, in particular, is not good for the Federation. I don't know if, Alan, you care to tell us, expand a little more on that and tell us why you said this? Why you said PLP is not good for the Federation?
He at this moment in time, he is delusional. He has lost the support of his cabinet ministers, and he has gone on for the last 90 days like nothing going on. And he continued to do the press conferences. My government is doing this. There has been no attachment between Timothy Harris and a reality of the situation, him in a crumbling government.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have how the lead up to the election has been under his conduct.
Okay.
Now, last election, we had complaints in how the election was conducted. As far as the Sinkits part, you remember I tell you as far as the Nevis part, ain't had no cheating. Because I don't mean telling them me gonna get cheating.
Mm-hmm.
I was a clear channel, in my estimation. Then I ask you heard problems about the conduct. Last night and even leading up to this election,
Yeah.
we have concerns. You're hearing the same delusional attitude. You're hearing the man kind of, you know how come I start this thing in the purge, Max?
No.
Because you got to be on your A game tonight. he done gone up there and say certain things. We welcoming the non-nationals, the Haitians, and the this and that. He has putting rhetoric in there
Yeah.
to kind of destabilize. He ain't trying to bring together. Only in some of his speeches. If you listen to some of Timothy Harris, but if you catch him by the right there. But the problem is you ain't getting the overall consistency, and you're getting the destabilization. All the original people who start off with him gone and ain't got nothing to say, good to say. I could understand all of them gone, but somebody could not have gone and just be silent. All of them gone and ain't got nothing good to say.
What you name? Hammy didn't go.
Well, remember, in the case of Hammy, Hammy would have written a letter to us to let me know he not seen no part out of this thing, and he done radio go long. So
Retirement.
if he done, Hammy done let you know.
Yeah.
What are we going to try? I've been going to get you. If me go along, I victimize me, I'm going to get victimized.
Big up
Hammy no
Willis.
big up enough for you, eh? Hammy walk out, wherever it be. Let me get the last. Hammy is a very specific situation. Remember, Hammy not try to run back up PLP or nothing. No? Hammy just walk out. Well,
He ain't just squeeze.
Me done.
He ain't squeeze
Me
down.
come in with the two.
Yeah.
But if I want to done, you could done. Me gonna take me rest 90 modules.
The predictions coming in. Wow, I see one here. Pam not get one. Pam not even get one.
No. That not the prediction, you know. I am the prediction boy.
What? NRP get two?
The prediction came when AC Partner said NRP going with 9 and 11.
But this is pretty much what this what Shante is saying here too.
If
Oh wait, Shante said the same thing though?
Shante is saying NRP 2, and if it's 2, I
NRP
would want to say it's not Gingerland.
NRP with number 9. After the premier done get his shoes painted up.
Gucci's them, no?
Shoes.
Gucci,
No, old Gucci them. The old Gucci them.
It no matter. A Gucci shoes. Me no own none. Me no own a Gucci shoes.
Let me answer your question.
Let's go.
Let me answer your question.
Let us go.
I when it comes to fashion, I respect the name. It still go look good because I don't see some things and me no really respect it.
So
I understand the name.
So the last they gotta look good. The last pair of shoes I bought, when you look at them, there is no markings on them, but it's a solid pair of shoes. There is no logo, there is no words. It's just good craftsmanship.
Ain't got to be got on too much of flash neither, you know. I talking about if aesthetically pleasing.
Well, but
does it gotta look good? Watch it. Some people will tell me they want a functional shoe.
Yeah.
A Gucci shoe is not gonna be a functional shoe.
Well, we can't talk too much about shoes, unless it's the premier shoes. Unless it's the premier shoes, we can't talk too much about the shoes then, Malon.
But listen, I give the premier props here.
Yeah.
Because as I tell you, as we don't say, people don't necessarily tune into the show live.
Yeah.
But they will tune in later down so that they could make adjustments, and the premier did not come with the briefcase. If you check it, was the briefcase was empty this year. He don't use whatever ammunition. I thought we was supposed to hear about well, we have correspondence or some kind of thing with Tim.
Yeah.
You're not with Tim yet.
What I would like to know, there's a new party in the mix, as they are on the screen right now, with Mr. Samuel Keynes. Who is willing to tell me how many votes they think Samuel Keynes will get tonight?
Okay,
and
well,
I'm talking to the audience right now.
Yeah, but I got the question was, is Samuel Keynes registered to vote in number 9?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to know, because if you're registered to vote in number 9, you're not going to vote, eh?
Wow.
So I wanted to make sure.
Wow.
Yeah. Samuel Kane's coming in with 2.
Wow.
And Stanley 2. 1 left and 1 right.
Wow, Reese. Have you
1
listened?
left and 1
Have
right.
you listened to the man?
I listened to Samuel Kane's interview, but you know, I pay
Shante
attention.
says 15.
Shante, your heart strong.
Shante says 15.
I wish I could have gambled with you.
Did you listen to Janice's interview with Weber?
When was that?
I listened at 1 o'clock the same day. Oh yes.
I think this was yesterday. I don't know.
Unfortunately, I was not able to catch a lot of these interviews between work and setting up for this tonight show. Even with that.
Good evening, Adele.
Good evening,
Reese,
Adele.
would you like to give your perspective?
Would he say he's going to get 7?
On this interview?
Well, I could talk about the interview. I think the interview, Weber would have attempted a few times to try to corner Janice, and I think Janice wiggled out. I think Weber was trying to have a pin, to ask the question and to have a pin so that she had to answer, and I think she was able to maneuver her way around some of the questions.
So wait. Hold on. Because when you say maneuver, you make it sound like she didn't answer the questions.
Okay, all right. Okay.
No,
okay.
Some of the questions. No,
you say
because some of the
you
questions.
don't say she tackled the question and break it down. You say she dodged that.
Well, listen. I use the word maneuver. I know what maneuver means.
Well, the audience might take it as something else, because I taking it as, well, she hear the question and she take a detour and go round it and give some sort of fluff.
Let me put it in another way then so that everybody understand.
Good night.
Some of the questions that Weber asked, she gets some out Bradley.
Reese?
She gets some out Bradley.
In some cases, it was worse than a Mark Bradley.
Okay.
I'm telling you. I look at her and I say, Coach Drama just gone and she's still dancing masquerade.
Okay. I want to hear the breakdown then. See, we get a lot of troops in the crowd here, okay? I don't know who's troops. I don't know who's troops. But I see we get as troops. Alan, I didn't even realize that I messed up your nameplate, man. I apologize. Let me fix that for you. That is actually for the guests coming in a little later. Garments. Garments is a very intelligent young man, and he's going to help the conversation as well. But come on, Reese. Give us some of the
I'll give you a good
example.
One of the questions. One of the questions was have you or your party had any talks about have you or your party had any talks with any parties in St. Kitts or potentially joining the government?
Okay.
Weber asked the question about 3 or 4 times. And every time he asked the question, the answer changed. No, we haven't had anything. Then the next one was, well, we have spoken to the leaders of each party separately, but we do not have any intention. And then So every time Weber tried to pin, she tried to answer, but she didn't really answer.
So I confuse.
This was the first time, because when she's here, she usually answers. The 2 times she has been here, she has been very straightforward. I was kind of surprised to see her do that.
So what you wanted to hear, you wanted to hear no? You don't feel like that was a good enough answer?
No, the question is a yes or no question. Have you or your party considered joining with another party? Is yes or no?
Okay.
If you consider. Have you spoken? Ira, you call this? Yes or no?
So you don't think the idea that she said she has spoken to the other parties is an indication that she's willing to join the other parties?
Again,
you just want to hear yes or no?
Yes or no question.
Okay. Got you.
It's in the morning or afternoon.
Go ahead, Alan.
I hear the thing where I catch people in. Others always have frustrating conversation with Jason China Wallen over the same thing. Now, he assumed in some of the questions that I'm asking him that I am trying to trick him. Particularly when I'm asking him yes or no. Because he feel like if he say yes, I'm going to use it against him. And if I say no, I'm going to still find a way to use it against him. And that is one of the things I feel like Janice was kind of, she didn't want to necessarily say yes. She went on to explain, whereas he could have said yes, right? Which would have cut Weber really and told him. And then she could have even said yes with explanation. And force you to say, well, what's the explanation? You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But if I'm
I think
asking you a yes or no question and you kind of, you ain't give me the yes or no, it make me kind of feel like you're evading.
Okay, let's read Javon's comment. If Pam win and NRP gets 2, she working with them. If Labour win and NRP gets 2, she working with them. If PLP win and NRP gets 2, she can get NEC, she working with them. That's how he break it down. Jason, are you joining us tonight, or you working? Because I see you in the crowd. I didn't expect you to be in here.
But check a different vibe now, right? They ask some kids the same question. You know what some kids say? I am open. No, this is what some kids did. I like. Some kids went on to speak about St. Vincent and said in 1970 something, in St. Vincent, the two parties were 6-6, and he had this man and some small island, and he only had 1 vote. Somebody, Mitchell, and he went to them and they said, listen, I am the one who decided this election, but I got to be Prime Minister with 1 seat. And he was able to become Prime Minister. And Sam said, that is the same for Chico and take mistakes. Anybody come to him, he got to be Prime Minister. Sam answer the question.
Yeah.
Sam let you know, you could come to me, I got to be Prime Minister.
Boy, Sam na had to go all the way to St. Vincent though. Someone had to point out the road up a Green Hill and say, look, pan out there, yeah, man, with 1 seat Prime Minister. He had to go all the way to St. Vincent.
So
we got example right here locally in St. Kitts and Nevis.
So Alicia said, she said don't let your right hand see what your left hand doing. But let me take a pause and let me talk about the 20th degree in the laws of power that said do not commit to anyone. Right? Do not commit to anyone. It is the fool who always rushes to take sides. Do not commit to any side or cause but yourself. But maintaining your independence, by maintaining your independence, you become the master of others, playing people against one another, making them pursue you. Maybe it's a tactic like that she's doing, right? Because then automatically she has already made it clear right here in Real Entertainment Network that she's not willing to work with CCM. And she stopped right there. She didn't say that she's not willing to work with anybody else. But maybe it's a political move, because as soon as she said she can work with Timothy, then that is going to be played against her in the whole fair share for Nevis. Nevis this, Nevis that. What about that?
Yeah,
how about that idea? It's politics.
No, so hear what you said.
Yeah.
Make it known that you're willing to work with them. You ain't got to tie down to nobody, you know? You see like how CCM tied to Pam, you don't got to tie to nobody. Are you willing to work with a part of the thinkers? Yes. Leave it.
Okay.
You answered it. Truthfully, you have answered the question that was asked. We only asked you if you're willing to work with somebody. Just say yes. And leave it let everybody else speculate who.
Okay.
I just hear the military personnel answer that question there, how I would like to take it. We have discussed all contingencies with all parties, and we are not able to make any public disclosure at this time. We ain't got no alliances.
Got you.
That's it. That's that. Because what we say to her is, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to hit Weber a little bit now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I was listening to the interview, I said, these are some CCM questions. Oh, yeah. If you answer the question like I saw definitive one time, he not necessarily he could hit you with.
Yeah.
he might have been able to ask. I think he followed up and he asked, "Is there a preference you have?" Once again, all contingencies have been discussed. Every single contingency
Okay.
from A to B. Even because you see one of the things to it, and one of the mistakes what I think Janice made. I would have said contingencies have been discussed involving CCM too.
Well,
I would have.
then she would be a liar. She would have been a liar because she
Um,
said right here she doesn't have any
well, you see,
intentions to work
no.
with
Okay,
CCM.
here what I want to let you know in a life too.
Yeah.
I'll be just going like people can't go.
Can't change
Bluff?
your mind.
She
Bluff, you say?
go.
Grow. Okay.
I think you are allowed
To
to
change
say,
your mind.
hey, because especially at the moment in time, it, I would assume that the relationship between Janice and Mark is strained at the very least. You got a situation. The man used Shifara endorsement from 2012 in addition, you know. There's a lot of personal here too. You understand? So
Yeah.
yeah, I could understand she at that time there because especially she reasoning was listen and hear what the man I said. Can we really? But me no know. Me no know. As me say, my contingency would have involved that as well, in my estimation.
I understand you, Alan. I do understand you. I do understand where you're coming from. She would have had to address it in a particular way. She would have had to, because when she did answer the question here, she addressed it in a particular way. She basically said the ideologies, philosophies of CCM, whatever the case may be, just don't align with what she believes in, and she
Yeah,
just
but
not feel like they're competent enough to get anything done. So how do you now decide? By I look at that. Don't that mean if she now go against that, she now is endorsing CCM because you ain't work with them now, because you're saying, well, it's the opposite of what I said, because I ain't working with nobody who lazy.
well, Ira, watch this. Kat, that wasn't the first question she was asked. The first question she was asked was concerning what is NRP position on working in two cabinets, being a
Oh,
federal minister and a local minister.
Okay, talk about
What is
that
your
then.
position? And once again, you went run and run, and then Webo said, would you do it? He went run and run, and Webo said, no, but I understand and I feel you. But I'm asking you, like, would you be like the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Premier? Would you do it? He had about 3 or 4 times before he get a yes. And then the
yeah.
position changed now, because the position changed to the fact that they are ineffective. And we will bring up the fact and say, but in the past, you don't argue and say that it was like about serving to masters and all kind of other thing. Look it, change mind on that. Look it, change mind.
Yo,
You feel me?
Alan, that
And to
Alan,
me,
that
that's a
wasn't the
worse
only one here.
that was a worse change mind than what me talk about.
Your
Boy,
point is
Alan,
accepted. I agree with you.
Alan, that wasn't the that wasn't the worst one, boy. There was a caller that called in, and she said something about if if they get in and they're part of the government, that they would have to sit and go through the whole face sheet thing. So the caller called in and said, so if it doesn't work out in the first X amount of days, then what will you do? How would you decide how much Nevis is going to get? And she had no answer. You got to take
Well,
something. You got to say, listen, we're going to take something. Until we get a 100% figure, we're going to take something.
you have me tell you what make tonight gonna hurt most of all, because you're not gonna fear shame. Oh my God, you not got no kind of fair share.
Good night, Iona. Fair share. That is a topic. So one of the questions that I have, right, and I want to discuss this a little later as well when Garrick is on, but we have an audience that we have to, please. And I think I want to hear them.
Before you do this, hold on. We need to make sure that everybody drop the predictions in the comments, please.
Yeah, make sure you're uploading them. I just getting certain things out of the way, and then I can go full force and kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't send them to you because we need to see the predictions. How I think this year really gonna play out tonight.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. So just drop your predictions. I've seen some bold predictions. Let's keep them rolling.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ira.
I'm in here. What are your thoughts on the different? Because today was elections, and before election is campaigning. What are your thoughts and breakdown? What was each party's campaign method? If there is anything you liked about their campaign method, if there was anything you disliked about their campaign method, and how effective you think their campaign method was. So for instance,
me no like the campaign. I don't like no campaigning in no election. One of the reasons why because
you got to campaign.
But listen, one of the reasons why because we tend to get very nasty and very dirty, and we say a lot of things that they don't think need to be said. For example, you listen to Talbot tell Dr. Drew he don't know who he father be. That was a part of the campaign.
Yeah.
That was a part of the campaign. So I don't really like the personal attacks of the campaign because if you choose to tell me something, to the effect of I don't know who my father be. I go put my hand in my mouth, and then we're going to take it from there because understand. Since you want to get personal, let's get really acquainted.
I understand that. So that is something that you disliked about Talbot's campaign method. It's a discussion that could go on for some time, eh? Because you could break it up into parties and you could break it up to individuals. So
Jeffers said something, Janice, about being a nobody. You're not going to tell me I'm a nobody because the D's has been saying that I am somebody.
I want to get you.
Yeah.
Your child is playing football. Going up on the field. Defender upon your child is a forward. The defender tell him, but you're a pussy, you ain't nobody. Fight.
If you say that in the game,
yeah, fight.
Boy, depending on
you don't watch basketball. You watch NFL.
A lot of technical look.
Yeah, but they say a lot was too.
You don't see man take off helmet and swim.
How often, bro?
Alan,
you know what I mean?
Be reminded I didn't put up the MA TV tonight. The MA TV tonight.
If Miss Way, I apologize. That was not the intention, but
go ahead.
What may I say still?
Yeah.
This thing, me gonna get tension anytime man start to tell me about. Oh, he tell me this. My hands then gonna get to talk. Really? That ain't real life, my boy. That ain't no real life.
Because you have to understand, there's arenas for a reason. Yeah. That's why we take a lot of things in different arenas. Yeah. Certain things accepted in sports. Yeah. That's why, for example, when Kevin Garnett told the guy for the Pistons that he looked like a cancer patient, the league didn't intervene. You understand? Remember, he told the Villanueva guy that he looked like a cancer patient.
Yo.
The league said, hey, you know what? That's
yo. Hold on. We're not talking about another big intervention. What I'm saying is, he said this to the gentleman. Fight. And even if you tell me, okay, something was said to me, I feel offended, where this, and my response is to fight. Me supposed to watch myself like me a man. Somebody tell me something, me not like fight, man. What we
Okay,
do?
so let me ask you a question then. The response from Dr. Drew comes back and he says something about Talbot mother. Would he be out of place?
Once again.
No, but would he be out of place? It's like again, don't
No.
dance. Yes or no? He won't
Yeah,
be
he
out
out
of
of
place.
place. He out of place. He out of place. He out of
But you
place.
tell me my father. So why would I be wrong for telling about your mother?
I'm gonna tell you why, Reese.
Why? Yeah, let me hear it.
Ain't like you. You see, Reese, you ain't trying to be better, yeah? And I understand. You're not trying to be better. Dr. Joe is going up for higher office, my boy.
Prime
There
Minister.
are people who put themselves in a position where that is not the standard that is acceptable. So your thing in life is eye for an eye. He tell me about my mother. Obviously, me go tell him about the father. What me I try to tell you is, and we were speaking about the silent voters. What the silent voters are going to watch is who got class, who is here to stay. They ain't gonna watch Talbot and say, okay, Talbot said that. Sink down to his level. Go
Yeah.
down in the muck.
Yeah.
No. They're gonna say, Chai, wash off your shoes. We don't know Talbot a joke. And we're gonna laugh after Talbot. Real people gonna do that with you. People who ain't for you, they're gonna say, but yeah, go back and say this about him. Then looking watch here. Me an instigator, you know. Me an instigator. I know people and when they're for me. And I know when they're against me. I don't watch people and me don't tell people, but yeah, you see the man start to this for you. Body man feel like you stupid. That bad girl they love you. But when we can just go talk to the girl, she love you. Like he go and they go be the icebreaker, so me go get off. What you talking about? I ain't know about instigating. So whether it's you feel like you're doing something to further yourself and it will be proved and I'm a man now, me hand them talk. Go ahead. And none of be gonna really care. And most of the people then, we're gonna be embarrassed for you, bro. If that's how you're gonna take.
So I'll tell you, no, but I'll tell you why, right? That sounds good in the real world. But let me tell you why, unfortunately, I don't agree with you within this context of saying it's a Nevis. We had Dougie for 20 years, yeah? Have you listened to Dougie for 20 years and he survived 20 years? He got to be undermined by somebody.
What you saying about Dougie? What you saying about Dougie? You know, I'm just saying.
Dougie was putting his hand on people. You can't basically he's saying you can't have no church meetings for Dougie where Dougie was putting hand on people. And that's what we're talking about. And
no,
but, that's what you're saying, right?
He got to say what he has about Dougie.
I'm making sure that you know that
No results yet.
Dougie was also a very
reckless
leader as well. Robert, and he was
A
also,
reckless
leader?
What me try to tell you is like big man, when I went Jamaica, right? One of the rules to Kingston, particularly Kingston, if you can't take talking to, don't go up on the road. This is a man who I will tell you, you go Jamaica, don't go up on the road.
Oh.
Stay on the resort. Nobody go up on the road. Them cars, road is talking. People are gonna make fun of you. Road, you know. As me tell you, road now, no cushiony and this, that.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, but
somebody might say something and you might not like it. And you move past that.
But,
you find something you say. And you know.
I remember really and truly, right? I am one of the masters of talking foolishness for a reason. I didn't tell you some wicked things, right? Now, the issue with this party is the fact that I can't really, in two cases, he can't really respond to Talbot because Talbot is on a platform. Andrew can't respond right away. It's one thing if you tell me, buy a fat like a bear, and then they turn around and tell you, two need them a rubs, cars fire. That's different. They go answer you right away. It's different when they go answer you right away. But politics, unfortunately, is very nasty. I don't like that part about the campaigning. And for all parties. I don't like that part about the campaigning for all parties.
Could you imagine the things then what Obama ain't respond to? Could you imagine if Obama was up there like you bitches, you bitches, you talking about? You got to rise above at some point. Because
Anyway, we say missing two candidates. Raskalanji, I don't know who that is, and Dupant, right? Dupant in number 5 or 6, and Raskalanji number 2.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know about that either.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to report them in a different setting. I didn't realize. I should have checked the nomination the thing, but my bad.
See, what we got to really watch is who gonna get more votes between Raskalanji and Sam Kings. And maybe we got to combine moral restoration and say who gonna get the most votes between moral restoration and Raskalanji. That gonna be the battle.
But then I had a guy winning the number 4 too, an independent candidate.
Reese, I don't know.
I think the independent candidate was the same Raskalanji.
Oh, okay. No, I remember we had one that was on the show. We had a guy that tuned into the show at some point or some showbiz.
Let me take a time out and listen to some of the let me interact with the audience. Reese, pull up some of the comments.
I'm sending those clips to you right now.
Pull up some of the comments and read some of these comments for the people. But the Raskalanji, to Raskalanji and Carlton Dupant, the other Rastaman, the bald-head Rastaman, I apologize that we don't have your picture. It was unintentional. It really was not meant as a disrespect. I respect everybody that put their name on the ballot, in the sense that at least they put their name on the ballot.
Wow. So especially them man who pay their money and not they not get them back.
Yeah. I wish I could rectify it, but it is a little bit too late right now to rectify that.
So big up Mr. Carly Powell who just told you. Carly said Dupant is running the number 6. So somebody just asked, does the panelists think that CCM will win all 3 seats in Nevis? I say yes. I think
Alan said no. NRP got a hell of a hill to climb. Mark win by 500, Eric win by 500, and Zook win by 300 and something last time. But as I tell you, he doesn't go after one. He doesn't go after me, you know. What I have been told is that Zook John. For sure.
Drone?
For sure.
Oh, Lord.
Politically.
Oh.
You understand? So I hope you all understand that is.
So here's my question. Here's my question for you, Alan. If Zook loses tonight, right? And when they pull the boxes in St. James, he win by 5 or 6. What do you think that stands for local?
No, Zook can win by 5 or 6 in St. James, and this thing gonna be closer. This is not gonna be next. This is not gonna be next for Zook.
No, but I'm talking about in that case, like, because you know that constituency is 2 parishes. But we're just saying for St. James itself, because local is only St. James.
I know, but I'm telling you that's a disaster.
Reese and Alan, Lord, man. Lord.
Okay,
that's a good question, Reese. But I don't feel like the question that I asked earlier was fully answered.
Which is what?
You talk about Dew, you talk about Talbot, you talk about somebody else. The question was, what were your thoughts on the campaign methods that the parties used?
Go ahead, Reese.
And individuals.
May you start to argue before you answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to know what you think. You said you don't like campaigning, but you bring up an example.
I don't like the narratives. I don't like the narratives in campaigns. I think that also, who would you, right? If you would NRP, you would CCM, with Labour, you would Labour. And the crowds kind of show that, right? You see people who tell you that they die hard Labour, they die hard this, they die hard that. But with that being said, I think that the interaction with social media and the live streaming platforms was real good for the campaigns. That's the one thing I like about the campaigns. The fact that you no longer had to physically go to a venue, you could have stayed home and watch it. So that's the only thing that I really liked about the campaigns.
Okay. Seeing Alan step to where? Seeing Alan step to
Well,
where
you know, me could give
I am going to Alan, you want you're back. Okay, go ahead. You can answer the question. Good night.
I like
What that DJ Nayan?
Now I'm big up yourself, my brother. Big up, big up, big up. Yeah, you getting over 8 hours. We don't see that. Hey, hold on, Alan, before you take. I just get a text here. Many people that came in on that last flight left their bags at the airport and ran to the polling station. No people can't find their bag.
Oh me What do you mean I can't find the bag? I see the picture with the
So I
bag.
guess-
By any means necessary. We're gonna show some sites.
So you have
the
individuals
election.
that know
when
apparently
they
they
not
can't
come,
find the bag.
them man take something out of my bag too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're like Nevis products.
All right, Alan, go ahead on the your campaign review.
I like the fact that the parties and them realized that nobody was coming to the meeting, and they went out and tried to canvass face to face with the public. And either that is about it.
That was it?
Yes.
So what you don't like then? Because then you don't like a lot.
No, well, I just still feel like we should have focused more on what. Okay. CCM focus in this election is the fair share.
No, this is what I wanted to hear. I wanted
There
somebody
is-
to break down the campaigns.
There
and say
is
what it
no fair share.
Yeah.
I want to explain to you some of the numbers to tell you why there is no fair share. I feel like if NRP had articulated for you why there is no fair share, Sean Richards had an interview with the EK to tell you ain't got no fair share. Sean and his partner with CCM will let you know he ain't gonna got to go enforce nothing. It's not really a matter of disappointment. We are seeing the same thing all the time. I would like the standard to kind of this election will be 18 hours by I hope. I would like the standard to step up in terms of like the scrutiny of the things that are said by the politicians. We need to check them to make sure that they are not just singing songs and stories to us. Because really and truly, you know how come I went to listen to Janice's interview, you know? Something what Mark saying. Every time I listen, Mark, I got to go listen to NRP.
It's facts.
Yeah, Mark is a wonderful promoter for NRP in this election. This is the most I ever see the premier promote NRP is this election here. So I end up had to go listen Janice's story to go make sure that what the premier tell me is facts. And it wasn't facts. But he could kind of twist out enough to say, well, in my opinion, that is what she mean. You check? And that's a part of what me and Reese mean too. Because if she was like cutting with them,
hold on. This is an interactive session. So panelists, is it safe to conclude that the people of SKN didn't want this election? Can you hold your thought and answer that one? I think they didn't want this.
Yeah.
They didn't want this.
We wasn't looking for this.
No.
Not only did the people not want it, the political parties didn't want it either because elections cost money. And some parties weren't financially prepared for an election. Here's another question though, guys. Entertainment and the impact it has an election campaign. What are your thoughts on that? That come from Dwayne Ferguson.
Where that come in? That's a
But
question
that
from the
question
audience?
that question came from Dwayne Ferguson. That
Okay.
question actually come before this one on the screen.
Okay. I guess I haven't answered that question in a long time. I don't know if Alan wants to keep the momentum, or if you want me to go.
No, right.
Well, I think the idea of entertainment in we got results. You look like we got results.
13 boxes. In constituency number 3, Akila Byron Nisbet won by 89 votes, winning 5 out of 10.
Okay, let me come back. I thought we had little results. Okay. Back to what I was saying.
But didn't talk about Akila votes.
Oh.
No, from 2020.
Oh, that was 2020.
You listening
there
back,
was
Chris?
there was recapping the votes from 2020. So it said Akila won by 89 votes.
Wow. Look, there's a lot of questions coming in, and we're gonna deal with them. We need a spotter to go in. Actually, let me start queuing some of these questions, because I think that's a very good question that came in.
I think one of the things we need to do is keep these answers short so that we could get to as many as possible.
It's a long night, eh? It is a very long night.
Yeah, but the comments coming in fast, though.
Okay, so let me get to the answer. The purpose of entertainment is to draw the crowd, and if you don't have anything to offer the crowd, then it has no value. The people them not going to vote for you because you bring grandmasters. The people not going to vote for you because you got a nice jingle. The idea is, this is what I going to do to get you in the store. Now I need to get you to buy what I have in the store. How are you going to do that? Right? Is it by your policies? Is it by some other means? Once you get the people there, then you need to get them to vote. So there is the possibility that there is an impact, but I don't know how much of an impact there is based on what the political parties here in St. Kitts and Nevis they'll be doing. Maybe they give out a little change. Maybe that's where they give out the change. Maybe that's where they come and they talk to you one by one. Nice to see you. What do you think about the candidates? Have a nice one-to-one. Maybe they do that. I don't know. And that goes back to the campaigning question that I asked that we're going to circle back to. Alan, your turn.
Jetty Taylor said he drive from North Carolina to Chicago. And he gonna probably reach before election.
He gonna reach before election.
It's true.
By far.
It's true. And before you get into it, I'm going to try to queue up some of these questions, and we're going to circle around. There was one about Vance, so by Jetty Taylor himself. So we're going to get back to that. But go ahead, Alan. Take it away. Okay, Reese, you.
Yeah, so I answer quick and fast. Entertainment has no value. Like you said, entertainment is to draw people. But my thing is, if I like grandmasters, I like grandmasters. I ain't come party to grandmasters for free. But grandmasters will not impact my vote. So the entertainment does not impact the vote, but it does assist with your crowd. Your crowd look good. So on social media, it look like you got a big following. But if half the people that only come to hear grandmasters or sugar band, then it's really not any value.
Okay, Alan, you're busy, boy. I know you're hungry.
I just want to point out, we have been talking about cultural armor and the need for centralization of the entertainment. Do you realize that we didn't have each member having a meeting in their constituency? We had all the parties. CCM, one place. NRP, one place. Concentrated so you could get out your thing. And as Reese just pointed out, aesthetically, your crowd could look good and all this kind of thing. I would like whoever is organizing the CCM meetings, let them organize cultural armor too. Because you see how we're supposed to do. That Exactly. That's all that I'm talking about. This is how you do the thing. Very, very simple. After tonight, Zook gonna know about nobody woman. Tell her Zook, it's not gonna be nice for Zook. So, it's the same thing when I said the entertainment. I kind of disappointed that this seemingly is what it takes to get people to come on. Because let me tell you something now, election gonna be more expensive. Because I realize in Sync it's for sure. Sync it's people like that watch I be meeting and them and it's like, but you was meeting dead boy.
Boring.
No come. I ain't got two banana mean in the week. No, I am eating already yet. So make sure you get election less and less expensive. The politicians them are try buy more more and more charter. So me go the wrong way.
More attendance.
Yeah.
More attendance.
I agree.
Well, I don't know if Alan had finished answering the question I had asked about the campaigning method. I know he had spoken about the Nevis campaigning method. But I could get into it if you want. So let's start in Sinkets. So Labour Party came in with a lot of energy. You know, this is a great opportunity. A destabilized government. They could come in and say everybody in there know what the dollar. So of course the motto they adapted, get rid of them. That was very catchy. I like the catchiness of the get rid of them. But what
hold on the error. That get rid of them was recycled.
I know, but it doesn't matter. It no matter. It no matter if you recycle or not. I know it was recycled. It wasn't even their song. It was made for some other campaign. The point is,
most of RB band music is recycled music too. So I just want to put it.
Yeah, because right now, the biggest tune is by Grandmasters, the Bubble It Baby, you know, and that is a recycled song. But with that, you know, the message that the Labour Party put out there was fitting for the campaign, and I know they also now started to deal with different aspects. I know Samuel talk about agriculture. I know Dr. Joe talk about health. I know Canaris talked about Alan just make me lose my train of thought with the blank.
No. Sorry, it's like this woman here gave me trouble talking me about I distracting people with me eating. So what I could eat? I'll stop eating.
It's a long night, boy. It's a long
night. I think the audience is who got to answer. You know, you're hungry. You know, just don't chew in the mic, cause I sipping on my wine. I'm gonna look some water soon. So back to what I was saying. I felt like that energy was good, and even with Denzel Douglas, he was enemy number one in the last election, but right now he seemed like the savior. You know, Dr. Joe with the health plans and, you know, as it goes on. And I would commend the Labour Party's campaign style, especially when you said that Dr. Joe was attacked and he never even stooped down to that level. That was a good move by him. It was a nice setup for him to get drawn into, but he didn't take the bait. So kudos to the Labour Party. I think one of the things they were able to do was keep their base energized. You know, I felt like they were energized from the start to the end of the campaign. They were energized. They looked like they had the energy. They looked like the winning party, right? So that's why going into this election, most of us will say Labour is winning in Sinkets. Now, PLP was the one that this one don't laugh. Nah, Douglas still the enemy, trust me. Them wouldn't rest down the man name. Yeah, I meant by the people, I'm not talking about enemy of the state. I'm talking about Sorry, I was talking about enemy of the state. I was talking about the people. There was actually a lot of Labour people who probably voted against the Labour Party because of Denzel Douglas. And that goes out to the comment that was made. But back to what I was saying. PLP. With PLP's campaign, it was you want security. With Timothy. Timothy has been in control for the last 7 years. Timothy is qualified. He's able to manage. And right now, things looking kind of bleak in the world, and you don't want to risk giving your giving the country to a novice, going backwards, giving the country to somebody who he calls lazy, because he calls Sean lazy. So the PLP campaign was based on, I am the most proficient candidate to lead the country, and this is my team that I've assembled, and I need you to go with my team. Right? I need you to go with my team.
Hold on, Ira.
Yeah.
I just got a message. The counting has started in Nevis. We should be getting numbers shortly.
What?
Within the next 10 to 15 minutes, we should start getting numbers out of Nevis.
Just a start? Wow, you're killing me. You're killing me right now. Alan, remember you're muted if you're trying to say something, eh?
Listen to the text that actually just come in. Just come in. Say there's 10 to 15, we should start
Jetty,
getting
yeah,
numbers
you
out
call
of
him
Nevis.
Momo too.
Angie says about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Oh, Angie said, okay, I didn't realize.
Big up Angie. So, back to what I was saying there. So, with the PLP campaign, I felt like it was fitting for Timothy because he was the last leader. And, you know, he had some things that he could run on based on that. But I don't think he did enough for the candidates. I don't think he did enough to bolster the candidates them that he put forward to the people. I don't think there was enough focus on the candidates. So I felt like the whole campaign dropped short outside of Timothy. Inside of Timothy, I understand what you were trying to say, but the candidates, I know you say they got engineers, they got this, they got that, they got this, but you haven't showed what they are capable of. I could be an engineer, but I could be trash. I could be garbage. Look how much bridge done collapse, look how much road done fall in, and these different kind of things. So you can't tell me the person is this without showing me the qualification of the person. So I felt like PLP would have fallen short in that campaign method. Of course, it seemed like they did a lot of door-to-door and a lot of in-person thing, because you would have seen Timothy on the ground today. But that showed me that he wasn't feeling as comfortable, and there was a little desperation going into the election. And that's why some of my predictions shift.
When you see Timothy on the ground, it's not a light for him.
Yeah, exactly.
But you saw, but Alan, but you.
He's only standing on you, see Timothy, boy.
I understand.
Okay, check this out. There's a polling station in number 2 that just closed. The person said don't expect number 2 votes to be in before 7 a.m. earliest.
So
The
Gilbert,
polls close at
polls
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
Gilbert,
No,
6 p.m.
But if you have people
yeah,
in
but
line, you have
if
to
you have
stay
people
open.
in line, no, and then once.
Well, watch here. They ask us a question and we giving them an answer as far as that's the technical answer, you know. The polls close at 6. If you are in line, you are still allowed to go and make your ex still
valid.
whenever you go.
They
Kaiko got
usually
1,000 people in line, but the poll itself, you got to be in that line before 6.
yeah,
So
and they
the
usually
official
put someone
language
to
is the
stand.
polls close at 6.
But the polls close at 6. But I just say if you're in line, you're allowed to vote, and then once you completely voted and everybody has voted, you know, they close up and they do whatever they got to do inside with the ballots and whatever before they move them.
Yeah. So what they would do, Gilbert, they would put like a police polling official to stand at the last person, and then anybody that comes after that would be turned away. If you want to stay, that's your business, but you're not voting, right?
Jetty Taylor, I'm in North America, so Mr. Bradley did not get my vote.
Okay. So I'm going to move over now to Pam. I saw Sean on the ground a lot on Facebook. Oh, one thing I want to commend PNP for was the material, the what would you call it? The memes, the medias. They were quick, they were funny, they were precise, they were nice.
They were timely. Yeah,
but
the
I
was
love
on
them.
point.
I love them.
On
I
point.
love them. I love them. They were excellent. They were great. Like they were coming out like clockwork. And I think some other parties would like to imply someone, whoever was doing that for the PLP party, to get out that type of material. And then of course the PLP I can't say that. But the PLP had Obi,
who appeared to be working alongside.
Yeah, well, he was working with them into some capacity. I don't know if he get paid or if he was working because he loved Sinkits. I know Obi. Oh yes, Parry did do a good job in hyping up the crowd. But you know, hey, to each his own. But he was able to get the message out there to the point where the Labour Party had to do something about it, and they had to go and attack Obi. If you realize that is kind of monumental. That he's not a candidate, but they had to find a way to distract the people from him.
We have to be real and say that his reach is there, and he used his platform to do what he had to do. What I would say about PLP, and I heard a lot of people speak about it, is when you're inside the Federation of Singers and Nevis and you jump on the internet, there was always some form of PLP ad showing up. If it's on YouTube, if you're just going on ESPN, you're just going on CNN, there was always something from PLP popping up. So that was real good as well.
Yeah, they were trying to stay as visible as possible.
Yeah.
They were trying to stay as visible as possible. So I have to commend them for that. The only thing I felt they dropped short with was actually boosting the other candidates. Now we're going to Pam. I think I said enough. So, okay,
lad.
Reese, that is how I felt. Honestly, okay.
You want me to tell you? You want me to say what's the most disappointing thing about Pam?
Yeah.
Because lad, the most disappointing thing about Pam was the fact that they came together with CCM to do this manifesto. That was 135,000 pages long and had no substance.
So I can tell you, I'm not going to be... At that point, I had already tuned out. At that time, I had already tuned out from Pam. This is kind of why when I get to CCM, but I had already tuned out from Pam. And not disrespect to the Pam party, but I felt like as a long-standing party in the Federation, I felt like they were leaning on CCM. I felt like they had no intentions in winning all 8, which is not possible right now. I don't think any party is going to win all 8. But I don't think that was even the aim to win all 8. I think their aim was to win enough based on what CCM might produce. To
join.
Because they took a very long time to even introduce the last set of candidates.
Could I help you put it in another way?
Yeah.
They are the only major party in Sinkits who is not trying to farm the government by themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. The search optimization was they did a lot of that. PLP.
Let me ask a question though. Do you think that the situation with Pam was that they couldn't find any candidates? Like no one wanted to associate with the party itself?
They ended up finding candidates. Even the way how they roll out the candidates.
Yeah, but if you look at it, it was almost at the 11th hour. Because you have to keep in mind, they were a part of the ending of the government. So they know for a fact that an election had to come.
Yeah.
So they were in a position to actually prepare.
I don't know, because what shocked me was one time I heard Mark Brantley say, I don't remember where he said it, but he was talking about PLP and said, PLP, look at them, they're not even ready. They don't even have candidates. And I was thinking to myself, but the party that you're aligned with doesn't have candidates.
That's very true.
You spoke about law number 20 in the laws of power.
Yes, sir. I like it, you know. I like
You
that
need
one.
to understand. Law 20 say, be concerned about yourself, right?
Yeah.
You hear the premier say, I got Nevis secure. SK gonna deal with itself. You know why he said itself? Itself no got nothing to do with him. He also just need the tree from whoever got the tree. But he'll tell you, he is preserving himself at all moments in time. He'll tell you he have a war with the tree. That's the only thing he can solve it.
But
Alan, you hit a very good point. Hey, hold on. Alan hit a very good point. So let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think that, let's say, Ma come back with 3, right? Do you think that he would team up with another party and say it's Labour? Do you think that he would join Labour to form the government?
No.
if
You don't
do that, I don't even know.
No.
That can be. I don't know. I don't know what to say about
You
that.
don't
The only party in Nevis with flexibility is NRP.
Okay.
And start download some of these videos of what took place today. But boxes and some moving. We got videos coming in. People feel free to send us back videos in the inbox, Facebook inbox. If you know any of us, send us directly. We would love to share the scenes and sights of what's going on with everyone. Not everyone can see it, but we would love to share it with those that. So we would love to share it with those that see it.
So somebody just said he would join with ease to keep Tim rather than be in opposition with Tim. I think that Mark is willing to join with another party. I don't think that Mark want to be in opposition.
Well, what I wanted to say.
I think that the premier is willing to go on the other side to get back in power.
What I wanted to say, Reese, was Alan made a point the last show we had. And that point was clear. This is a federal election. So if CCM feel like they win 3 and they do a motorcade, they win the election. No. To win an election, you have to form a government. You do not win an election and sit in opposition. Especially if you were in government the previous election. That means you lose terribly. You went backwards. So CCM could win 3, don't form a government, they lose. So they win in Nevis, hey, but they lose. That is what this election is about. Elections are about farming the government. So this is what we have to recognize. It don't make sense. You got 3 seats to go in opposition. Right now, honestly, Nivision should have been looking at who is the better party to farm a government, who have the more options. Alan, I don't know if you feel like NRP could farm a government with Labour. Reese, I don't know if you feel like NRP could farm a government with Labour. Alan, I don't know if you feel like NRP could farm a government with PAM. Reese, I don't know if you feel like NRP could farm a government with PAM. I don't know if you guys feel like they could farm a government with PLP. But CCM has made it clear. I know they're not going to farm a government with PLP. And I'm pretty sure, well, I'm not pretty sure. Let me pull that back. Let me tone that down a little bit. I don't feel like they would be able to farm a government with Labour. So CCM only has one option, to farm the government with PAM. And my predictions for PAM are simple. 2 are 1. And 2 is good. And 1 is good, 2 is lucky. That's how I say it.
Which two?
Well, it would
Which
be,
two?
it would be Sean. Sean would be the one, and then the second one would be with Lindsay.
Oh, you have faith in a Lindsay, boy.
I really don't, bro. I wanted to pull up some archive election results, which I plan to do. I wanted to wait until we could get Gary Keane, but wasn't Lindsay losing until the Unity Party? Did he win before that? Wasn't it only Sean winning? So,
but they say Labour had to do a number of things to cause Lindsay to lose down there.
okay.
It seemed like he has been rightfully successful. The reason why me tell you Lindsay Jones is based upon what me hear out of number 4. Even remember the show where I tell you I was watch From the Baby's Mouth. Pana live down there. You understand? This was one of Lindsay, like, he people them. And he bring on people from down there. He bring on Samuel a couple times. You understand? So based upon what is taking place.
Well,
and even before the show,
yeah,
I was hearing people saying, Lindsay, no. The show was kind of just confirmation of what I was hearing taking place. So I think Lindsay Gani. But he was one of them big hero claim, like Lindsay win by children or something last time.
Yeah. That's the only reason. Because really and truly my edge in the prediction that I gave was Samuel. I gave that seat to Samuel. But the more and more when you start to think about, I think it was a 400 difference. Well, maybe some of them are PLP voters, and that's why I give it to Samuel. Lindsay can't win. Trust me, he always lose because Labour always had the files on him since 2005, because his father supported the Labour candidate to win, to get Lindsay into
wow.
Politics.
Into politics.
Marlene make a point here, right? And she said that Grenada results came in by 9, and they had a new leader by 10. We all don't think that we need to change the way we do this election call, right?
What we gonna do? I know we need to, but Reese, you're the man who sits here time after time and say, who can do it? The system will work for them. Why would they change it?
You know what I feel they need to, and I was talking to somebody about this. They need to turn over the election office. I think the election office needs to go to like CARICOM, something. We need an outside entity to an election office.
I think we in agreement. I think we all agree.
And we need that because, especially when the supervisor election said that if you don't vote for 2 consecutive elections, you need supposed to be on the list. And we said that all these people name on the list. We need this list clean.
Alan, let me come in.
So
you have a problem with that you're saying, Reese. The 2 name.
Yeah. Because if it's there, then we need to uphold it.
Okay. It's not only Sinkits and Nevis that has that rule. I do have a problem with it. I think there's a purpose for it. I think it was to keep the name, the list clean. You know, you have people deceased and whatever the case may be. But I think, for instance, people seeing me here on this network every week, day in, day out, and then they remove my name. What's the purpose? Is it just that you want to disenfranchise me? But if it's a case of really and truly nobody know what this person is, it's been over 2 years, 2 consecutive elections, because 2 consecutive elections is supposed to be 10 years, you know, at maximum. So you're looking like 8 years time frame, 9 years. That's a long time. Because it's not the second one, is the third one is when you're not gonna vote. So that's a long time. But you see what just happened with this last election. So today election would change the political landscape forever. We always have NRP, CCM, or PAM, Labour. Now we have Now we are seeing third party. Today I can change it. Alan, me no know make you laugh.
Me glad you read them, bro. Me glad you. First of all, big up DJ. What is
Yeah.
DJ for hire? Fully done. You look like. It look like what is really taking the energy for last night.
Yeah, it look like we have results coming in. We have results coming in.
Fellow citizens and residents, we have come to the end of the 10th general elections to choose the representatives for the parliament of our beloved federation. Tonight, I would want to acknowledge all the participants in today's processes. You, the voters, the observers, international, regional, and local, the candidates, all 34 of them, the workers at the stations, the returning officers, presiding officers, poll clerks, the Electoral Commission, the workers at the electoral offices, the private and parastatal bodies, individuals and churches who allowed the use of their facilities, the public work departments of both islands, employers who allowed leave for workers to participate, the volunteers, the caterers, the drivers, the security personnel. The registration officers must also be thanked for being the guardians that they have become. We owe them all a great debt of gratitude. And now I have your first result, which comes from the constituency of Nevis number 10, polling division 1, which is located at the New River Methodist Church. At that station, there were 207 voters registered. That's 207. The number of votes validly cast were 111. 111. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoilt ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 80 votes, that's 8-0, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 31 votes, that's 3-1. I will be back with further results as they become available.
Let me tell you big results.
I told you the results coming out of the Nevis were coming out.
I thought we get results, but we're not getting none. Anyway, we get some results coming in from 10. Alan, I think you're muted.
Where you most of them?
Huh?
You know the first set of results was going to be from Eric. We know what we're dealing with, you know?
Okay.
We know what we're dealing with.
It is election coverage, so let us... Which box they say came out?
Box number 1, I think it was New River, and it was 111 votes cast, 80 going to Eric. 80 going to Eric and 31 going to Rohan.
Okay, see them there. See it there. Let's bring up the head-to-head right now. Let's bring up the head-to-head. So yes, we have some results coming in. Head-to-head. 80. Go ahead, Reese.
So that's where we are right now. 207 people registered to vote, 111 turned out. So you're looking at about 94 people missing, and 94 people that didn't show up to vote or something of that nature. So you have about roughly about 55%.
So looking at the results from the last elections, Rohan would have picked up some steam.
Rohan would have made some go.
Yeah. Let me get that in.
Rohan has definitely already done better than Bian.
Boy, if Rohan get any steam, that head they're gonna be shining enough for all of the study reflection.
It will. Alan.
Huh?
The man get a little steam, I tell you. The man gets some steam. The man gets some steam.
Boy, I'm not going to delay.
That picture there, that's a picture Eric submitted?
Say that again?
That's a picture Eric would have submitted. You found that picture somewhere, or what's
found
the
that on the internet.
origination?
I found that on the internet.
Wow.
Why?
I think Eric need to visit the guys who does do the pictures for the girls, the Culturama, and I take me in saying that Hawaii. I mean he need to get like a fresh
Get some
clean.
professional pictures taken.
Yeah.
Some professional pictures taken.
No man, look at Rohan. Rohan look like for real. Rohan look like I could vote for Rohan.
But you know,
This look good.
yeah, Eric. And if you look at Eric's picture, it almost look like a cutout to it.
Listen, listen.
Look, please do not judge
Eric
the man
look like the picture them.
Let me go to the results. Let me go to the results from the last election. Let me go to the results from the last election. Because I wouldn't make the man feel like we do this, right? Honestly, his picture wasn't updated. His picture was from the last election, and maybe it's my fault. I probably should have updated his picture and revisited. But the time, you know, the time is what it really was. The time was of the essence. I could possibly update it even now, tonight. But let us look at the votes before I get me in trouble here with this good real entertainment network. We still can't get a CCM person to come on the show other than Mark. So, New River, last time Beyond would have gotten 15. Eric would have lost some steam.
And this is when people Eric coming.
Eric lost 6 votes. NRP would have gained 15. That's not bad at all.
That is more than 100% increase by NRP, you know, Alan. So I mean, he's still losing, but what is it? Something? Is it just people now vote?
What I mean by is it something? Is something? And you see, you just get defensive. All I saying is that every picture look like the kind of picture where like you would put on somebody's funeral and you just stick on the picture there.
Yeah.
And I just feel like every good of it, huh?
I agree, but the reason why is because of me put the picture there. I am the one that put the picture there.
We won't blame our ass. Yeah. So we over here we will be taking responsibility and we apologize because I know.
Ira, you guys send me a file, Ira.
Huh?
You send the file so you can update the numbers.
I have seen.
Sorry, Reese.
I have seen Eric's suit game evolve.
I can just forward it to you and email it to yourself.
Alright, do that.
I see Eric's suit game evolve. Notice, by the way, that jacket where you had on the other night, that's one of Eric's old jacket.
That man.
That's like one where Eric would have. Eric done step up. You need to step up too. Yeah, and you had on Mark pants. And you need to, that would this by the white version or the pants were Mark in a campaign?
Wow, nice.
That depends on what is you need to, you understand? The ozone layer and all these kind of things. You need to let it breeze flow.
Anyway, Reese, what are your thoughts on the increase?
I just been to talk about the increase.
Go ahead, Alan. Talk about the increase.
Yeah, so what you say is over 100% increase.
It's over 100%.
He would have persuaded at least 6 of the persons who voted for Eric last time to vote for him this time.
What about the voter turnout?
I was just going to talk about that. And in addition to that, he get people who did not vote in the last election to vote down there. So it looks like he will be slightly less embarrassed than other candidates who have run in the St. George's area for the NRP. And this is not a small step. It means something. I don't know what yet, but
not it don't mean something, it means a lot.
I think
It's a big step, Alan.
Yeah, but there's only one box to it, so let me not really like kind of blow this
Yeah,
thing
but
up. He has
Alan, remember he had a point where he was saying that he might only get 7 votes, huh? Come total at one point there. The confidence wasn't there, so the man has done real good.
no, definitely.
And for
And
somebody who's not from Gingerland, you know what I mean, that is solid. That is a solid increase.
once again, all of my critique was based upon like you don't know eager people in Gingerland who I talk to, I got to deal with,
Oh,
and
oh,
so
definitely.
they're gonna tell me, well, what happened? What going on? How come the big man ain't coming around?
yeah.
And he's like, I don't know, but gains have been made.
Games have been made, without a
Yeah.
doubt.
Yeah, and maybe they not get to the area which I mean I know people yet, so we gonna see. But I know people in a New River too.
Mm.
Gains have definitely been made.
So this generally would cover the area we would want to believe of like what Zion.
Zion area, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nah, small little population. But you don't know we're gonna be getting a lot of results from number 10.
They tend to come in first.
The first set of results we gonna get for number 11 gonna be from St. Thomas's. We supposed to do, like for example, we supposed to get like quadra code. The quadra code part of St. Thomas's that's supposed to come to quick. Everybody who live on the other side of the road, all of them they got to go vote. We supposed to get them the quick.
Yeah, they tend to come in first, to be honest. Okay. Reese, let us get back on track now. So what do you think? What do you think about what happened? What do you think would have persuaded people to vote?
I think it's a good step for Ron, honestly. It's a good step for the party and all. And I have always said it that Jindalan is the forgotten constituency, right? Honestly, let's be real. You had Vance with Jindalan for umpteen years. But what has really been done with Jindalan by the CCM party? Let's be real. So it's like the forgotten parish. It's taken for granted. It's like we expect that is going to come in blue, and nothing is really done for the people of Jindaland. So it's good to see that they're willing to cast the votes on the other side to at least show them, hey, if you want to rock with us, we could rock with them too.
Okay. Alan, you made some good points as well. You made some good points as well, I must admit. Right now, I'm working on something,
I'm a Catholic.
so I kind of distracted. But I'm working on something. So you guys take it away for a little bit while I work on what I'm working on.
I will add to what we said too, but
Yeah.
I also added, and this is gonna sound kind of rough, but people are dead fast, and as they dead,
A new generation born.
new life spring forth. You understand? That's how come I always say ain't nothing gonna stay the same. Things that was popular in 2000 ain't popular right now necessarily in 2022. Everything, there's always an evolution process, and even if the evolution, as I said, as may happen, would go beyond even CCM and NRP into something else, I feel like the young people in general gonna be putting more pressure, and people in general, you gonna a set of people who ain't dealing with politics, but for who dealing with politics, there's gonna be more information out there, and they're gonna be putting more, as I say, more pressure you gonna get more ideas that burst forward and you gonna got to evolve. And for some of these politicians and political movements, parties who are unable to evolve or adapt, they ain't gonna be here. Just like how we had a Nokia phone in a 2000. The first phone a Nokia. Me not seen a Nokia a long time. Remember me had a Razor. Motorola was a thing. And we moved past them things there. And some of these things we can't evolve, we can't adapt. We ever move past you too. That's what I see.
Good observation. I agree. I agree with you.
But what I will say though, for Ron, of course, not being from Jindaland, it's steps in the right direction. I would like to see Constituency 10, the parish of St. George's in Nevis become more competitive. I think for too long it has been, just we know where they're going to vote. We need it to become more competitive. And I think once it becomes competitive, then Gingerlanders will be able to reap the benefits of the elected official.
So you think people would vote more for NRP if there was more, like they felt like there was more support for NRP? Like no, like because I think I've heard the argument by the can't win, so I'm gonna vote for.
Well, one thing people don't like to support losers. That's why you'd always see people support Brady and Jordan. People don't like to support losers really and truly. So I think showing that they're willing to take a step forward and they could actually be a competitive party would assist them.
Okay.
Life is a team sport. Politics is definitely a team sport. Anybody who ultimately, as we say, when you win election is when you form government. So even if any one person considers themselves this wonderful candidate and they do not look around themselves at the team, meaning the candidates who are going in with them, the persons who are going to be playing a major role in the party, and you are not looking at the structure, then you ain't gonna be following like the bigger picture, and this is where you're gonna falter. When we're looking at the candidates, it's kind of not really different than we're watching the Queen Show people in them. The candidates don't have a chaperone, but they need a campaign manager. They need PR people. It's kind of like they need more staff. But when we're watching them, we're watching the performance. We're watching how they answer questions. The Queen Show person ain't only need like a manifesto, like a real actual plan. But in a lot of the things that they're doing as I say, it's a performance, and we got to be watching these things. You got to watch your team, so it can't just be. So suppose one at a time, NRP was to do wonderfully and actually win St. George and lose all the rest constituency. They're not farm government, but they do like this historical thing. So overall, it's gonna be a team to take it home. St. George would be a vital part, but you gonna still need a team, as you say. Because the voters and then gonna got to watch the thing and be like, when I vote for you, I feel like this is gonna contribute to the government. Because that's how come, in a sense, like St. George voters vote for CCM. They walk out by this and show thing. CCM are raising the government. Are we gonna just give them a show thing?
Interesting.
Nice.
Alright, so they are supposed to go back to the comments, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to tell you. Go back to the
engage with the
comments.
audience, people.
Engage with the audience, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Marlene said that once the younger generation are settled enough, they'll rise up and vote. That is true. I think that the younger generation right now need to get involved in politics and start voting to make a change, right? To make a change. I agree.
You think it's important to them?
Results coming in. Somebody say results coming in.
Okay. Yeah, results coming in.
Rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 67 votes. That's 6-7. And Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 32 votes. That's 3-2 votes. And we have our first result from St. Kitts in the constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling division 5A at halfway tree, where there were 395 voters registered. The number of votes validly cast was 257. That's 257. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party received 123 votes. That's 1, 2, 3. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 92 votes. That's 9, 2. And Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4-1. I will be back with you with further results, but over now to Master Control.
You know, you dance for. You dance for.
I don't tell her how this thing is going on. Last time I tell her how you going.
But this is number 4. Let me look at what he looked like the last time. I did say I kind of
last time, right? Last election coverage. You know that election done after 11. Is it weird that that is what was taking place?
I am.
I'm waiting for the results to update. After 11? Yeah.
11. I was telling you how Nevis going, and then everything, it was you. Remember, Unity was Unity them time. But I don't tell you, based upon what I heard with this Samuel guy and
Lindsey Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, I had give it to Samuel, over in the first one.
We need those results that just came in from number 10. I didn't get them.
I'm waiting for them to be updated. Alright, so we're going to start with the big boys. We already know what's going on in Nevis, so we go with the big boys right now. So, alright, this is what it looks like. Which box is this? Can we recall?
This is 5A.
5A. Number 4.
5A number 4.
So this is the result. So right now Samuel has 123.
That would be halfway tree.
Kendall is not in anything right now.
Kendall will not be nothing neither. He in nothing. Nothing.
I had this one between Labour and Pam. It's not as if Samuel is that far ahead of Lindsey right now, right? I still had it between Labour and Palmer. Had give it to Samuel, but I said I'm still unsure with the Lindsey thing. So calm down, Alan. Calm down. This is not a called race.
No, this one here, no, it's not called at all.
Yeah.
I'm very sad to see a beard man gonna lose, but I don't cut mine, so I'm not really gonna I'm not gonna solidarity with the PLP. PLP Joe.
Wow.
Yeah, there's no solidarity at all here for any of them.
Let me ask you a question. When I looking at this picture of Lindsay, I read that this is the updated picture of Lindsay as well.
No. So
Lindsay used this in the last election I went. That picture there? Boy, listen, that picture then look like a senior misappropriate.
No, but listen, I don't know if I realize though.
they got more results coming in, so we need to go to the number 10 results and look at how Rohan is doing before we go back to the number 4 conversation. Let me just. What about these numbers, Reese? How would have the standings would have been looking between number 4? Get that calculated now, if you can. And what the standings would have look like for number 10?
No, so right now we're looking at Eric would be ahead by 84 votes. Rohan having 63. Again, is still an impressive step going forward. He again would have been ahead of where Bian was over the last election. So Rohan is actually, even though he is behind, he's actually doing a lot better.
He's getting 30% of the votes exactly right now.
So
He's looking. So you guys think this is the young crowd? Young people?
yeah, I think so.
Because Alan would have mentioned some things.
I would also say sane people as well.
Sane?
Also be some of the, yes.
That's a hash one, boy.
I already haven't updated the results as yet.
Which results?
So I could fill in constituency number 10 completely because I don't have it in the tally sheet.
I'm lost. You mean like here?
No, you know how they have it online where we could look at it, so we could fill it in on our sheets. I've updated it online where you were looking at.
Oh, I wasn't looking. You mean the last one? They don't update it online. I'm confused. You have me
Alright,
lost.
so we're the last
You
one.
see what
Just
Shannon
ask
will
somebody
say?
in the crowd, man. Somebody in the crowd.
I
can
see
tell
what
me.
Shannon will say. Yes, the sane and sensible. Listen. Maybe you got a set of people in a Nevis, man, and they just a think different. Tell you, they just a think different. They don't care.
Hey, let me find out the last set of numbers that came in for Eric and Rohan came from which box, you know? I have the
that's
numbers,
what you
but I
want
don't
to
have which
know.
box they
So-
came from. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm unable to fill out that, eh? I can't do that.
Now I'm filling it out right now. That's what I'm trying to find out which box it came from.
Okay, Siobhan, can you update us on that, please? Siobhan is working in the background. I want to big up Siobhan Lewis, who is in the
Big up Shell,
background,
big up Shell, big up,
backing
big up,
up,
big up, big up.
updating our numbers and everything, the head-to-heads, all the wonderful
division,
work
alright.
she's doing.
So they said polling division 2. Okay. And
Yeah.
Yes,
Ladies
when I
all
got
around
those
holding the shop together.
67, and she'd have had 32. Okay.
And while y'all there sorting through all this mundane nonsense, I just wanted to say, y'all saw the supervisor of election? That man here look excellent. I don't know what product he have in his hair, but that hair they look straight and all. He look like he palm them.
Oh me, so what?
The man,
Yeah, not good enough.
the man this look like.
Alan,
He look like.
you must be controlled at some level. I don't understand.
You see the guy?
Alan, I don't understand what Alan talking about.
No, you don't see the
Alan,
guy?
you gotta be controlled at some level.
I'm saying,
Alan,
okay, alright.
I don't
Watch
know.
out, Miguel literally just tell me that's a sexy man.
Oh my gosh.
what a guy!
The
What a guy!
man, the man look like he got in some kind of product in it. This man, the man is amazing. He ain't got no hair out of place right now.
None.
He ain't got no hair out of place.
So you got like a Donald Trump.
I respect when people look clean, and I just want to say, he no care how vexed be the supervisor election, he come here tonight looking clean. I don't know how long he's gonna maintain. If he look like some folk like him, man, oh my God, he's a good man. He's a damn good man.
Yes, guys.
He's a cop man. Alan, he should be a candidate.
No.
He got a candidate.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. No, he has done a job in which people don't like him.
Oh, okay.
You don't see me, I try to give him as much love as possible. The man look phenomenal tonight. And I don't know.
I rough boy.
When me get me gray here, and I somewhere and I talking, that's
you
what I
want
want.
to look
That's the template what I want to look like.
He understood the assignment.
Yeah.
Boy.
All right, so let me go to number 4, results from 2020. And let's see what kind of traction, you know. So, which box we would have gotten, Reese?
5A.
5A.
Halfway through.
So, Lindsey Grant would have had 155 there.
Mm-hmm.
Then the SKN Labour Party would have came in with 95.
95.
So we have a turnaround right there from the jump.
So he get less than the Labour Party candidate.
Yeah.
So Lindsay actually dropped off over 50 votes, yeah? Almost 60
more, yeah.
63 votes.
Yeah.
Lindsay dropped by 63 votes.
You could do some percentage on that, but you could see what's going on here.
When you look at the boxes, that's a big box, yeah?
That
last
box
election they
was a heavy box.
255 votes cast. This year is 257. Yeah, that's a big gap, and that is an indication of how.
No, that is an indication. That is an indication.
It's going to be a long night.
That is an indication. No, it's not going to be a long night for Mr. Grant. He can know his results early. He can be out it early.
I know.
Yo.
Lindsey Grant look like the bad guy in a Marvel movie. I telling you, he could be the bad guy in a Marvel movie with a picture there.
Oh my gosh.
They might catch us off guard. I wasn't able to update all the pictures. Some of the pictures I was able to update, but not all.
But you know what?
But
Vernon actually made a good point.
Pictures,
hold on. Let's do this calculation, because Vernon makes a good point that the vote split in 3, and PLP and Pamela said will run as one party. So collectively they got 133. So it's still a drop from what they had last World.
It dropped more.
Well, I would say this: the people who have been theorizing about the election have been saying that the third party in SK is going to be favorable to the Sinkis Nevis Labour Party. That is their position. They feel like votes going to leak from Labour, but they feel like more undermining has been done by Timothy Harris to Pam. So Pam really, listen, last election we would have been here and telling you Pam really kind of they soften themselves. They are not being aggressive enough as a major party in how they're going after Sinkers. And the effect of that is you're not gonna get major treatment. So I feel like this is part of what we are going to see as a trend tonight. The Labour is gonna, the PLP, the Rana Labour, the big belly Labour will be getting the minimum, and the real Labour is gonna be doing the damage.
Alan
That's
does
my view, too.
not like PLP at all.
They ain't good for the country.
The big belly man. I like when you call it the big belly man.
I would pay money. Let me say this now. I would pay money to listen. No, Mr. Premier, I ain't want no hearsay. I want the public. I need to do a debate between you and Tim to see who gonna be the leader of the opposition. I wanna hear that discourse there. I wanna hear that back and forth there between I to determine who gonna be the leader of the opposition. Trouble right now in the camp. I wonder why they why am I just say that? They say Dr. Joe went live, eh? They say Dr. Joe went live. Me don't know what's going on.
Dr. Joe live. I don't know what happened, but somebody
right
said
now,
that
because I will bring
there's a big commotion going on at the election office.
I tell you, they must say Dr. Joe went live. That is my understanding of what is taking place.
Somebody just text me that. Let me see if I could.
Is he live?
JT Taylor, I need you to understand something right now. All of the unity ministers in a very precarious position. If they do not form government, they no win.
They no win.
Tin, Sean, Mark, no. It's not a good look. You got to
okay. So listen, guys. They just collected the boxes in constituency number 8. So I know for a fact we ain't getting the results until Monday morning. So that is what it is. Dr. Joe live collection of ballot boxes for SKNLP constituency number 8. So we ain't getting them numbers until Monday morning, because we don't count on Sunday, because we don't do nothing on the holiday. So Monday morning we get a count.
All right.
We'll be telling that.
You hear I tell you?
So today now holiday. What happened to the Jehovah Witness?
Let's take in some.
But home since 6 o'clock and feel like that's a very Me not understand. Jetty Taylor there in North Carolina or Chicago and here tell me what going on in SK. Who got what? But he's a good man. He's a good man. I want any kind of links where you got.
Well, I was here looking at Dr. Drew live itself, and they got a big motorcade, I guess, following the boxes going to, I guess, wherever they're gonna be counting. You see a lot of youngsters out there and bikes and stuff like that. What I'm not seeing though, at least from what I'm seeing on the live, I don't see any police.
No, I miss the first chance I see on police vehicle.
Miss Mitchum,
wow,
I want
so
Mr. Moore.
The first thing I see on football, they're right there.
Wait. Okay, okay, now I see the pickup. Now I will show you
the pickup.
Okay.
Yeah, this is live from Sinkits on Dr. Drew's page. They're live. It seems like there's a lot going on already down there in Sinkits.
Well, if you remember, Dr. Drew was on the show, and Dr. Drew told us that there was some issue with the boxes being taken to the office to be counted, and the boxes were tampered with.
Yeah.
So I guess this time they want to make sure.
Big up the soldier, whoever that soldier they be right there. Dr. Drew guy soldiers there in full force. So that's what's going on there. I'll keep this on this side. If anything look like it developed with that, I'll bring it back on screen. We host them now, we co-host them. Yes, so yeah, this is scenes from one of the polling stations. Let's take in the voice of whoever the young lady is that's speaking as we wait for more results. And Reese,
Yo,
the back.
yeah,
Yeah, so that's the polling station. We're seeing they're marking the boxes hard.
rightfully so.
Right.
Rightfully so. I think at the end of the day, you want to protect your investment as well, because one of the things we like to speak about when it comes to elections is how the candidates perform and the campaign and all. But nobody really talk about the fact that elections cost money.
Yeah. So Shanti said the law said they must be moved to whatever location they are taking them to. Only electoral reform can change that. So let us get into that. This is a perfect time to talk about electoral reform. I would wait until Alan gets back. Reese and Alan, when you step away, I would just ask that you kindly mute your mic because of the background noise that might be coming in. That's when you step away, when we off screen. And as it's 10 o'clock, we have gotten results from, I think it's number 4. The race in think it's number 4. Honestly, you would look at it and think it's a tight race, but based on the turnaround, it looks like Labour is going to go away with this one. That is my prediction. I am going to confirm my prediction from the show before.
You're calling Labour with one box.
I'm not going. Yeah, I'm going to confirm my prediction. I'm not calling it. I'm confirming my prediction, and I am predicting that Labour is going to win St. Christopher number 4. That is my. I am confirming that. I am not calling it. I am confirming my prediction. Remember, I was iffy. Okay. But yeah, me not too good with the bowl thing. Me ain't too much of a gambler. I'm not too much of a gambler. The other election results we got were Nevis number 10. And of course, this one I would feel confident to even call and say the Honorable Eric Evelyn is surely going back to Sinkits. But the conversation is now surrounding how well, surprisingly well, Rohan Isles is doing. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it, Reese. I didn't expect that he would be doing as good as he's doing right now.
Yeah, he has done fairly well, and especially with the fact that he is not from that constituency. He could have gone up over in the parish of St. Thomas's. He has done real good, and I would like to see him build on what he has done. I think that he has potential. I think that he has agitated the status quo in Nevis 10, and I think that from here he can only go up. And the fact that he may have been able to get some younger persons to vote with him, as someone may says, seeing people waking up, whatever you want to call it. It's good to see that he's creating a little difference. Now, of course, he still has a hill to climb. He's still behind, but he's still doing a lot better than the previous candidate.
Do you see him being able to make an even larger turnaround if he was to be the candidate for the local elections in Nevis?
Yes.
How do you think Eric would take this as I need to pull my socks up and maybe hit the ground and get more people?
See, the thing about it is, I don't think that at this point there's anything that can be done by CCM to persuade people to vote for them. I think any persuasion that would happen is going to come from Rohan. Rohan will be able to swing people from CCM to NRP. I don't think that there's much that Eric honestly can do.
That's a Jason. I want to say grant votes at the cast he bucket at 9p at so much about 9-piece bucket cast one. Let me see.
A 9-piece bucket at KFC? That's the price there?
What he said? What she said? What?
No lie, man.
No man, you're lying. Sorry, Iona. I don't want to say that you're lying, but seriously? We don't want to believe that. I do not want to believe that. That is rough.
So I would like to see I would like to see that, and I would like to. Here's what I'd also say: I would like to see the party put more push behind him as well.
Yeah, I felt like they put him to the wayside as usual.
They didn't necessarily put that push behind him, and if he is able to accomplish this without that push, imagine with a push, what it would look like, and where he possibly could be going with a push.
Yeah.
Yo, we ain't got no audio. No audio.
No, I'm muting myself for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was getting a voice note and I didn't want the voice note come across the mic.
So we're looking at some other things as well. So we should be having 2 more boxes coming in shortly. There's a box that may be coming in from Nevis 9 shortly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so
that would be interesting.
You know, Nevis 9 is a ding dong state, I think. Ding dong constituency.
You think so?
It's an entertaining constituency.
Oh, okay.
It's an entertaining constituency, and really and truly, it's a preview what the local election is going to look like, because both candidates will be running in the local election as well.
Well, was Mark saying start counting from 9 in this election? I know that is his slang.
I don't know if he was saying that in this election.
I know he like to say start counting from 9. You see, I just look at their behavior, And when I start to see certain words and stuff stop coming out of their mouths, and so I could see how they really feel. And these kind of things.
So it's going to be interesting.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for some more boxes to come in. I think that number 2, we won't be getting any results from. We won't get a conclusive count from them until probably tomorrow, with those boxes being picked up late, also with number 8 as well. So of course, as we know, this election will be going way into tomorrow.
Expect to pay more for KFC. Expect to pay more for KFC.
If you lose, you got to find. If you lose, you got to find a way to make back the money that you lose. So you could expect to pay more. Indeed. It's an interesting situation. It's a very interesting situation. I thought by now we'd have gotten some numbers out of number 6.
And people now stop eat KFC there,
I think the doggy box is easy to count. We should have gotten some numbers out of number 6 by now.
You think that is a sign of something?
What? That the boxes didn't come back yet?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily. But I think like there are certain constituencies that we could go into and say they could count these boxes early. Like number 7 as well. I don't think that anyone stands a chance of beating the Prime Minister in number 7. So I think those numbers we should be getting early.
Well, work so sometimes, man. Sometimes it don't work. It doesn't work that way. It's elections, Elections is a funny thing, Reese. That's why elections like a queen show, man. That's why after the counting, you always hear the cheat. After the results come in, you hear the cheat.
Well, of course, you can always hear the cheat allegation. That goes without a doubt. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of our politics. Somebody win the cheat, somebody lose the cheat. No matter what it is. You know what I mean? The cheat business, of course, is how it floats around, unfortunately.
I would like to get into a conversation as it pertains to election reform. And let's just give the people them an update on which parties. What was the question? Which parties? Let us go to the audience and see what they're saying. I think I might have to take a 5-hour.
A 5-hour? You already feeling it, boy?
Well, Reese, this work don't work by itself, So last night it was at 3 o'clock. The night before it was at 3 o'clock. The night before that, it was probably at 3 o'clock. And, you know, it happens, you know, so take some time to get things going. And I was up some late nights. Unfortunately, I wanted to take a power nap today. I wasn't able to. You know, but let's keep it going.
So what is it that you said about electoral reform? What is it that you like to see?
I think it's time. You had mentioned where the electoral office need to be independent, and I think it was Alicia that mentioned that the last states.
You see, I think so. Here's the issue, right? And I understand this part from
No, the wine got
a
to drink.
gambling perspective, right? From a gambling perspective, I understand the fact that if I win by certain rules, I'm not going to change the rules. But I think it's going to take a bold person to be willing to change the rules. I believe, and I honestly do feel that the electoral office needs to be handled by an outside entity. I don't think that we could trust our local individuals to handle the electoral office independently, solely anymore.
It's kind
That's
of
why we
crazy.
ended up with all. That's why we ended up with all these situations. People running to court and I don't think that we need to have that anymore.
It's
So I
kind of
think we
crazy.
need to
It's kind of
outsource that.
crazy. I can tell you that it's
So
kind of crazy.
where you think they can be trusted?
Huh?
Where you think they can be trusted?
No, it's not why I think they can't be trusted. It's the fact that no matter what happens, you always hear somebody say, this happened, run to the court, run to this, run to that, run to that. There's always an issue. So instead of doing it where you have individuals who know everybody, right? Because the electoral office at some point will have to interact with the prime minister, will have to interact with the leader. Have somebody that is non-partial, who has nothing to do with either party, who has no affiliation to anything and go, so that person could just go, do the job, and go home. They stand to gain and lose nothing from.
But you know, the head of the Electoral Commission is appointed by the Governor General, like without consent of like the Prime Minister or anything like that. Is that based
No,
upon the Governor General?
I would agree that is how it's supposed to be. Do you 100% believe that
No,
is how it goes?
that's how it is. That's how it is.
Okay,
The Prime Minister is like the Integrity Commission. The Prime Minister also gets to put somebody forward, but the Governor General does put somebody to head the whole thing.
okay. Let's
And
look at
let's
look at this situation, right? The Governor General, to my understanding, was a part of the Charles card, right? Which is that's a PAM person. That PAM agreement was a part to have that person put in as the Governor General. Yes or no?
False.
Okay, that's false.
That's what I say.
Yeah, but it was stated. Sean stated it.
He
So
stated
if Sean stated it when he did I wanted to say when in the interview that he did with Ike, where he said that was a part of the agreement.
that person would be the Governor General.
That was a part of the agreement.
Okay. Well. Even in that case, I will not even dispute it. Go ahead and make your point.
So if that is the case, then that clearly that individual has already been compromised because that individual comes from one party. He was put in a position by one party. So the Governor General can we then say that the Governor General is completely independent?
Okay. Do you understand that there are certain positions that although you are placed there by somebody, once you are placed there, they don't have the authority to remove you?
We understand that.
So, for example, to be a U.S. Supreme Court judge, you do have to have the favor of a president. But once you're in there for life. They can't take you out. Similarly, when you the Governor General, if you want to talk to me and say you would have to have the favor of the Prime Minister at one point, and I say no. But once you're in there, you do what you feel like, yeah. You're in there till you feel like you want to do. So I don't feel like there's any influence. I don't necessarily feel like there should be the thought that there is influence over the Governor General.
Okay, check this out, right?
Wait there, hold on. I want to say one more thing. And I'm going to say so too, because CCM just installed a Deputy Governor General. I'm going to give the Deputy Governor General the benefit of the doubt and think that they could think for themselves. That if they was on the stage for the Queen show and they asked a question, they could answer the question. But
you love going back to the Queen show, boy.
Yeah, but if I'm just dealing with robots who, well, somebody put them there and they don't think for themselves, it's possible. And I won't tell you no. But go ahead.
Okay, but check this out. Me and your partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
You put me in a position. I supposed to think independently, but in the back of my mind, it is always going to be that me and Alan is partner. So would I independently decide again not to go screw Alan over? I might not do it blatantly, but I don't. At some point, there's some level of protection there's some level of favor that I would have to have towards you. It's human nature. We are humans.
I ain't know if you ever watch Billions.
Accurate.
But the same thing had come up with Chuck Rhodes and the partner who was made the US Supreme Court judge. And here what me I try to tell you, once again, when you reach in a certain position, right? Now, say you put me in a position. It's not to say I gonna be a robot, but let me tell you something. I'm gonna allow you to make a presentation. You understand what I mean? Then kind of ways that I feel like certain things you because some of the things them is we got deal with for the country. You know? What do you think about pardons that were made by the Governor General yesterday?
Pardons, yeah. You made some pardons.
As far as me understand, those are within his discretion.
What do you think about it? That's it?
Were those influenced?
Were those influenced?
Yeah.
You know.
By something, yeah. Okay. It's similar to when what the rapper their name? He get locked up over Sweden. We had a boyfriend.
Yeah. ASAP Rocky.
And then man went in the go talk to Trump. You check, go do things and call that black. Get his sentence shot and them kind of thing there. You understand? All pardons are influenced by something. You understand? Because really and truly, even like the persons who trying to get the pardon, I wanna believe like family members or people who write on your behalf, or even you who trying to get this thing to write to this person to be like, please hear me out. I'm changed. I want to do this. You know, my life was in this chaos now, and I've seen that I've made mistake. Please give me a pardon. It's all influenced by something. I don't want to believe. I don't think that the Governor General was there studying files of prisoners and like, oh, this one has changed. Somebody put something in front of him to say, you know, that one here deserves something.
Just murderers?
But yeah, people just get pardoned. Not for crime committed by murder. Well, I don't know the crimes that were committed. Me know somebody Jetty. I hear Jetty got a question for me, you know. It's so like a powerful question too. Once the GG has pardoned you, you good to go, no? To me, I don't see anything that the GG has to honor. He put it forward, and as soon as this thing reach up at HMP, the prisoners and them supposed to be allowed to get out based upon the terms of the pardon.
Power the Queen, boy.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the power of the head of state, because as I tell you, the president of America could do the same thing. If you are the head of state, you generally have the ability to grant pardons. In our scenario, it is the Governor General.
The Queen, the Governor General, acts as the Queen here. And I know how you feel about us leaving the Governor General. I mean, the Queen, that was one of the campaign promises by Pam, that we will become a republic. You want to talk about that?
I just feel like Pam, like I said, they ain't know who the Beijing be. Remember the Beijing who were good lawyers on his team. Every time he appealed, who he appealed to? The Privy Council. Have you heard us appeal to the CCJ yet? The Caribbean Court of Justice? Have we done anything to move forward to make the CCJ our permanent court of appeal? One of the reasons why Barbados was able to become a republic is because they do these things, you know. There are a lot of procedural matters that have to be taken into account before you're gonna become a republic. It's the same kind of thing where people go say a referendum coming for Nevis, but ain't gonna referendum coming for Nevis. The premier ain't gonna police. We ain't gonna national defense. And as I'm telling you, we ain't create any kind of other force and start to usurp these things, start to agitate for these things. If we was doing these, I could have tell you, a referendum is coming. But ain't a referendum coming. Because we ain't taking the steps to develop the necessary institutions to have these things that we're talking about, referendum and all these things. They just sound fancy.
If a man/woman kills someone when they're 13, spend 25 years behind bar, would it be fair to give them a pardon? That's...
Yeah.
Alan, we have parole in St. Kitts and Nevis?
I think so.
So we have like parole officers and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I would just like to big up my beautiful cousin Monique, who joined the conversation. Monique, big up yourself. I hear kind of...
If you kill someone when they're 13, I feel they should be able to be pardoned. After 25 years, definitely.
Well, my thought on that is not just, because you were 13 years old and you do 30. Because what's the difference between, I guess you could say they were immature at that time. There should be some sort of psychological evaluation. Also, you want to know, well, when this person go back into society, what kind of contribution will this person be able to make? Because is it a prison or is it a rehabilitation? Are we actually rehabilitating these people? There's possibility that some of them are being rehabilitated because you see some participate in different activities and what's not. But outside of that, what if this person did it at 13, but his mental state is still the same that it was 25 years ago, should that person be pardoned? My answer would be no. But if that person has changed, and you could say it's for the positive, then I said, let us revisit the sentence and possibly give him a pardon. Alan, you look like you wanted to say something.
Alan, go ahead. Let's see, Alan looking at the question.
No, may look for some budget numbers because I want to explain why he ain't got no fair share.
Well, you not got no facial here? Because everybody put your facial here.
Fair share.
This is an interactive session. So when he look at the budget session, I want to see the ideas of the audience. Alan with heavy beard or light beard? 1 for heavy beard, 2 for light beard. And just roll them in. Because I've seen a lot of comments about Alan's beard and Alan's new look. So I want to see.
I hear me married. You hear me got to go invite people, all these things. I watch it now, yo.
Ooh. Is water I drinking now, eh? So I'm minding my own business on that part. I just want you all to know. He's looking a cup like water is not something I do.
Not an option.
Water is not something I do. I see a 2 coming. Remember 2 is heavy beer, eh? So Chevron said 2.
17.
But back to the thing we was talking about. I think somebody commit a crime at 13.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel that they should lose the rest of their life because of that. I think that you're committing a crime as a child. I think that that individual should be allowed to be pardoned. Now I'm not telling you to pardon them after 2 years, after 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
They do a significant amount of time, and then you could pardon them because, like you said like this psych evaluation, but psych evaluation is easy to beat because you really only got to go through something for 2-3 hours, and anybody could hold out for 2-3 hours. And I mean, it's like your girlfriend frustrating you about cheating, and you know you cheat, but you hold on to your story for 2 weeks and then she let go. You're good to go. You know what I mean? So you could have a bit of psych evaluation.
So Reese, what you're saying is only 2 weeks. You take a full out, man. That's the argument what you were saying just then.
No, but you know, so I want to level things.
What a red herring.
I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
But I'm going to go full body.
Okay.
What's this comment? Is this Yasan Tafari? Because the only person I know who comes up in this chat without a picture is usually Yasan Tafari, and the length of the comment.
What's the question? What's the comment?
It's a comment. It's the Premier says the people do not have the appetite to become a republic. So based on the position, there will be no attempt to make such a move. The fact that he boasts that not even a comma has been changed in the Constitution, though they argue, all the politicians, that there are things that needs to be changed or amended. All of them, I guess, argue this. That speaks volumes. The status quo is beneficial for those who seek to uphold the governance system in place. So, there will be no sense of urgency to try to change anything. Pam saying different. To whoever this person is, we can't see your picture, we can't see your name. Pam saying they would do it. And if you say the Premier saying it, I don't understand, because the Premier and the Pam are supposed to be aligned. Especially if we pull up the manifesto, because I would expect to see that in the manifesto that we will be going to become a republic.
So you would you like me to explain to your son why the Premier is why he has confusion?
Mm-hmm.
His confusion is that he feel like Pam trying to win. Remember, Pam only trying to win chi, and Pam put that CCM win chi, and you can change the constitution with no sex. Remember, the Premier don't tell you his job is not to go and never convince somebody on it. That they too hard. Referendum and all them things, then no. You want to give me hard work? No! That ain't gonna be part of what is taking place, and Pano ain't trying to go win no elections. So they ain't dealing with all of them kind of thing that you dealing with your son. Try to talk them kind of lyrics to Labour Party. You will be unsuccessful, but at least they will have the power, possibly.
And we can wait for your son's rebuttal. And Alan, in the spirit of election right now, the light beard is winning. The light beard, and the people seem to like the light beard. I know there is one vote out there that weighs a ton, right? I know
you look like Denzel Douglas, like the light beard too, because he's on again. We want to big up once again, former Prime Minister. Thank you for being with us, sir.
And we welcome you.
We appreciate you.
We want you here on the platform for a discussion.
Yes, sir.
Not an interview,
yes,
a conversation, a discussion. Young people trying to do good things.
I actually saw a picture where said Denzel Douglas is looking at the live, and my ego went up one time. I telling you, the last time I feel like I saw when my girl daughter tell me handsome. Like, what? 2 weeks, nobody could have tell me nothing. Feel like a good man.
I would just like to bring back the focus a little bit on the elections. It is 10:30 now. 10:30. And we have only heard elections from two boxes. Two constituencies. One I wouldn't even.
Three boxes, two constituencies.
Two constituencies. You were talking about some modifications that should be made. One of them that I think
results coming in.
Good evening once again. I have results to share. Constituency number 4. Halfway Tree Polling Division 5B, where there were 411, that's 411 registered voters. The number of ballots validly cast was 273. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoilt ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 127 votes. That's 127 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 102 votes. That's 102. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. That's 44 votes. And in that same constituency, number 4, polling division 1A in the Challengers area, the number of registered voters was 322. The number of votes validly cast was 195. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 104 votes. That's 104 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 72 votes. That's 72. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 17. And in polling division 1B, also in the Challengers area, where there were 284 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 178. There were 3 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 94, that's 94 votes. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 60, that's 60 votes. And Kende Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 21 votes, that's 2-1. In the constituency of St. Christopher 7, Tabernacle and its surrounds, at the Edgar T. Morris School, there were 538 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 329. That's 329. 129. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were 2 spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 22 votes. That's 2-2. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 188 votes. That's a 188. And Leon Nutter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 117. That's 117 votes. In polling division number 2, Tabernacle Community Center in St. Christopher 7, where the number of registered voters was 497. The number of votes validly cast was 293. There were 3 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. David Lincoln Pell of the People's Action Movement received 20 votes. That's 20 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 202 votes. That's 202. And Leon Nutter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 68 votes. That's 68 votes. I will be back with further information, but right now it's over to Master Control.
Reese, update me.
All right. So
Update me.
I think it would be fair to say that number 4 is over.
I tell you that.
The
I
number
don't
4
tell you
is
that
over.
already.
You have Samal winning 4 of the boxes thus far. He has a good lead. I'm actually going to calculate this and tell you what his lead is right now, because Samal is...
You sound like you say Lindsey John?
Lindsey John,
you say?
John.
But remember, I tell you some people political career over tonight. Lindsey told them Christina, I don't tell her, bottom of the channel.
Okay.
You remember Grandmasters had a song Under the Sea? Oh Lord. That Lindsey.
So we just got results from number 7, and we got results from number 4. With that said,
so currently, if I'm correct, you have Samal ahead by 122 votes over Lindsay. I am not even counting the Kendall's number. I think he understands that it was a good try.
it was a good try.
Yeah.
You would give him that?
Try.
You would give him a good
It was
try?
a good try. Yeah, it was a valiant effort.
Okay. I can bring up the head-to-head just now. Just waiting for Master Control to update the head-to-head graphic for us in number 4. So here's the head-to-head.
Yep, that is where I'm at. Those are the numbers that I had.
And we're looking at in terms of percentage of the boxes. How many boxes are there in total, Reese?
If I'm correct, I think there's 8. Let me pull that constituency.
So we have 40% reporting. 40% reporting.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3.
We have 40% reporting right now.
Okay, so it's actually 10 boxes. We have 4 that has already came in.
Yeah, we have 40% reporting.
But
So let us bring up the results from the last election and look at some of the changes to see if we could go ahead and just give it to Samal. We want to wait 1 or 2 before we call it. My prediction is that Samal is going to go on.
I have already given it to Samal.
Yeah, I feel like Samal is going to take it, but
I have called that box.
We should at least get over the 50% mark in terms of reporting. Is there any possibility of a turnaround? It's highly unlikely that there would be a turnaround. But
the truth is anything is possible. The truth is anything is possible, right? But do you actually see it happening? I said no.
No,
I don't see it happening.
I don't see it happening either. But I can wait until Alan come here, and I don't know if any other station will be calling this as early. But Tyron said Lindsay are going to pull it back. I don't know if Tyron just talking from emotions or if he has some insight.
Whatever marijuana Tyron is smoking, he need to leave it alone.
You think that is the case?
Only somebody that high could think that is possible.
Yeah, I don't see Lindsey Grant.
I don't see him pulling it back.
Pulling this one back at all. I can wait until Alan come back. I don't know where Alan went, but I don't see Lindsey Grant pulling it back.
Yeah, I don't see him having the smartest opportunity of pulling it back.
So this is what Reese, let me take a look at the boxes that we have so far. So the boxes that we have so far.
The boxes that we have so far.
Yeah.
We have number 1 and number 2. Challengers, Community Center, both. We have both of them. And the number of votes allotted would have actually increased in both boxes. So you had the first box being A to L, that increased and went up by 21. So 21 new people were registered over there. And then in B, you had an increase of 5. 5 new voters registered over there. But when you look at Lindsay, he would have went from 119 in 1A, he went down to 72. Even if you combine Lindsay's number 72 with Kendall's number, he would have only gotten 89 votes. So he still would have had a major drop off.
Yeah.
The last candidate that you had for Labour would have been Steve Wensford, and he would have gotten 61. But in that same box, you see Samuel coming in with 104. So Samuel would have increased by 43 votes. You know, so that's what you're looking at in 1A, and then in 1B, you have Lindsay would have had 108. Lindsay currently now it has 60. So he off by 48 votes. And if you combine him and Kendall's number, you'd have gotten 81. So either way, he'd have still been way below. You know, Steve Brensford would have gotten 49, and Samuel has 94. So as you see, Labour has made some major steps in some of these boxes.
Yeah. Alan, just mute your mic until you're ready to come back on for a little bit.
But me, yeah.
Oh, you ready? Okay. So, Reese, continue.
So you're looking at these numbers, and even if you combine the PAM and PLP numbers, which were formed the Team Unity Construct last election, the numbers are still below what they had. So we know for a fact that I have already said that it's over. Alan has said from the beginning that
Lindsay Drone.
Yeah, from about 2 months ago, I saw Lindsay in the water.
You were on the fence.
Okay.
You were on the fence, and then when the first boxes came, you said that Samuel gone. But you know, you could change Lindsay name to Christina, you know, the MV Christina.
All right. So, in that sense, do we go ahead and just update the graphic to show that Lindsey Grant we are projecting that Lindsey Grant would go ahead and win this one?
Yeah, we have Samuel Duggins as a projected winner.
I think we should wait for one more box.
Yeah, as much as I bowl in predictions and all these things, I just watch Queen Show. I had to prepare my girl and I tell she this, you know, grind on as close and as smooth as you want. So, you know, like play with that, because string it out a little longer still. Understanding, however,
Let's get over
that
50%.
as you're saying, our projection is that we see Mr. Duggins trending towards victory.
So I will say that if on the next box that comes in, the margin between Duggins and Grant goes past 150, collectively I am going to call it. Currently it's at 122. So if it goes past 150, I'm calling it officially and saying that Duggins are clear.
It's looking like Duggins is going to go clear. It's looking like Duggins is going to go clear.
Yeah, my prediction is that Duggins has already
yeah.
Clear.
So we're gonna line up the graphic before we bring it on screen, but we're gonna keep it lined up.
We're gonna go.
And we extend congratulations, because if we look at the remaining boxes, Reese, just remind people which boxes are remaining, and let us compare those with the boxes from.
So we go. So now we'll be looking at box 2A, which is the Methodist Church, and 2B.
That's remaining.
Right. Those are remaining. So 2A and 2B, those are remaining. The Terrell Williams School, both 3A and 3B, those are remaining, and also 4A and 4B. So you're looking at 6 boxes being 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and 4A, 4B. So you're looking at anywhere from about 1,200 to 1,500 more votes that could be counted, right? But do you see it as Grant having an opportunity to pull it back within those 6 boxes? And I say no, he has not won a box. He has not even been competitive in a box.
He hasn't.
His smallest defeat would have been in 5B, Halfway Tree Community Center, and that was by 25 votes. Duggins would have gotten 127 and Grant got 102.
Okay. And you also got to think of it in the context of he win 2A last time by only 7, and he won like 3A by a small margin.
Yeah,
only 5. So it's not really like he has this strength coming forward to be.
He's only 2B is the only one that would be something, but that wasn't even enough.
No, but not only that. If you look at 4B, he only won by 10.
Yeah.
You know, so there's not these big discrepancies in the number of votes that he won by. This big margin of victory. So it's very tight. It's looking very rough way.
I think in the first box that came in, after the first box that came in, it was very clear that Samuel Duggins would go on to win this election, because that was where Lindsay would have done most of his damage. And what we saw happen was that Samuel turned around and eat the deficit and added some surplus. I would like to get the boxes on screen as well, but we're gonna do that for later.
It's going to be interesting. I'll tell you, it's going to be interesting.
All right.
Jetty said he had the Lego one.
He had the Lego one?
Yeah, he had the Lego one. Because he said the kids didn't should be in bed by now. So he said, take that in your...
Boy. Big up yourself, Jetty.
Jetty, you have to big up him. He's been here. Solid supporter of the network. Even when he gives us the word, we appreciate it, you know?
Yeah, man.
Some word been coming from Jetty.
You got to improve. You got to get better.
Jetty had give us some. But we take it as criticism, and we adjust and we look at it.
Jetty just only back at the boy, no lie.
My gosh. Is it going to be a case where we're going to just see a floodgate open and a bunch of bucks start rolling in one time?
Well,
Because it's 11
what I
o'clock basically.
what I will say was good to see that when they reported for Constituency 7, they were able to come with 4 boxes.
Well,
You
we
know,
haven't
so
talked
that was
about
actually
constituency number 7, you know. So let us go over to
But-
constituency number 7.
No, I'm like they came with 2. Sorry, they came with 2, and then
I don't
they
see an
came with 2
update for constituency number
2.
7. Reese, give us some updates on constituency number 7 there, please.
So in the Tabernacle Community Center, you would have had 293 votes being cast. That's 293, and Harris got 202. You had Natta with 68, and David Pell of PAM with 20. So a man get 200 and a man get 20. How I love to gamble. Oh, how I love to gamble. And then you're looking. So here's one of the things. There's the ETM Primary School. 329 votes were cast. Harris had 188. Natta had 117. And Pell had 22.
Okay.
So if Pell holds steady, he'll be in the 20s, and at least we know he's consistent.
Well, for some odd reason, my graphic is not updating.
No, it just showed on the side of the screen. It showed on the side of the screen.
Yeah, the head-to-head is what's not updating. Yeah, I don't know why. I have to look into that. The number is not going on the head-to-head.
It would be good to see us get some more boxes. I'd like to see some number 6 boxes, some 9 and 11. Hey, I have a question for y'all. Now we have Nevis 11 on the left side of the screen. How much votes y'all think Patricia Jefferson will get?
I got neck pain.
I was looking at the culture.
More than some. Another.
Kill and collect.
If she get 8, that means some get for you. You better believe that. So anytime me hear some get 17, she get about 28.
Alicia, you say you're thirsty for number 2 and number 8. I don't think we get a number 2 no time soon. From
I'm seeing that one.
what the results?
Ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 109 votes, that's 109. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 49, that's 49 votes. Also in Hanley's Road, polling division number 4, where there were 141 registered voters, 77 votes were validly cast. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 56, that's 56 votes, and Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 21, that's 21 votes. In constituency of St. Christopher 5, we have 3 results to share. Polling division 1A at the Sandy Point Recreation Ground, where there were 414, that's 414 registered voters. There were 266 votes validly cast. 266. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoilt ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 101 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 132 votes. That's 132. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes. That's 3-2. Polling Division 1B, again at the Recreation Ground in Sandy Point, where there were 382 registered voters. That's 382. The number of votes validly cast was 257. There was one rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 108. That's 108 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 122 votes. That's 122. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 26 votes. That's 2-6. Polling Division 1C, again at the Recreation Ground in Sandy Point. The number of registered voters was 412. There were 278 votes validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 106 votes. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 141 votes. That's 141. Stachio Williams of the People's Labour Party received 29 votes. That's 29 votes. In St. Christopher, number 7, at the Estridge School, Polling Division 3, there were 365 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 225. 225. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 7 votes. 7 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 111. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 107 votes. That's 107 votes. That's all I have in this section. I will be back with you, but right now it's over to Master Control.
All right.
I'm gonna mute my mic for let's go through these results quickly.
Yeah, go through the results.
So I'll tell you that in number 7, polling division 3, which was the Estridge Primary School, you had 225 people who vote, but this is a big surprise to me. You had Prime Minister Harris winning by 4 votes. Prime Minister Harris got 111, Leon Natta got 107. I don't think I've ever seen a box that close for Harris. This is amazing. This is amazing. Now let's keep in mind that he lose a box by over 132. Hey, but losing by 4 votes. That's damn good. I gotta. Let's go to
Not to get some.
number 5.
Not to we're doing some work.
So Stachio is out of the running. Let's get that together. Sean won all 3 boxes. Polling division 1A, 1B, and 1C. But 1B, he won by 14 votes. He won 122 to Kenneth Douglas 108. So Sean is not necessarily a runaway victory as some people may have thought it would have been.
And he is a Sandy Point man.
And he is a Sandy Point man.
I think Stachio is too.
So this supposed to be his strength.
But Kenneth Douglas.
That is supposed to be his strength. Now what I would say is that he won 1C. 1C, he won 122 to Kenneth Douglas 108. So Sean is not necessarily a runaway victory as some people may have thought it would have been. And he is a Sandy Point man. And he is a Sandy Point man. That is supposed to be his strength. Now what I would say is that he won 1C. by 35 votes, 141 to 106. But Kenneth Douglas is putting up solid numbers. Stasio, on the other hand, well, yeah, it's Stasio. Yeah.
You know, like what we need next election, you know, when basketball and TNT, and you order the playoff, they send you fishing. We need to get a graphic, and we send you somewhere. We send you somewhere. You understand? Because I like a Stasio. Stasio is a candidate. He can. We understand that he has exited the building, as Mr. Keynes will be shortly, and Miss Jeffers. Bravely but shortly.
We have to start calling some of these. But what else did we get?
Just now we had get some number 10, we get number 7, and we get number 5. I think there was a seat, Eric got 109, and
Hey, give me a minute, I'm updating the numbers.
yeah, Eric get 109 and Rohan get 49 in a box, and some other numbers.
I'm trying to fish the, do a little fixing on some graphics here. I don't know. So Alan, so you're looking like a winner tonight?
In terms of what? Let me tell you what big gonna happen, man, and it's unfolding like a tapestry.
Yeah.
Well, as usual. but we have not gotten for a number of constituencies, so I will eventually be wrong in numerous areas. You think it just only start off goes from like that.
The other thing it looking like is like we in for a really long night.
Nevis gonna come in before Sink gets
A super
shocking.
long
Right?
night.
No, we're supposed to hear something from number 1 shortly. We're supposed to hear something from number 6 shortly. And we're supposed to start to hear from 9 and 11 shortly as well. The box, as I tell you, the people who live down Karak Road and the other side of Karak Road, that they not take no time to go on. You got some boxes in St. Thomas's, them they not take no time to go on. St. James's is gonna take longer in certain areas, but Nevis ain't supposed to be done tonight.
So,
This is like the
I want-
over there, like grandmother voted for Amrit because she like how he smiled. DJ Nine said there is no hope for NRP, so you know, man, since I running the ginger line.
Well, I get the head-to-head start out a little bit
Yeah.
with this one.
If-
I got a
if
little extra number, but you get the drift.
Yeah.
You get the drift.
God, just you never say if not I had that 290 to that twice, he really would I get him some problem.
You think maybe there wasn't a boundary changes, right? Where you might have find some of team voters going in another constituency.
We don't call Constituency 10, that done. And give that to Eric.
Okay. Constituency 10. I think we could call that for real. We could have called that a long time ago, actually.
Yeah, but you know, you say you wanted to wait for 50% of the boxes. So you have to Yeah.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
So
So that's
you're gonna call 10 and 7.
10 and 7. Yes, 7, 10, 7 and 4.
10-7, and you're going call for
Yeah,
another back
no, me
statement
call
for
4
4.
personally. No, we are the same day. We still have 40%. We still have the 4 boxes out of 10.
I would say it is safe to say that 4 is not gonna be for Pam
Not for
based
PLP
upon the
either.
trends. Yeah, well, me don't tell I months ago PLP ain't in nothing. I would like to thank PLP for contributing to the economy because I had a lot of bans and so. And as I tell the Nevis man them, I need to go sink it and start a band. You check, see how much money I can make off a thing. You check SK politics and so everything more lively SK. So maybe I need to go sink it and start a band. Look how much money team just pumping in the economy lose. We're going in the
Hey, let me
opposition
ask you.
then.
Let me ask you all a question. Yeah, I realize that constituency number 9 is 18 boxes.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's the second biggest, huh?
Yeah, well, I didn't realize it was 18. But
what was Tashio's numbers, Reese?
well, let me talk about Stasio. Stasio is what in my constituency again, but I don't know how to. I don't want to
Tashio
laugh
was
myself
number
again.
5
Five.
Stasio
against
was number
Sean.
5. So Stasio is 32, 26, and 29.
We're gonna
Just
take
to
a look
give
at
some
the historical data as well.
Just to give some context about Stasio, we're going to compare Stasio 32 to Sean 132 in box 1A. Stashio's 26 to Sean 122 in box 1B. Stasio has 29 in comparison to Sean having 141 in 1C. So it's clear to say that Stasio is over 100, almost 200 behind.
And this is what the graphic looks like right now. So we are going here at Real Entertainment, and we're going to make our first set of call-ins and go ahead and say, we're going to call number 4 for the Labour Party, Samuel Duggins. We're going to call number 7 for the PLP Party, Dr. Timothy Harris. And we're going to call... Say that again?
And that's all they're going to get.
And we're going to call number 10 for the CCM Party in Nevis, the first party to get a call in Nevis. So currently, yo,
hold on. You have
results.
Somebody in the waiting room waiting to come in. So you may have to add I think Garrick, Mr. Humpkins is in the waiting room.
He's here.
Waiting to be added.
Okay, Garments is here.
Garments,
yes,
welcome.
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, what's up, guys?
We're doing well, man. We're happy to have you here tonight, man.
Lovely to be here, man.
Midnight Isle here, and I'm sure the people haven't seen you in a long time.
Ages, man, ages. To be fair though, like I was a bit confused for a minute. I was so in tune with the being in the lobby and listening. I didn't sure I want to enter this. To be honest, it's very entertaining listening to you guys, man.
Yeah.
Trust me. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
But anyway, good evening all. Good evening, listeners. Just here to give my small 1 cent. I wouldn't even say 2 cents. You know what I mean? It's that small,
So he hate me then, God. The man does say he hate me.
I hate me.
So Garrick, we are projecting number 4 to go to the Labour Party at 40% of the results, 40% of the boxes counted. So this is what the standing looks like right now. Actually, 1 for PLP. I haven't updated that. PLP would get 1 as well. Why isn't it updated?
And
Oh,
remember, they don't get
can I
one.
give my prediction?
Yes, you can give
Oh
your
yeah,
prediction.
oh yeah,
You
oh
can give your
yeah.
prediction.
I want to give my prediction, but I think my prediction gonna cause a bit of controversy. You know what I mean? Especially since you already give number 4. You gave number 4 in it
Yeah,
to
we're gonna give number 4.
Samuel.
Samal, yeah.
You give it you give it early, but I'm gonna give you my prediction and then I'll tell you. Well, I didn't have Samuel winning, to be honest. I had Grant, but my prediction really is before I give the prediction, I'm gonna tell you what I feel like. Well, what I would like to happen. I know it's very hypothetical. I know it wouldn't happen, but for Labour to win outright, that might happen. I think that's my initial thought. And then the flip side to it, which may cause a bit of controversy, would be for Pam and CCM to win. Now the reason, well, CCM to win all 3, Pam to get 3 sinkers. Those are my 2 options. But in terms of the breakdown and the reason why I said those were my 2 options, that's not what I'm predicting, but that's what I would have loved to see, just based on stability for the country. I find that it's insane. I don't know how the people of St. Kitts Nevis doing this, especially Nevis, man. I mean, we got another election in what, 6 months?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I mean, man. So what's that?
So wait. So this is not your prediction. This is what you would have
that's
liked to see.
Yeah, because I feel like love to see, really, because I feel like that gives the country a level of stability. Persons may, as I say, a lot of persons may not really agree with me that, you know what I mean. I think persons upset right now with CCM. I mean, I've talked to a lot of persons on the ground. Some of the matters might be local matters, some might be federal, to be honest. But I was speaking to someone tonight, and just a light moment here as it relates to it. And I was speaking to someone tonight, and they were saying, like, there's 25. They added $25 extra to solid waste in Nevis, and
You wanna laugh at your own joke.
now ain't my joke, That's why it's so funny. So it was a lady I was speaking to. So she said, like, they added $25 to solid waste, and they didn't even pick up she garbage yet. And if she already paid the 25, and she garbage didn't pick up. So it's not a funny situation. But when she was telling me, I couldn't help but laugh, because it just shows you, like, people generally just want the change from the way CCM is going. You understand what I'm saying? But the reason why I would say CCM with Pam, I just think that it puts forward a level of stability. Now, with all that being said, I think Janice is an amazing woman. I have a relationship with her in terms of from a professional level, where I've spoken to her prior to this, before she even dreamed to go into politics. Great woman. Rohan and I have an amazing history in terms of we were in class together from first farm to right up to sixth farm. Sat together in first farm. So, I wish him well. Pat, I find Pat is an amazing woman as well. But I mean, with all that being said, this is my prediction. But they're great persons, but this is my prediction. And I know that's why, Alan, you love the the prerequisite.
Oh yeah, you're coming with the Irish style. Mary's coming with bold prediction, loud laugh.
Hey, I like the build up, boy.
Are the locks, man? Are the locks? When you got locks, you have to learn to navigate and move a certain type of way. You're already perceived in one way, so you have to project something else.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Your bald head.
But
Sorry, I could go on however.
Yeah, but for Nevis and I'm predicting trio CCM in the favor of CCM. Labour, I honestly feel it's 4 or 5. The only one that the reason why I'm shifting it to 5, 4 or 5 is the same one with Grant and Samuel. But you guys already got that, so technically it might be Labour 5. Then that would be PLP 2, which that again might. Tim, but the other one is it's Akila canvas. I'm not sure with that one, to be honest. And which one did I leave out? Pam. Yeah, which Pam now could probably change from 2 to 1, but I have like Sean, and I really only had them for 2 seats. So it would be Sean and Grant.
Okay. Well, Garrick, the people vex with you, you know.
I understandably, man. I expect that.
I don't know why they're so vexed with you.
Yeah, but that's why
I give them.
I just tell them. I mean, my rationale behind it. You know, to be honest, a prediction. No one should really care about my prediction because one, I didn't vote, and I don't think I voted for the last 2 elections. They don't have something in place that if you miss 2 elections, you're off the list or something like that. Well, if not off the list, you illegitimate or something. Alan, you want to shed some light on that part? Hey.
Wait, Marco. Wait. Let me hear what some of the audience is saying. This is the interactive session, eh? And I want to hear
of course,
what the audience is saying. Of course, Jetty Taylor is one of our harshest critics, eh? So he said, kick him back out with that CCM crack, something. Would it say history classes in? Monique, I think, was talking about something else. I really haven't been paying attention.
No. You got to say what you got to say what Emery said. Emery said it. Emery said to tell you go back to sleep. Emery said to tell you go back to sleep.
Marco, tell Emery to go back to sleep when you wake up in the morning. You're going to hear what's going on. Fire rough. I swear it looked like
it's good though. It's good. It's good though, but
so hold on. So the spade is a shovel. It is a shovel. The spade is a shovel. And I was a bit confused, and this is for Tanya. I actually had the spade from the deck of cards, and I asked Samuel Keynes if that's the logo, and he was like, he laughed and he said no. Is more like a shovel. So if you look up a garden spade, because remember these are all tools. Results. Okay, let me hush remote. Well, that result is stick now.
But this is something like a recount. And maybe the man do you here like Alan said.
All right, let me just come back on screen for a little while until.
No, come back on screen because we don't want to miss it.
Okay. Welcome back. We're here back in the youth lounge with Sniper. We have some new faces.
Okay, let's go.
I could answer Gary's question. He asked me about something about being voting in 2 consecutive elections.
Yeah.
So according to this, the right to remain registered and deregistration, section 42, subsection 2, says, notwithstanding subsection 1, a person who is registered as a voter for a constituency pursuant to this act and who has not voted at 2 consecutive elections shall have his or her name deleted from the register of voters for that constituency without prejudice to the person's right to make a new application for registration under the act. So
Exactly. So I mean, my humble opinion really shouldn't bother anyone. I can't even impact the election currently. So
oh, you know,
Gary me here,
cause
man.
as
huh?
would no,
No, I mean,
well,
Yeah, results.
or the realist thing.
Yeah, actually looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta see the countdown. I gotta see the countdown.
No.
Good evening again. I am back with further results. This time for St. Christopher 3, West Bastille.
Okay, this is a big
In
one.
polling division 1 at the St. Johnson's Community Center, where there were 621, that's 621 registered voters. The number of votes validly cast was 379. 379. There were 4 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 96, that's 96 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 33, that's 33 votes. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 246 votes, that's 246 votes. In polling division 2 at the Antioch Baptist Church, where there were 269 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 167, that's 167. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 44, that's 44 votes. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes, that's 1-1. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 110 votes, that's 1-1-0. In polling division 3 located at the Methodist Schoolroom on Cardin Avenue, where there were 404, that's 404 voters registered. The number of votes validly cast was 235, that's 235. There was 1 rejected ballot. There was no spoiled ballot. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 64 votes, that's 6-4. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 18 votes. Conris G. Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 152 votes, that's 152. A further result from St. Christopher 4, polling division number 2A in Old Road, where there were 403 registered voters, 403. The number of votes validly cast was 253, that's 253. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoilt ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 165 votes, that's 165. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 62 votes, that's 6-2. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 24 votes, that's 2-4. And in constituency number 6, St. Paul's area, we have 4 results. In polling division 1A, located in the Newton Ground Primary School, there were 352 registered voters. That's 352. There were 236 votes validly cast. 236. There were no rejects, but there was 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzel Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 196 votes. That's 196. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no votes. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes. That's 1-1. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 28 votes. That's 2-8. In polling station 1B, also at the Newton Ground Primary School, There were 296,296 registered voters. There was 191 votes validly cast. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 166 votes. That's 166. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 11 votes. That's 1-1. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 14 votes. That's 1-4. Polling division number 2, located at the St. Paul's Community Center, where there were 479 registered voters. The number of votes validly cast was 333. That's 333. There were no rejects and there were no spoiled ballots. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 310 votes. Carlton DuPont of the independent candidate received no vote. Troy Flanders of PAM, People's Action Movement, received 6 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 1-7. In polling division 3A, St. Paul's Primary School, where there were 399 registered voters, the number of votes validly cast was 296. There were no rejected ballots. There was 1 spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 273 votes. That's 273. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 5 votes. Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 17 votes. That's 1-7. And in St. Christopher 7, polling division 3, located at the Estridge School, Primary School, there were 365 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 225. That's 225. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 7 votes. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 1-1-1. Leonard Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 107 votes. That's 107. That's all for now, and we will be right back. But right now, it's over to Master Control.
Fellas, we've been slacking with the
Alright, so let me talk about something, right? I think it has been very unfair. It has been very unfair that we have spoken about Samuel Keynes as an independent candidate and Patricia Jeff as an independent candidate.
They're not independent.
Oh, yeah. No, as a new candidate. They wanted with the restoration movement. I get that.
Okay.
Sorry, my bad. But we haven't spoken about Carlton DuPont. Rastaman without locks. I hear the numbers that Carlton DuPont got.
Do it well.
But Carlton DuPont is the most consistent person running survival. 0, 0, 0, 0.
But some said the man need a recount.
But the man did well.
I try to best to hold it in. So we want card number 6. Number 6 card.
Okay.
We have 4 boxes out of 9. Let me tell you something. There was the St. Paul's Primary School, 296 votes cast, and Dougie get 273. So we understand.
Wait. Denzel Douglas is his own entity, and we are not going to concern ourselves with those things. He had some punch showed on a number chip, and we don't know Dougie gon deal with hitting how he deal with hitting. Let me get down to the punch them down a number chip, and then we
get to
number
three. Let me get to number 3. So at number 3, polling division 1, 379 votes cast. That's 379. Out of that, you had Congress coming in with 246. And Aquila coming in with 96.
Lively boy. Lively.
So Aquila actually would have lost that thing by 150. That box by 150.
Aquila would not have lost the box there, no? Aquila lose about 6 ounces. Just after the result there alone.
Boy.
And then after the election they only shot Aquila, no more braids, no more video.
So then we got to polling division number 2. 167 votes cast, and you had Congress coming in with 110 and Aquila coming in with 44. So you're looking at about a 66.
And then you're killing me, boy.
If my match correct, it look like it's about a 66. I don't know if 100% correct. And then in polling division 3, you had 235 votes being cast. You had Congress coming in with 152. And Aquila coming in with 64. I don't know. Yeah, this say to call these are racist to all this. I don't want to know if I mean, because my thing they don't call this. This done.
Which one done?
Yeah, number 3.
What's the percentage?
How many boxes called for number 3?
Yeah. We need to look at historical data. Give us the historical data.
No. Listen. I'll tell you the problem with it, you want to come with these soft takes.
Reese, we need to give the people the information.
Reese, what happened, right? Let's pander to them. Don't worry. Let's tell them how many boxes are in the place. Because remember, it take a long time to come around to this. Ain't nobody was saying last election, Trinity, talking to me about a historical thing. I tell you what.
Let me tell you what's going on.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I gave this box to Congress too, you know.
Hold on, Ira. You have Congress with 508 votes. Presently, Congress has 508 votes. Aquila Byron Nisbet has 204 votes. She's behind by 304 votes. You still want to tell me you're not willing to call it?
Oh yeah, willing to call that.
Okay.
Listen, tonight you go call her Nisbet Byron.
Listen,
Byron.
Let me tell you what it is, right? Aquila currently has a bigger deficit than Leon Natta has with Tim.
No, that's serious, man.
And I want to say that only 3 boxes came in so far for them, and you have 3 boxes that came in for number 7 as well.
Well,
now, what we haven't spoken about in number 3 is Mr. Freeman, Milo box, I think is what they call him. He had 33 in the first box, 11 in the second box, and 18 in the third box. Let's let you know where we stand.
I was told with regards to Mr. Milo Box, if you had run for Labour, if Milo had run for Labour, Aquila would be losing worse than how she losing now. If Milo was to run for Labour, inside of Labour, to see who is going to be the candidate, he going to beat Candice. That's how good Milo be, but he can't do it with nothing else. He going to have to be in Labour.
You know what I find is a real eye-opener if you're really looking closely, even at number 3. If you got to put Pam and Peel PLP counts together, they're still way behind, you know, which is kind of shocking if you really think about it, because it's really a split of the votes. If you're talking about last election, it's a split of the votes, really, you know.
So,
you get where I'm coming from?
So, Marco, to be honest with you, we did that with number 4, where we compared Lindsey Grant's numbers to Samal, and we combined the PLP and PAM number.
To his last numbers.
Samal was still ahead. So clearly that Labour has made up a lot of ground. And,
yeah, man, definitely.
They have taken this election very seriously, and the results are speaking to let you know that they took this election very seriously.
Man, that's it's clear, man. It's clear. It's clear. It's clear.
Akila has to feel awful. She win a seat that has not been lost by the Labour Party.
Yeah.
And in 20 months, it's over.
Gone.
Back to Labour. Oh my God.
Last night I saw it on her face. I saw it on her face.
I'll be honest with you, and I don't think that Akila was expecting that this kind of licks that she'll get.
Reese.
I think it could have been a close race, but I don't think she thought it would have been this kind of banging.
Reese, last night I saw it on her face.
Whatever you tell me last night, you see that she gonna be after 3 boxes by 300.
Last night when I tune into the PLP, go back to the chat. I don't tell her PLP look flat. When I look in there, all I saw was, why are we even here tonight?
Hey, listen, somebody need to ban Tyrion.
I still believe
I want to big up Tyrion, because Tyrion is the most optimistic man in. Tyrion is an example. You understand?
2 seats.
Where ladies, where people understand, you got to deal with a Nevis, man. I'll be optimistic. You know, Tyrion, you still pull it back because he still got a chance. I'll be like, they know that.
Optimistic or delusional? They ain't too far from each other, you know.
That's a part of the thing too.
I think it's delusional. He's just trolling. Yeah.
Where you put up that level? The number 16 level? I
just rolling through the results, Reese.
Me don't think nobody want to see that.
People want to see Douglas.
Marco, in case you're not aware, the former Prime Minister has been joining us.
In and out.
So you got to keep the stand of that. You know what I'm saying? And I know Dougie gonna want a little screenshot too. So you got to
see that smile.
Yeah, big number.
Watch that smile.
Yeah, volumes.
What? Definitely.
But the man deserve his shine just as much as everybody else. You know what Dougie said last night? Dougie said, this might be the last time you see him on a political platform. The political platform. So is
that good for politics?
To me, he was hinting he can retire.
Do you think that's good for politics? General question for the panel.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's also good for him.
Why?
I think if you look at Dougie for the 7 years that he has been out of power, Dougie actually looked like he started easing backwards. You could see that the pressure of the position takes a toll on people. Even if you look at Mark look old now. You know, you could see where you look at Obama when he came out of power. You know, leading is difficult, and I think it's time for Dougie. Dougie had a good run. He has never lost, so he'll be walking away as a victor. But I think it's time for him to walk away.
Look old, boy.
He may be able to contribute in some capacity, but I think in terms of actually running in politics, I think it's time for him to walk away. I think he has done his service to the nation. He has done his service to the country, and he walks away. You have to keep in mind, Dougie has has been elected for 27 years straight, yeah? Just like Tim, yeah? He has been Prime Minister for 20, you know?
So the standing right now, Labour don't got 3.
So based on your explanation, we should be saying that Tim should walk away as well.
I think after this kind of beating here that Tim about to pick up on, I think that Tim might need to move.
Okay, let me talk about that. Because
Tim might need to leave the country.
Because how Labour lost in the last election.
I mean how they lost.
What kind of beating they get?
No, somebody stuck close as well.
They got destroyed. They were dismantled.
Wasn't it? I mean, when you really look at it realistically, was it what 6-2?
6-2.
Yes, that's a beating.
That's a beating, and I mean, this is the first time PLP run a full slate. I think you got to give them at least 2 turns before you start to talk about, he can't do this again.
Yeah, but the thing is, it changes the landscape of the election, really, because they may phase out. I think it wasn't like a few years back. There was another political party in St. Kitts where, before it was just like Pam and Labour. I forgot was it PNP or something? I don't know if you guys. But there was another party that kind of it changed like how voters looked at everything, and it also changed how the politicians actually put in work. I felt like you work more when you got like other parties around. So, but ultimately they phase out. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, as we say, maybe a break is inevitable. You gotta look at it now.
It can be a 5-year break. At it now. Cardi man young still.
Yeah, well,
Tim, politically.
Listen,
politically young.
Say that, right?
I think so. Based on the candidates that you see in politics, he young.
No, listen. You ain't
politically young.
Look
at this era, right?
Yeah, but you say politically.
Based on wait, Reese, you're having 2 conversations. Marco, based on the age of a lot of these candidates, the man young, because he would have gotten into government around 28.
Timothy Harris is 57 years old.
So he 50 something.
He is young.
But you said politically. So also, so we continue like that. So that's why I said like
57 years old young.
Politically.
In my estimation. Are we there?
But politically, so when you were saying politically,
I don't mean the length that he's been in government.
Right. Okay. But that's what I'm saying.
Based on the trend of political candidates.
Got you.
Yeah.
He got you. So he got maybe another 2 terms.
He got another, yes. Correct.
I got you. Yeah.
Come in, Reese. Sorry.
Biden is the American president right now, and he's a dinosaur in comparison. Obviously the man is Japan for bike, you see. So and at least as
a park bike.
And when you see Tim, Tim is gonna be on the ground. Tim now go up in the air unless I play.
Let me bring up some. So let us show them some projections. Some projections we have here. We have made some projections. This is the REN projection. We are saying yes, Congress would go on and win number 3. We're also saying that I think that was it.
You agree that Congress is going on to win number 3?
Yes.
And I know that you like to say wait until more boxes come in.
I think Mr. Douglas was also added from the last one.
Yes. Dr. Denzel Douglas was added over there.
So we have Labour with 3, Pam with none, and you have PLP with none.
Yeah, the current standing is Labour 3, Pam 0, CCM 1. And my graphic wasn't updated to show that CCM won 3 seats in the last elections. But that was the case. They won 3 seats in the last election. Let's get back on
so based on that graphic, if I may, if we were to do everything as it was last election, which, you know, crazy enough, person might think it's been that much, but it's only been 2 years. Based on the last election, all seats coming in now should be going to PAM.
Yeah,
wait, what?
Well, but remember Pam Johnny? Well, it's my estimation, sir.
You mean how it goes? Okay.
Yeah, just based on, you know, just look at, if you gotta look at numbers to numbers, you would think that, you know,
yeah,
PAM should be getting the next 4. What you think the conversation is like? Because I mean, if I was in PAM camp right now, like actual camp, it can't be a good feeling right now. Massive arguments in the camp right now.
Well, we're gonna separate. Will we be able to separate PAM from CCM? Because CCM ain't watching all the money what they spend and the house what they bet pan right now and saying, bet pan the wrong house. Yeah, I should have picked a different house. That house you not feel good right now. So I don't think I will just separate PAM, because as we were saying earlier, PAM is not trying to win 6 seats.
PAM not trying to win 6 seats.
Correct.
PAM not trying to win. PAM try to win 3 and hope CCM win 3.
With estimate that, yeah.
If PAM win 4, it's like a fantastic day. And that would be insurance in case something happened and CCM just win 2.
Right.
So me not see them go with that intent.
Alan, Garrick and Reese, I know you guys have me on WhatsApp. I'm saying right now Nevis is done 1 pun. That's all I could say. That's how I feel. It's the saltiest body of water on this planet.
I feel like it's a problem why we ain't hearing no results for number 9 or number 11.
It kind of crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
The problem is taking place already.
Kind of crazy.
But we're gonna hear about it.
Kind of crazy.
But as you just said that, like Nevis sad, you know what I mean? This is my view. I think, and you guys could share your view on it. Like, I think you'd open up another discussion here. For Janice, I think that as a leader in NRP, if she came out and made a stance to say she's with CCM, no matter, well, let me not say CCM, with Nevis. So if it's a situation that they have 2 seats, they have 1 seat, they're going to sink it with 3 seats. Whatever it is that they, and we've seen this, you know, just from a sports point of view. Like, I think one of Alan will make a mention of like NBA All-Star game. If you have an All-Star game, because to me this election is an All-Star game.
Results.
You know? Okay, let's go.
Results.
Results? Oh, sorry.
6. There were 2 rejected ballots and there were no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 85 votes. That's 8-5. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 78. That's 7-8 votes. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 151 votes. That's 1-5-1. We have a further result from St. Christopher's 7, Tabernacle and its surrounds. At the Covenant Outreach Church, polling division number 4, there were 394 registered voters. There were 261 votes validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 17 votes. That's 1-7. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 132 votes. That's 1-3-2. and Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 110 votes. That's 110. At the Joshua O. Williams Primary School, there were 542 registered voters in polling division number 5. That's 542. There were 305 votes validly cast, 2 of which were rejected. There were no spoilt ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 14 votes. That's 1-4. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 154 votes. That's 154. Leon Nathan-Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 135 votes. That's 135. And from Davis 9, we have 5 results. In polling division number 1, located in the Cox area, there were 476 registered voters. There were 202 votes validly cast. There were 3 rejected ballots, no spoilt ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103 votes. That's 103. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 90 votes. That's 90. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 6 votes. In constituency number 9, Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, polling division 2A, there were 355 registered voters. That's 355. The number of votes validly cast was 137. There were no rejected, there were no spoiled ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes. That's 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 66 votes. That's 6-6. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. At the St. John's Primary School Annex, constituency number 9, Nevis, where 332 voters were registered, the number of votes validly cast was 145. That's 145. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoilt ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 52 votes. That's 52 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes. That's 9-1. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. In polling division 3A, we had 412 voters registered. That's 412. There were 216 votes, 216 validly cast. There were 4 rejected ballots. There was 1 spoilt ballot. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 88 votes. That's 8-8. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 122 votes. That's 1-2-2. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. And in polling division 3B, where there were 328 voters registered, 165 votes were validly cast. That's 165. There was 1 rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 64 votes. That's 6-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 100 votes. That's 100. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. That is all. I will be back with more results after this, but right now, it's back to master control.
All right. So results come in. What did you want me?
I always rubbing in the results in somebody's face because they had feel happy first.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was telling them you need to relax.
Okay, so Reese, break it down.
Wait, hold on there.
Tell us which constituencies we got. Start with number 3.
I'm trying to get something because we missed the first part of it. So I'm trying to see if I get the first part correct. So give me a little bit. Let me rewind and see if I can put him up to see what the first. Because we did get some results from constituency number 1.
We did?
Yeah, the one with Hanley.
Okay.
Hanley and Marshall. So I'm trying to see if I get the correct. Make sure I got the correct stuff. Okay, y'all go ahead. Let me check this.
Well, now guess what you have. I can get the information for you. All right, Alan, you have results?
No, only Instagram results at this moment in time, sir.
Derek, you have the results?
Nah, I'm checking right now. But right. From what I hear, my ear, I feel like we need to apologize to Samuel Cates.
He does. We could start with that, but
me too. Mr. Keynes has gotten off to a more lively start than I anticipated.
Okay, so we got results from number 1. Reese is checking into that, and we would have missed the earlier part of number 1. We should have given them the results what we have and then do the other ones after.
Mr. Brantley like a boss boat, he win all the box them in a tongue. At least he not even win all the box them in a St. John's this time. So he go relax, Mr. You know? You take it easy. Right. You're leaking confidence right now.
So let me talk about it. Number 1. You had 300 and constituency number 1, polling division 1, you had 316 votes cast. You had Jeffrey Hanley with 151. You had Natasha Gray Brooks with 78 for PAM. And you had Jacqueline Bryan for PLP with 85. So you have
give us the boxes.
That's it. That's just one.
Which boxes?
That's all it came out. Polling Division 1, which was the parish center.
Okay.
So polling Division 1, that's all I came in for constituency number 1. And let's see who else came in.
Because we have that, we have that already.
Yeah, already. We have number 7. So let's go to number 9. Number 9 came in, and number 9 is what? Number 9 is what is here. Polling Division 1, the Cox box. You had 202 votes cast, and you had the Premier Brantley getting 90, and Dr. Bartlett getting 103. So she won by 13 votes in box number 1. In 2A, EPPS, 137 votes cast. You had Premier Brantley getting 66, and Dr. Bartlett getting 67. So she won by 1 vote. And then you go to 2B, SJPS Annex, 145 votes cast. You had Premier Brantley getting 91 and Dr. Bartlett getting 52. 3A, IWPS, 216 votes cast. You had Premier Brantley getting 122. Premier Brantley got 122 and Dr. Bartlett got 88. And then 3B, you had 165 votes cast. You had Premier Brantley getting 100, and you had Dr. Bartlett getting 64. Now, what we have for Samuel Keynes is that Samuel Keynes' high box was box number 1, where he was able to secure 6 votes. So out of the 13 votes that he has accumulated, 6 came in Cox. So I think it's fair to say that Samuel Keynes has done better than we thought he would have done.
Yeah. And he didn't reach a tongue yet. So Mark Brantley is leading Patricia by 95 votes. 95 votes. And how many boxes we have? 5.
So
right?
there's 18. Yeah, we have 5 out of 18. So there's still another 13 boxes to be counted.
Okay.
And he said Patricia vote to him, so at least you could put one more vote by his name.
Entertainment.
Oh, and
entertainment.
we got one box. We got one box that came in from number 7 was the Joshua Primary School, which would have been, they had 305 votes cast. You had Prime Minister Harris with 154. And you have Leon Natter coming in with 135, and David Pell coming in with 14. So the margin of victory that Prime Minister Harris is experiencing is not really that big. I think Labour has made grounds in number 7.
Is it? So this is what it looks like, right? This is what it looks like. We say thank you. Thank you for that comment. SKN, you want to say SKN, but thank you for that comment. Yes, SKN.
I will just say it.
Huh?
I will just say it.
I mean, I can't say that. SKN. SKN has talent, you know. SKN, yes, people.
Yeah. Taryn Perkins need to be blocked from this this event. Taryn Perkins is a good friend of mine. We actually born on the same day. We are the same birthday, but Taryn Perkins need to be blocked from this life.
Who he say could pull back?
He said Pell.
This is what This is where they defend Nevis, man. Nevis, if a Nevis man believe in you, you really believe in you, you know? You could be really behind, you gonna tell yourself, boy, I'm still behind you.
Till
hands on heart. I'm telling
you. You got to really mess up that thing there.
So we have gotten results from every every constituency except for constituency number 2
and 11,
which is a battleground. That's the other one that I was giving to PLP. You know, after last night, I felt like PLP might only get 2 seats, which is 7 and 2, and the rest going to Labour. Well,
yeah,
except for Sean. Sean will be getting his seat, so Labour will be getting 4. That's what I see. That's how I see it. That's how I see it.
What do you think?
You're an optimistic man, too.
That's how I see it. That's just how I see it. I see 2 going into PLP, 4 to Labour, and 1 to PAM.
What do you guys think about the race with Mark and
Pat? I need some historical data. I'm not tracking what's going on. So Reese, I'm gonna pull up the sheet, the historical data of what that battle would have looked like between Mark Brantley and Daly, and then you're gonna tell us the difference in the boxes now.
So this is what we're gonna look at. We're gonna look at those boxes, and I can tell you So based on what we're seeing here, Dr. Daly won 1 box, if I'm correct, I think, or 2 boxes actually. But in the boxes that we have received thus far, Dr. Daly would not have won any of those boxes that we have received thus far. You have Patricia, Dr. Bartlett winning the first 2 boxes. It was at 98 for Dr. Daly. It's at 103 for Dr. Bartlett. So she would have taken that, and then it was at 56 for Dr. Daly, and Dr. Bartlett took it to 67. Now, when you look in comparison to Premier Bradley's numbers, in box number 1, he had 105. He currently has 90, so he lost 15 votes. And then he had 79, number 2, and he has now 66, so he lost 13 votes. In 2B, he had 85 in 2020. He now has 91, so he'd have gained 6 votes there. 3A, he had 132. In 2020, he has 122 this time around. And in 3B, he had 96 in 2020. He now has 100. Dr. Bartlett, though, has made grounds in every single box.
Okay.
For example, 3B, Dr. Daly would have gotten 50. She has 64. In 3A, Dr. Daly would have gotten 70. She now has 88. So she has made grounds in every single box that has been contested thus far.
Okay. So, let's go back on screen real quick. Garrick, I know you asked what we think about the race, but we want to hear what you're thinking about the race. You're coming in.
Well, that race to me seems surprisingly close. But what I find interesting, because I was speaking to a few persons on the ground, and they were saying that the turnout were very poor. But I'm looking at like those. If you got to compare those 5 boxes, there's no difference. So we had a poor turnout this time, and
last time we only had 44%. So it was poor last time as well.
Got you. Yeah, I'm just looking at those first box. Yeah, go ahead.
A major thing to keep in mind is that, unfortunately, divisions don't necessarily take the federal election as seriously as we take local. So the turnout for local election is usually higher than what we have for federal election.
Right. No, I agree. I agree with what you're saying there. What I'm looking at is just the consistency in the numbers. Because if you look at the numbers closer, you see like for box 1, I think it's 202. If you look at the in the past, what was it? Wasn't it like 20 or something?
You'd have been in the same region.
Right, if you could. Right.
Even
though the turnout. Yeah, even though the turnout. I still was looking to see at least some sort of change, because you would have had like registered voters. I don't know if much overseas voters coming, so you'd have some level of change that I was expecting to see. How this looks to me, it looks just by face value alone, because the number hasn't changed much. It just seems like persons that voted for Mark now voted for Patricia. That's how it looks. Yeah. It doesn't seem like there was any change at all in terms of persons going out.
It was just a switch.
Which is right. Which is kind of it's kind of telling, in my opinion, at this moment.
Especially with the local election looming.
Oh boy, that's the real picture, really. To be honest with you, sir. To be honest, that's the real picture. I think CCM right now is looking at this very, very close.
But I think
because it really puts them under some real pressure.
With a local election around the corner, this is your measuring stick to see where you are, right? And if your numbers, if you win by a little bit or you lose by a little bit, then you have to go back to the drawing board and figure out where you're going to go. Because constitutionally, the local election is due within the next almost like 9 months.
Yeah, I think this is very important, because the premier gonna got to determine whether he gonna go back to the briefcase, if he gonna get a better pair of shoes to paint and CCM and next election. So you have to pay attention.
Excellent, stepping over
yeah. Yo, so Alan, wait, is a Gucci pair? It was a Gucci pair.
Yeah, it was a all pay Gucci. I ain't gonna stop saying
who get it work? Who get it work?
I your neighbor get it work on.
My neighbor?
Yeah, man. From Down Ramsbury.
Van Anslin.
Van Anslin, that the work.
Van Anslin get it work.
Van did the work. Listen, watch here, right? What happened is I went into Premier and I see him and he had on the same pair of shoes. So actually, when I had seen the shoes, I was like, don't want to see about pair of shoes. And then somebody sent me and I said, the man spray on the old pair of Gucci YouTube, put down CCM and clean them up and so. Hey, Mr. Premier, he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy. I see the game.
Strap for cash. Strap for cash.
Yeah. You understand? I understand this thing. Clean up, just clean them up and thing and boom. Yeah.
I want to bring up a topic. So we're seeing Labour doing tremendously well. We would have seen some of the issues they had with the planes coming in. One would have landed quite late this afternoon, but with the determination of the Labour supporters, they were able, what I heard, to make it in the lines of the polling stations. I don't know if all the planes were able to come, but one of the things that we have to bear in mind is that there is still a restriction in terms of the entrance into the Federation. Do you think with that restriction in place that the Labour Party probably would have been even more dominant in this election if that restriction was not in place?
Which restriction?
The one where first of all, you have to apply for entry, and then secondly, you also have, if you are vaccinated, you get to roam freely. But
the COVID restriction, you mean?
The COVID restrictions, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that might have hindered some of the supporters from coming in, because maybe they weren't able to come in. I'm thinking, Labour is very strong when it comes to the ear. Labour is very strong when it comes to the ear.
But to add to that, like answer and add to that, I think knowing the date was very important, because if you're unvaccinated, the quarantine time is like what, 7 days?
7 days, yeah.
Right. Now, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Is there another country presently that still has the COVID vaccine in place? COVID restrictions, sorry?
Canada, because I wanted to venture to Canada and I couldn't enter, so Canada has a restriction. I don't know if I think America might still have the restriction on non-nationals as well.
No, America don't have no restriction.
Oh, they dropped it? Thank you, Reese.
America have no restriction.
Reese, you back?
Yeah, back.
Okay, so Reese would have corrected me. America doesn't have any restriction. And so I know.
So it's Canada and Nevis. No, I'm just trying to understand this,
But you don't make things sound bad,
I don't know if the Labour Party forms the next government. I'm wondering if they will drop the restriction, because they complained about it. So was it a
I think it would affect numbers for sure.
It would affect the campaign. They would affect the numbers, right? So, but was it only that, or did they really believe that they should drop? Canada is not open, JT. I was trying to go to Canada for a wedding, and I couldn't even go in. You can't even go into Canada unless you're vaccinated. Unless they dropped it. Well, I mean, to each his own. But that's a different conversation for a different show. So, what are the standings right now? We didn't project anyone else, right, Reese?
No, we haven't projected anyone else. Everything that we have received is too close to call.
Okay.
But I am but I'm waiting to see if you can get back some number 8, because
Well,
and if you realize we haven't received anything from number 8 either.
number 8 is going to be tight.
We're
Maybe not.
supposed to done here something from number 11 to man.
I don't see
Exactly.
why. I don't see why Dr. Drew doesn't win number 8. I have Dr. Drew to win number 8. It's just number 2. I have a throw up, like a throw up between PLP. I have a throw up between PLP and what's Labour.
PLP. Okay, okay. Here's what I want you to realize, because I've been telling you PLP ain't nothing. But have you spotted a clear trend in where the PLP candidates and them kind of coming out in the representation, the voting so far? You realize the trend?
I realize the trend,
Okay.
but the trend is
Well,
still
you feel like
aligned
number
with what
2.
I had believed would have been the case. I just want to see a box from number 2. That's it.
So you're saying
but it was thinking.
PLP and Labour and Jonel has no impact at all?
Jonel is out.
Because you think so? But that's why I kept saying, like, I think this is the part that really messes with the outcome of this election, is that it favors Labour if you really think about it, because those votes that would have So I mean, were you basing that the race is between PLP and Labour?
I think I follow the campaign, and with the campaign of the young man, he made it clear that he wanted to visit every house, and I think that host to host type campaigning is very impactful in St. Kitts and Nevis, and you have to look.
So you know that he executed it then?
I don't know that he did it, but I just feel
If you've been telling me that
be a challenge.
If you've been telling me that clearly he got a better hairline than Jonel, I would have buy that. I don't tell you Jonel need to come go.
But I don't think Jonel in anything.
A Nubian got a hairline. You check Rasta man. I could have celebrated with the Rasta. No sir.
I don't believe Jonel is in it. I do not believe Jonel is in the race. I mean, these are just predictions, and I'm liable to be totally incorrect.
I definitely liable to be incorrect, but I'm gonna be bold in the incorrection.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be louder.
Garrick, you were saying Nevis 11 is not going to return to the NRP party. Why you feel that way? Your flag dropped down, by the way.
If I'm honest, why that might be a sign, but it's okay. Yeah, but I think I'm just basing it on 2 years ago. That's it, and I don't think that I've seen the stability in NRP. That's it. That's the only reason. Many persons are gonna say that they don't see the stability in CCM neither. But if we gotta just base it on like I said, the last election, that's all I'm basing it on. I ain't going beyond that. Even like if I think like if you go deeper and say local election, if you talk about St. James, you know, NRP hasn't won the seat in like 30-something years. So we now look at St. Thomas's, where I find that there's been decrease in numbers. The strength has been decreasing in that side. So I'm just basing it solely on that. You know, I could be wrong tonight, you know, and to be honest with you, I would love to be wrong, because I think Janice is an amazing woman. You know, but I just basing it just on, you know, what I've seen, you know, the numbers.
Garrick, you're receiving labels tonight, eh?
I was told.
For me? Yeah. No, I don't mind. I don't mind that, you know. Before you continue, I don't mind that, you know. I love that. Let me get a joke, right? I take out about 3 shots before I come on here. I said, boy, that shot you blue, you know, I better put it back. I pull a red one, boy, I better put it back. I reached to the point of saying, no, let me put on a white shot, come out here. I'm gonna get labeled no matter what. So, you know, I can live with that. The real ones no though. The real ones no. But I love the CCM label, man. Huh?
This is why I'm wearing tonight, eh? It's in the identity.
Yeah, but don't the blue jacket. We know what you're doing with the blue jacket, you know. Don't feel like you're trying us off, you know.
Boy, it's the only sport jacket I got. It's the only sport jacket I got. It's a black one I wanted to wear, but I don't have one.
Adele got some comments there of some schools where she said unofficial from number 8. I don't know if I could get back to them.
Let's go back to them then.
But they were good for Dr. Ju.
I don't want to circle around any schools for Dr. Ju, you know, because the last time I hear Dr. Ju win, Dr. Ju lose, Dr. Ju win, Dr. Ju lose, Hammy win, Dr. Ju lose. You know what I mean? And we might start that trend again, but in the essence of being an interactive election coverage, let us see what Adele said. Let me see if I could find it. Boom. Add to the queue. Boom. Add to the queue. I think that's it. I think it was only 2. Let me bring those up. Take this off for a bit. Y'all ready for this? All right. The first one. That's 1B. Don't write it down. This is unofficial. This is unofficial scores. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unofficial scores. The second one. Unofficial.
Yeah, this is TMZ unofficial.
Wait till Reese don't write them down? Huh?
No, we got to wait until we get the official score from the supervisor election.
I want you right then now to compare, you know.
But you got a point here.
You're looking for, no? If they spot on, we taking everything Adele say after this, you know.
No, they're gonna be there, you know. This is now Adele's prediction, eh? I don't know if Adele realized this is now a prediction. I don't care where she get the information from. It's a prediction. This is now Adele's prediction. But let us take a look at what we have called so far. If you have just tuned in, we here at Real Entertainment Network have called 3 seats for the Labour Party, which includes St. Christopher 3, St. Christopher 4, and also St. Christopher 6. 1 for the PLP Party, which is St. Kitts 7. And then we went ahead and called 1 for the CCM Nevis in Nevis 10. So the standings based on our count is 1 to CCM, 1 to PLP, and 3 to the Labour Party. These are not official, these are just projections, and we went on and project those candidates will go and win their seats. And I think with number 4, Reese? Number 4. I mean, number 4 really gone clear now.
Number 4, we don't call number 4.
Yeah, that gone clear. I know we call that at 40%. We call that at 40%.
Yo, Yo, JT Taylor killing me, boy.
Got a question for the people who live home. Are you prefer Grant to lose seat or KF? Well, if he loses seat, KFC going up. Tell you that much. I would think the prices are regulated though by KFC in some cases. Grant can be alright, man. Regardless to what, Grant will be alright. Garrick, you're there, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I think Alan stepped away.
He's stepping along the coming by.
Bye.
But that's what they do best, man. It's crazy, you know. We're in 2022 and still waiting forever for results.
So, where's the technology? You know, do you see the incoming party, whoever takes over the government, changing it?
I think it would only change if they actually want the results quickly. I think the results coming in this slowly is what can I say? Adds a kind of cloud over the whole election. Yeah,
it adds suspense.
Well, that too.
So I'll tell you what my thought is on it, right? I think that if you have observers for each party at each polling station, you have international and regional observers at each polling station, you have law enforcement at each polling station, you should be able to collect the votes that were cast, close the door, and count your votes inside, and then send the document to the supervisor election. I don't think you need to collect a box and move a box and go here, go there. No. Because you're telling me now that the individuals who the parties trust to oversee the election, they don't trust them enough to oversee the count?
And if that's the case, then why not hire an independent body?
For the
like an outside body where you have like they can actually do it electronically if it comes to that. Just an outside body.
That would never happen.
I don't know. I think it's time for us. There's no reason for us to be waiting a day and 2 days for results to come.
No, it's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
I think it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that Grenada could have the results by 9 o'clock. It's ridiculous.
Grenada, Dominica, and Anguilla, everybody getting the results full speed.
It's ridiculous.
And we now got to go sleep and wake up and say, well, I still don't know who lead in the country.
We both saying how advanced we are in terms of our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean.
So, but you just say it would never happen. What you said that?
Maybe when I just don't feel like those in charge are even thinking about making these sort of changes. You know, everybody will look for a clear advantage.
So what's the advantage though?
All right, Tanya.
If the votes,
have a good one.
If the votes taken,
Tanya.
No, Tanya. If the vote's taking forever to come in, what's the advantage? Who's the advantage to? It definitely is a disadvantage to the people, but who's the advantage to? Government?
I don't know because I mean in the last election you heard there's nothing. I don't really like to repeat it because it wasn't taken to court or anything of this sense, but you know, you hear of certain behaviors or whatever the case may be. I don't know what's the advantage. Maybe it's the recount. Maybe it's just the recount. I don't know. Maybe a vote might slip out here or there. I don't know.
Okay, so Aaron, let's look at something for example.
How easy is it to slip a vote in your pocket? Huh? Do they search the people when they go out?
Yeah, well, Aaron, check this out. You have let's use constituency number 9, where you have box 2A. You have Bradley getting 66 and Pat getting 67. I understand you call for a recount for that. Okay, you want a recount? Nah, cool. But then when you look at a box like, let me pull one of these boxes here. You look at Dougie, when Dougie get 273 and the next closest man get 17, you're not gonna recall.
Reese, how long it take you to count 67 pieces of paper?
I'm not getting paid for it.
100 and something pieces of paper.
I'm not getting paid for it, but if you want to do it smart, you could separate them in tens and then add them up. Like you don't do that with money. How come you could call? How come you could call money? No, what?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't take long. You know how much times they're probably doing recounts?
That's the problem. And then remember now you need both parties to certify the results before they come out publicly. The parties say that to agree any results before they come out there?
Is there a set amount of recounts they can actually have?
I don't know.
Because some people could be ridiculous with it. Huh? Alan, I think you're mute, you know.
Yeah, Alan, you're mute.
What would speed up the counting is if they tape the counting one single time so that the public could see exactly who has slowed down this thing, the counting would go faster. I see them in a counting Angola and counting public. That one the reason you can't just be there every minute and you want to do this or you want to do that. You hurry up, you count your thing on them, and we gone to the next thing. We need to make it more public.
Right.
Agree. I agree. We the public self, we gonna be able to pressure the thing and say, yo, we're not going in with a long thing with our because it's a big rating, you know? Ain't take a long. Is only a couple of them gonna be on the border, even of saying that one should be spoiled our. But the majority of these votes is like, we know this are Labour, this are NRP, this are whoever it be. And then we got a couple of them on the border. So I don't understand.
What I do, but I like the public thing that you speak about, because really I feel like we should know if they separate then count. If you get where I'm coming from. Or if they just count, random. Because I think random open up a lot of windows forever.
Me think them keep ballots from boxes together. So me don't know if you mean random in terms of like random in terms of all of them ballots there per box, because they always got to keep it per box. So that if they're gonna do a recount, they might do a recount as we say. That box here tight, we could do a recount at this box here. But box what Dougie win by a clear margin. No recount supposed to go on another kind of thing.
Yeah, one count. Right.
It's supposed to be within a particular margin.
And that's what it should be. It should be within a certain amount of votes. Then we could say, okay. But not
this
when
is
you
over
don't make
recount.
200 and you don't make 200 and say they recount. No, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And these are the things that we gotta look at. But I like the idea of the public, the part where you do the count publicly. You show it on TV, let everybody see.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been nice. That would have been nice.
That would have been good. Because
there's no way
you also have experience. You have added pressure to it, because now people will tell you, hey, big man, you messed up last night. You don't know, how come you touch the line count? You don't know the count of school. So
probably got people getting up during the count, walking all over the place, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want a bathroom. I want this.
I want a bathroom. You understand?
Yo. Listen, ain't only gonna put pressure upon the counters them, we might also see that these people they're in no good condition. Are they want this one set of people count all the ballots?
But
we gonna be able to even look at the broader picture and say, yo, what kind of stupidness are the people in down there?
Right.
It would be a lot better if it was more public.
But let me ask a question to Alan. The people who count in the votes, right, are the individuals who have been in the polling station since the polls opened?
No, that would be madman. Yo, that would be mad.
No, because because no, it's supposed to be your polling director is supposed to be the one counting your votes. That director is supposed to be there from the beginning. So you're looking at somebody who up almost 18 hours. That's another
easily. If you gotta be by your station by 6, you probably up since about 4.
And then if you got a situation like what happened in number 20, the poll closed, but you still have people outside in line to vote. And you probably got to be there till 9 o'clock. That's a problem again.
Yeah, man, tired people make errors, eh? So
very true, and
that's a good point.
You can't blame somebody really tired and the eye closing down on them. Especially if somebody who ain't accustomed to keep late hours, eh?
Yeah, like me.
I was under by. I can't tell. I can't tell you where you go.
Yes, I think we'll go for more transparency.
I never manage a campaign, so I can't tell you.
Yeah, I think we need a little bit more transparency so we can understand how this thing really works.
So I would just like to say I didn't intentionally leave out Dupan. I know I saw DJ Nayan and he might not have been on here, and I didn't intentionally leave out any of the candidates. It was an accident. But Dupan got a lot of votes.
Honest mistake.
Yeah, man, I didn't know. I would have definitely. I want everybody feel represented right here.
But I don't think that Dupan do really care. I think Dupan do this as a official business.
Bye.
I am happy that Dupan is not a personality, because I see a lot of people get participation trophy for the culture, man. We don't need to put participation trophy here.
We don't need that.
He got whole boxes where he not even get a vote. No, sir.
No, not whole boxes, no. All boxes.
Okay, alright. You see that?
All boxes that has been returned thus far, no votes.
But I bet I hope he vote for himself. He's supposed to get at least 3 votes. He and the 2 people are nominated.
Let me ask you. You think that social media has caused something like this? Because I think Jupan get a lot of traction, man, and the ear, you know what I mean? He stationed everybody in on his station and stuff like that. You think that caused just him being convinced that, well, okay, yeah, I could step into this ring and prepare to step into this ring? You think social media may have given him a sense of false hope?
Yes. Yes.
This is Jupan what I said, Julie?
Yeah. Rest of them don't like.
Well, he not really take this thing serious neither. He say he support Pam and them, so I would suppose maybe he. I can't judge him too tense because he going on the way and he's saying in spam he dealing with it now, and you know what I mean, he's convinced. He has been preaching the gospel of Mark Brantley and Sean Richards, so I'm not really gonna judge him too tense.
I didn't know he was a candidate.
Yeah, I thought he had pulled out.
Yeah, I didn't know he was in.
He was in before, and I had know that, but then what had happened, he was end up and like, man, you know, Mark Brantley is such a wonderful human being, and Sean Richards is such a leader, and like, boy, the man spend money and care whole boat of people up a single.
Yeah, and then going to run.
Spend money on a losing party
against Dominic.
Maybe to losing party because it's depends.
But let me pour on my darkers them,
But yeah, I don't think Lupan took it seriously. But I do think that social media traction made him feel like he had opportunity. Your social media numbers will make you feel like you're doing things, eh? But
yeah, no, for real.
Yeah, I don't think that he really thought this thing should completely. He pay money to register, so
What's the cost?
better things with the money, man.
Mark no pay for him. The least Mark could do a pay for him, man. I bring a whole boat over to the event. And when he had bring the boat, there was no one up there before. Because that was a palm. That was the opening, right? When all we had see was yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The least Mark could do a pay for that for him.
When Zook say he not got a Facebook account because he's too busy.
Yeah.
Representing the people.
I just saying, Zook, no man. What's happening in 10? Not 10, 11.
Pressure is happening in number 11. That is what is happening.
Now it seems real for real, man. What time is it? It's like what?
Minister.
The only way
you ain't got $1.
The only way I would forgive them, right? About number 11 is if all the boxes come in one shot.
One time. Yeah, I agree with that.
That's the only way I could understand it.
Nah, like
yeah, man. This foolish, man. And how much boxes? How much boxes in 11?
Hold on, let me tell you right now.
Oh, they got about 10.
Yeah, 10. If you could get 7, we could call it with 7, depending on what the numbers look like. You could call it after 7.
But it might be
it depends on with 7.
Yeah.
I've been going to tell you, as I tell you, I hear some people coming in. You understand? And when I was looking at the Juve Morning coverage, I see some bodies there. I don't know them bodies there, but them bodies there not coming in about the Zoom. I tell you. And it's a lot of them. It wasn't a little bit of them, but we shall see. He got bodies of people what means like
we got results.
And I have some further results to share from St. Christopher 1, polling division 2A, located at Warner Park, where the number of registered voters was 473, that's 473. The number of votes validly cast was 251,251. There were 2 rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 43 votes, that's 4-3. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 52 votes, that's 5-2. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 154 votes, that's 1-5-4. At polling division 2B, located again at Warner Park, there were 439 registered voters, and the number of votes validly cast was 253. There was 1 rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Jacqueline Bryan of the People's Labour Party received 46 votes, that's 4-6. Natasha Gray Brooks of the People's Action Movement received 60 votes, that's 6-0. Jeffrey Hanley of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 146 votes, that's 1-4-6. In St. Christopher number 7, polling division number 6, located at the Molineux Health Center, where there were 471 registered voters and 293 valid votes were cast. There were no rejected ballots, there were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 25 votes, 2-5. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 147 votes, that's 1-4-7. Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 121 votes. That's 121. At the Mount Carmel Community Center, polling division number 7, St. Christopher 7, there were 322 registered voters. There were 202 votes validly cast. That's 202. There was one rejected ballot. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of the People's Action Movement received 25 votes. That's 2-5. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 88 votes. That's 8-8. Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 88 votes. That's 8-8. And in Nevis number 11, we have some results to share. Polling division 1 located at NEPAC, there were 389 registered voters. 215 valid votes were cast. That's 215. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 90 votes. That's 9-0. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 123 votes. That's 1-2-3. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At polling station 2A, where there were 379 registered voters, there were 220 ballots validly cast. There was one rejected ballot and one spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 124 votes. That's 1-2-4. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And at polling station 2B, where there were 395 voters registered, there were 241 votes validly cast. There was one rejected ballot. There were 3 spoiled ballots. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 148 votes. That's 1-4-8. Alexis Jeffers Creeley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 89 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. And in Nevis 10, polling division number 5 located at the Harder Times building, where there were 565 voters registered, there were 255 votes validly cast. That's 2-5-5. None were rejected. 1 spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 204 votes. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 51 votes. That's 5-1. And at the Gingerland High School, polling division number 6, where there were 360 voters registered, the number of votes validly cast was 145 votes. There were no rejected ballots, and there was 1 spoiled ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 100 votes. That's 1-0-0. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 45 votes. That's 4-5. Therefore, in summary, number of registered voters in constituency number 10, 1,845 voters. The number of votes validly cast, 845. That's 845. No rejected ballots. 4 spoiled ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 616 votes. That's 616. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 229 votes. That's 229. Therefore, I can declare that Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement has been returned at the polls. We will be back, but right now it's over to Master Control.
But he responsible. He responsible because we calling that long time, but he waiting. Reese.
All right, so the voter turnout was 45.8. All right,
Derek.
guys. So as you know, we just officially called, right, by the supervisor of elections. They officially called Nevis 10, which we would have called maybe about 2.5 hours ago. But can't blame the man for doing what he got to do, right? You have Eric Evelyn with a total of 616 votes. You have Verona getting a total of 229 votes. In all, you had 845 people voting, or possible 1,845, which of voters turnout being 45.8%. So you had low voter turnout, and you have Eric winning by about 387, something of that nature.
Gingerland always have low voter turnout.
So we kind of knew it was going there. But what we'll be looking at right now is number 11. Number 11, we had 3 boxes came in. You have Alexis Jeffers winning 1 box and Dr. Daniel Hadro in 2 boxes. So box number 1, which was at NEPAC, you have Alexis Jeffers.
There's another candidate in number 11. She also ran. Don't forget her.
I apologize. You're totally correct.
Yeah, she also ran.
Patricia Jeffers.
I'm coming.
But in polling division number 1, you had Alexis Jeffers coming in with 123, and Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge coming in with 90. You had Patricia Mills Jeffers coming in with 1. And then in 2A, which would have been Jessup's Community Center, you had Alexis Jeffers coming in with 91, and Janice Daniel Hodge coming in with 124, and Patricia Mills Jeffers coming in with 4. And then you had Jessup's Community Center polling station 2B, Alexis Jeffers 89, Daniel Hodge 148, and Mills Jeffers we had 3. From what I'm looking at, polling division 1 and polling division 2 cancel out each other. They got the same amount. Alexis Jeffers and Janice Daniel Hodge got the same amount when you add both numbers together. So the discrepancy, the numbers that you have with the gap, actually came from 2B, where Janice Daniel Hodge would have gotten 148 and Jeffers was able to get 89, and that's what we're looking at right now.
How many polling stations? Yeah, go ahead.
1, 2.
Well, in St. Thomas's, that's the specific question I wanted to ask. How many polling
stations?
So the
number of polling stations in St. Thomas's that's remaining is 1, which is Cotton Ground Community Center. Everything else will be going over into St. James's. So that's where we are right now.
Okay, so do we want to take a look at the results from the last election real quick?
We definitely can.
The comparison for number 11 in particular, please.
Yeah, we definitely can.
Okay, let me pull that up real quick. I need to find.
And as DJ Wood has pointed out, Patricia is doing significantly better than Jupan at this moment. She actually has 800% the votes what Jupan has at this point.
Why I don't take it seriously.
No. Kudos
But let's see if we can pull that graphic up from the last go around and see if you could get it.
Yeah, let me find that. Let me find that real quick. Just give me a few. Just give me a few. I don't know that I created that one for what was that? Nevis 11.
Yeah, Nevis 11. But
I think I closed the document by accident and
I think
in humbug.
I think in 2B, Janice was able to create some separation. That 148 to 89 is a big gap.
We can just switch. We're giving Labour another seat, right?
What's the other seat giving Labour?
Number 1.
Let me take a look at number 1. Before you do that, let me take a look at number 1. Number 1, what are we looking at? So you got 15. We got 15 boxes in number 1. You only have 3 thus far. Are you willing to call number 1?
I guess you're looking at the how much is it? Like how much is it? 260?
He looking at the pressure that is being applied, and he understand what's taking place in number 1. I tell you, this thing gonna be red, man. It's gonna be very red.
The red and ready, why? I still believe number 2 is going to go to PLP, and Labour gonna end up with 5, and Pam now gonna end up with 1.
Okay, so if we look at number 1, right? If you look at Jeffrey Hanley, he currently sits at 451, right? If you look at the next candidate that is second to him, which would be Natasha Gray Brooks, she currently sits at 190. But you still have 12 boxes to go. So, what are you thinking? You want to call it?
Well,
if you didn't make you could call it at this point?
Tell me wait, but I can wait then.
No, remember, you were the one who was conservative before, so you want to make sure that because I call it, I don't see nowhere that they're going to come that start at it.
That's how I had felt, but that's how I had felt. That's how I
take a look at something here, though.
Let me bring up the results. The results for from 2020 for Nevis 11.
Definitely, there's a magic number in number 11.
There is?
Oh yeah.
You mean they have to go out of
yes, Mr. Jeffers has to be within a particular number.
Wow.
In order to be secure. Remember last election I got this thing when he left St. Thomas's on.
Okay, so let's look at number 11. That's the 2020 results.
All right. I got you. Emma, take that off the screen. Let me come back on screen.
Okay.
Let me come back on screen.
I'm back on screen.
People, listen to this. The phone just ring.
Mm-hmm.
Ring. Somebody call me. They say, Sean,
under
pressure in number 5. They're calling for recounts right now. Sean under pressure. They say they got 2 ambulances on sale for Sean right now. One for the front and one for the back. They say Sean under a lot of pressure.
Labour will get the mandate with.
Boy, wow. They say Sean is under pressure. They actually have completed the counts and they're asking for recounts right now. So they say they actually have enough that they could call number 5, but Sean is asking for recounts.
Sean gone.
So, wow. There's a lot of pressure going on. But they say they got 2 ambulances. The person tell me They have 2 ambulances down there right now for Sean. One will take the front side, and one will take the back side. Okay, hospital. Can you see? You know, understand?
Wait, we get results for number 5 already?
Yeah, we get some results.
Yeah, it's a close race. It was a close race.
We get some results earlier, but then it looked like everything had stopped.
And I think from what I had mentioned with regards to number 5, the results we get was from his strong point. Because he's supposed to be a sandy point man, direct. And this is the thing why I does watch. If I know you from a particular area, you show me your strength. Show me your strength in your area. And that's how come I said there is a magic number with regards to how NRP will supposedly win number 11. So I'm looking at the number. When we look at the comparison, I think Zook was within like 80. And currently he's down by 59.
Yeah,
59.
So the
it's telling.
Yeah, the cat and gun tell. I mean, I was told once again that cat and gun is not gonna be as wonderful as last time, but we shall see. I'm also looking for particular boxes in St. James's.
So that's just to let y'all know what the call was that I just did. That apparently they have completed the count. They know the
5.
counts.
So Sean, you're saying somebody telling you Sean lose?
Sean lose, and Sean is asking for a recount.
How big though? How big? Did they tell you how big?
It doesn't seem like the margin is a lot.
Oh, okay.
Well, that box is going to recount all night.
But even with that, the person say right now, if they were to call the results that they have, they could sell in almost all the boxes that's remaining right now.
And that's a Douglas thing. Kenny Douglas.
That would be the Kenny Douglas Stachio Sean Richards race. Now, my thing about it is, if you went to your lunch or whatever, you were swearing in, and a horse, and this is what you come out to do. Boy, things looking rough. They say donkey don't ride horse, but
you know how Labour really didn't come to play, man. One of the most telling is 7, you know. I feel like that's telling a lot when it comes to like what Labour came to.
Number 7 is really telling.
So nothing for 2 and nothing for 8.
No, but you know they won't be the problem boxes.
Well, it look like Labour can farm the government with 6 and PLP can get 2.
Emma, you talk about this too. Let me talk to you.
You keep on.
No. Hold on, Marco. Somebody in the comments said I was drinking this wine and this wine gone through your head, so you talking to
Is water drinking?
I think it was Alicia, you know.
Is water drinking?
I don't come on my family about 2 hours now. I can't feel Oh yeah, got to smooth out this thing, you know.
So that's where we are.
So let me go through the results that we have so far. So like I said, right, Jeffrey Hanley, I am out there. I'm ready to call the race for Jeffrey Hanley. Right? I'm ready. Who not ready? Anybody disagree?
So Era, just so I understand, you have 15 boxes. They only have 3 boxes that you want to count it. But you want
this
to
is what
call
it look like,
it.
This is the incumbent. This is the incumbent.
But you're still telling me that
and Reese, I also think that you would find, although it is very early, it is only 20% of the boxes coming in. But I think that you would find that if you look at the numbers, you're going to find strong Jeffrey numbers.
No, but
okay.
I don't think about it. No, I don't think about it.
Will you say I'm more like Stanley, not me, right?
Yeah, the part sweet me, Alan.
I
You
hope
can't be
now me
human.
more like a Stanley. I don't want me to do one more like Stanley right now at the start.
Alan, you're moving like Stanley, man.
No, I want to believe that for you, you know?
Me?
I
Well,
want to believe it for you. I believe you in the line of the fire there.
boy, you know. Stanley, don't be a drink no wine.
I don't believe it's the wine drinking. Results are coming in.
Results.
Oi.
Let me carry back.
Further results from St. Christopher 3 West Station 4A at the Apostolic Faith Church, where there were 478 registered voters, 478. There were 318 votes validly cast, that's 318. There were 2 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 76 votes, that's 76. Kervin Freeman of the People's Action Movement received 33 votes, that's 3-3. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 207 votes, that's 207. And in polling division 4B, also at the Apostolic Faith Church, where there were 517 voters registered, that's 517, there were 346 votes validly cast. 3 were rejected. None were spoiled. Akila Byron Nisbet of the People's Labour Party received 80 votes, that's 8-0. Kervin Freeman of People's Action Movement received 41 votes, that's 4-1. Conris Maynard of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 222 votes, that's 2-2-2. In St. Christopher 5, polling division number 2 at the preschool in Sandy Point, there were 400 registered voters, that's 400. The number of votes validly cast were 258, that's 258. There were 2 rejected ballots and there were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes, 8-4. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 138, that's 138 votes. And Stacia Williams of the People's Labour Party received 34 votes, that's 3-4. In polling division 3A, located at the former Xylee supermarket, there were 286 voters registered in 3A. The number of votes validly cast, 204. None were rejected, none were spoiled. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 votes, that's 9-2. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 94 votes, that's 9-4. Stacia Williams of the People's Labour Party received 18 votes, that's 1-8. And in 3B, also at the former Xylee supermarket, where there were 297 registered voters, 200 votes, 200 were validly cast, 2 of which were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Kenneth Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 86 votes, that's 8-6. Sean Richards of the People's Action Movement received 81 votes, that's 8-1. Stacia Williams of the People's Labour Party received 31 votes, that's 3-1. Further results from Nevis 11 at the Cotton Ground Community Center, polling station 3A, where there were 323 registered voters. The number of votes validly cast was 189. There were 2 rejected ballots. There was 1 spoiled ballot. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 125 votes. 125. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 61 votes. That's 6-1. Patricia Mills of the Restoration Movement received 1 vote. And in polling station 3B, also at the Cotton Ground Community Center, there were 357 voters registered, and there were 201 votes validly cast, none rejected, 4 spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103 votes, 103. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 96, that's 9-6. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. And in polling station 4A, located at the Violet O. Nichols Jeffers Nichols Primary School, there were 369 voters registered. 167 votes were validly cast, 167. There were no rejected ballots. Spoiled ballots, there was 1. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 68 votes, 6-8. Alexis Jeffers Quealy of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 99 votes, that's 9-9. Patricia of the Moral Restoration did not receive a vote. And in Constituency of St. Christopher 4, polling station in Old Road 2B, where there were 327 voters registered, 217 votes were validly cast, 4 were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 116 votes. That's 116. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 67 votes. That's 6-7. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 30 votes. That's 3-0. In polling station 3A, located at Virchild School, there were 395 voters registered. 281 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. None were spoiled. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis and Labour Party received 161 votes. That's 161. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 77 votes. That's 7 votes. And Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4-1. In Virchild also at polling station 3B, where there were 423 voters registered, the number of votes validly cast were 286. There were 5 rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 149 votes. That's 149. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. That's 8-4. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 48 votes. 4-8 votes. In Middle Island at polling station 4A, where there were 318 registered voters, 318, there were 202 ballots validly cast. That's 202. 1 was rejected. None were spoiled. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 149 votes. 149. Lindsay Grant of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. That's 8-4. Kendall Liebert of the People's Labour Party received 48 votes. That's 4-8. I'm sorry, I'll go over that. In Middle Island polling station 4A, 318 voters were registered. Votes validly cast were 202. One rejected, no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 113 votes. That's 113. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 69 votes. That's 69. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 19 votes. That's 19. And in 4B, Middle Island, where there were 301 voters registered, there were 201 votes validly cast. There were no rejected, no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 117 votes. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 76 votes. That's 76. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 8 votes. And polling division 5A at Halfway Tree, where there were 395 voters registered, 257 votes were validly cast, one of which was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 123 votes. That's 1, 2, 3. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 92 votes. That's 9, 2. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 41 votes. That's 4, 1. And polling division 5B, Halfway Tree, where there were 411 voters registered, there were 273 votes validly cast. There was no rejected ballot, but there was one spoiled ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 127 votes. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 102 votes. That's 102. Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. In summary, therefore, in constituency number 4, there were 3,579 registered voters. There were 2,343 votes validly cast, 2,343. There were 20 rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,269 votes. That's 1,269. Lindsey Grant of the People's Action Movement received 761 votes. That's 761. And Kendall Liburd of the People's Labour Party received 293 votes. That's 293. Therefore, I can report that Samuel Duggins of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls for constituency number 4. That's all for now, and I will be right back, but over to Master Control.
All right. What we have here? What we have? We already had Carl Samuel, so that's old news. So, you know, we had Carl Samuel a while now. We Carl Samuel at 40%. Alan, you're muted. Unfortunately, the price of KFC is about to go up. It's going to understand what inflation is. That's all I could say.
No, you not got to cap the price of KFC, huh? Just put in smaller chicken.
Boy, and less chicken, less chicken.
Yeah,
Some dove.
Just put in smaller chicken. Everybody smart. You know, see what they do, even with Cheetos. The same Cheetos back, them man just put in a little less Cheetos, same price. Yeah, the thing more expensive, but nobody a monitor that.
I just come off a call, man.
Alan, them man now let us slip a call, boy. They call you red hoodie.
The hoodie.
They say, wait, red hoodie. Because you know how that all the time, you know.
Man, I just got so Ira, you still got two for PLB?
Me? Yeah. Me not hear the other one yet. Me not hear nothing from number 2 yet.
Hear anything about a box from number 2 in Singlets, I was still gonna be confident.
Faith.
You understand?
Holding the faith.
Yeah, he's
no faith. Like ain't no faith, eh? It's just what.
Hey, hold on. It sound like Sean lose by 10.
Wow.
It's alleged that Sean lost by 10. They say coming down to the end, the boxes get tight. So a lot of recounts going on right now.
Boy.
And I got people at the ground, my phone ringing and all. So that was going on. Guns.
Man, I get a call during the announcement saying it's 7-1, you know.
7-1? Mm-hmm. That's a strong government, boy.
Yeah, that's the call I got.
That's a strong government.
We will see.
Well, I ain't got nothing to say. I just want to big up Angie though. Cousin, have a good morning. You hear? You stay safe in the Nevis. You don't let anybody trouble you.
Let's bring up some of the head-to-heads. We got some information from number 11, so we definitely want to bring in the number 11 vibes. You check. And let me start out with number 1. Number 1, 20% of the boxes counted. I still feel like it's a Jeffrey Hanley race. The man say I can't call it, but I am going to call this race. This race done. This race is so badly off that you can't even add up the other 2 votes them to make what he got right now to what he has.
Is it comment laughing at, you know?
Oh. Okay. This race hasn't started yet. 0% coming in, 0 votes. Garrick is saying 7-1. I mean, if it's 7-1, it's 7-1. So, you know, maybe me want the Rastaman get do, man. You got number 3. We had called that for Labour. And, you know, we definitely know that's a Labour race. Number 4.
Gentlemen, hold on.
Yeah.
So the reason we haven't gotten any box out of number 2, every box is being recounted. Every box that has been counted thus far is being recounted.
Watch. The person will tell me 7-1. You know what they tell me?
What?
Could not tell me. You know they ask me, any accident up at the hospital?
Is that close?
Yeah.
7-1. Oxygen needed.
They said number 2 right now. Every box that has been counted thus far has had a request for recount. Every single one.
So what direction that looking like? What are you guys hearing?
We're not going to tell you.
No, other than Labour win, but who is tight between? Yeah.
No, they said John L contesting a lot of boxes.
Oh, okay. So is it between Labour and Pam?
It's something like between John L and Marsha. You know, something like no getting too much.
So people keep out of the race flat.
You know, something like no getting running.
But I where me not wait for really? Where wait man?
I
don't understand.
Let me explain to you exactly what happened to Ira. The same thing happened to Ira. Ira get called. I went on Facebook about this. Every time I go on anything, ESPN, Quick Info, whatever website me go on, me just see Nubian.
Yeah.
But I know walk out by Nubian got to be the strongest
honestly, I didn't see any of those, you know. I did not see any of those. I did not see any of those. Yeah. I did not see any of those.
All I'm telling you is this. As far as
Timothy Harris goes, so you say Pam not even get a seat in the government? So, okay, so let me come back.
Timothy Harris was just flinging shit and seeing what stick.
Where it could stick?
And none of this shit stick. None of it is sticking. He just a jump off. Labour just a let that the joy and I just a dust off that they and gone again from the road.
So hold on there, Alan. I want to answer this question here for the person. And Jamie Charles, they say recount without any numbers given. Jamie, how our recount works is that before the numbers come out to the public, each party reviews the numbers before they come out. So they're allowed to recount before the numbers come out to the public. So that is why you get a recount before the numbers come out to us.
And I just want to add more as far as why it would be important for us to see public counting. I could imagine if I had access to see the man ball on live TV.
Sweating.
Listen, you know when you just be watching the French we just watch NBA. I see Curry win the championship and Curry ball, and you see people from the other team them ball. You know the drama, so I'll be a missile fan. I telling you, I could make anything a production. And election.
Pay-per-view that you.
Hey, let me ask you a question, right? Number 11. Right now, Janice is leading by 99 votes.
By how many?
99. She lost the last box, which should have been 4A VOJN. She lost that box by 31.
Okay, we got to bring up historical data.
She winning by how much?
99. She had by 99.
So we had also get the Cotton Ground result.
Yeah, we get the Cotton Ground results. We have both boxes of the Cotton Ground.
You're in St. James now, Alan?
You're in St. James already, boy.
Listen, I was having multiple conversations. So how much you game was the Cotton Ground leading by?
Yes.
No, 99 is it?
I'm seeing the results.
No. Alan, you see the VOJ box. How much you say you lose VOJ by Reese?
31.
Janice can't clear.
You look someone.
Janice can't clear.
Why you mean by you can't clear?
How you mean, boy? Janice can't clear. If she leading by 99 right now, and look at what VOJN had produced for Patrice in the last elections, and she only lost by 31.
So they gave both VOJN boxes?
No, they only gave one VOJN box.
Which one?
Suppose you get punch up again in the next one.
A?
They give 4A.
Because Patrice get punch up in Harlem.
Okay, but you really feel like, okay, let me see. We ain't call it, you know. We ain't call
because
it.
Because really and truly too, the boxes that she win is the boxes that Patrice win it. Yeah, the boxes that she win is the boxes that Patrice win.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't make that a point there.
No, but I looking at the difference. Because Reese, do the quick maths. 111 minus 44.
11 minus 44.
67.
67. But she lose by 30.
Yeah.
What you say, this chart is too small? Okay, I can fix that.
But that's where we are.
Okay.
So
I mean, it's still
early, yeah?
It's still early. I'm not gonna call it. I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, but that race extremely
tight.
That race is extremely tight to see.
Tight.
To say he win by 200 last election.
It's tight.
So that tight, man. That tightness it favors.
I tell you, there was gonna be resistance this time. So I was told.
My prediction going around the corner was that it was going to be within 25. It was going to be within 25. So I'm still wanting to that. You're going to be looking at about
Here's a question for you guys before we get the next results. Suppose we have another 9-2. So let's say, well, let's say Labour decide to join with Labour decide to join with NRP. I'm just saying, my brother. I'm just saying. Let me. It's hypothetical. We're doing some hypothetical.
And they got 7.
What?
Okay, let's go.
Nobody at all. So let's just hypothetically
the hypothetical then. Labour going join.
I mean,
go ahead.
Right, and we basically just watch what happened with Unity. Do you foresee the same thing happening? I would be a situation that they phase out NRP just because they have the majority with the 7, because they wouldn't be they wouldn't be an option for a vote of no confidence, would they?
Well, they wouldn't need to phase out NRP. What they would do is tell NRP, if we join with you, take your position and ease on this side. No kind of problem. I really need you.
Honestly, why would they even join and Pat already declared she don't want a portfolio? So what you gonna do? Just join or get pay? No, we can keep this money. Labour can keep this money. Belong in the opposition, man. Deal with that. The thing is, I don't see that happening. And I don't tell us. I don't say this from the beginning. Nevis is done one pond. The saltiest place on earth. And I can say this again. After this election, me ain't even know how CCM going to win a local election. Because then I'm going to get all this results. Then I'm going to huh?
We're not get the results yet.
No. It doesn't. Alan, they're going from 400 million to 0,
From something to nothing.
They're going from the feet. It's 0 they're gonna be getting now, Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Labour might say, here, we can continue the budget that we had. It was a big gamble. It was a big gamble for them to actually break that agreement of getting this something at this point in time.
The gamble could have worked still, but you should not have gone in there with Pam. You can't go in there so tight with Pam.
They break number 20 of the 48 power law. I've been posting this since the beginning. I've been posting this. That was the biggest mistake they made. They should not have committed to PAM, like you say.
But on the flip side, what I'm going to tell you is, Ira, you still cannot reconcile for me how Denzel Douglas and Mark Brantley are going to be on the same team. Because Mark is going to have some things to apologize for.
Better for Nevis. I guess that's what he would have to say. He would have to.
And part of the reconciliation is the premier understanding he's going to take a significantly smaller role. Focus on Nevis.
Labour, Alan, I understand that. And Garrick, I understand what Alan's saying, but I know Labour is not taking any calls tonight.
Oh no, none. Because people are saying
it's all hypothetical.
Victory colors, but well, Marco, me still been a play along, because I understand hypothetical. Give me the scenario and I will play along. So what you're saying, if it will be the same thing as in the facial, because I wanted
as in the end result, because I find like if we look at like the past, 15 years, we've had like two vote and no confidence, and that's why I said what I said early in the conversation when I first came on, that I really want a clear winner. Even I wanted a clear winner to the point that I said CCM getting 3. Because what we don't want is another vote and no confidence. Because I could certainly see it. Like the prediction that I got, I didn't see a clear winner. And to me, that just destabilizes the country consistently. We don't want that. You got, and I think I was listening to I was listening to you guys the other day, and I think you had made mention about everyone having the different views in terms of like let's say labor views would be different to PLP views, same as PAM, but in a coalition they might say like, look, we ain't agree this, but you're gonna basically stop whatever is to go through, correct? I think you made mention of it, but you were saying that that shouldn't be the reason that they should go and have like a vote and no confidence because of that. If you know what I'm saying, because everybody would have their view. You shouldn't be able to destabilize the government by that. I think you made something mention of it along that lines. But it was, I think you spoke about like it was just their different views. You get what I'm saying? Because everyone will have their different views based on the party that they represent. If you get what I'm saying. I personally just feel like a clear winner should be there, so we don't have this. Because we're gonna have. I'm telling you, if we don't get a clear winner tonight, is there another voter no confidence coming? I can't see. I can't, and I also really didn't see. Which this is good if Labour could go 7-7. I really didn't see the government being one party. Like I couldn't see it like foreseeable future. So if Labour is doing that now, I think that adds a lot of stability. I mean, just tell me if I chat it. You don't have to agree. You know, it's just my view on that part.
Well,
I like the stability side of it. You know.
One of the things that people have to be guarded against, because I have heard a number of people come on the radio and say, "Today is Freedom Day," and we're gonna get rid of them, and it's gonna be a brand new day for St. Kitts and Nevis. And not really. Labour apparently is going to be having a motorcade shortly, which will mean something. CCM will be hoping to have one. Whether or not it will mean anything is left to be seen at this point. It seems like is Mark and Tim going to be working out who is going to be the leader of banging them out.
The opposition.
as a platform to build up the party. And the Premier will be happy. I will certainly be happy. I would have preferred if the Premier loses his seat. Not because I got nothing against the Premier. I want him to focus on Nevis. But even if he retain his seat, he's effective in opposition. Oh, he's going
is very
he's going to be so effective in opposition. If he's not going to lose his seat, I am satisfied with the Premier going down there. He's going to bang his mouth and say, "Look, this is what Denzel Douglas do," and he's going to be keeping them in check. So, you know, no problem. As I tell you, the more where the Premier got on, if it's just for him to go on down there and cussing it politician, he's a perfect federal minister. Local minister,
100%.
no, out of the business totally. Federal minister, yeah, he gonna keep them in check. I know the guy.
But it's funny. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's funny what you just said. You know, what I find interesting is that Nevis people were not insulted by like CCM talking about like they're working in St. Kitts and they're working in Nevis. You know how much persons I know. I could talk for it myself as well. I've worked 2 jobs. Yo, if you work 2 jobs, one suffer, no? You suffer, and one them job they got to suffer. You cannot tell me you could effectively work 2 jobs. You cannot one gun suffer. So when you're telling me you're handling the affairs in Nevis and you're handling the affairs in St. Kitts, show me how you get it though. Please, come in or someone, one of them will suffer.
Me glad Pam no win. The former prime minister said he been one Pam and Sisi and win, so he gonna send the premier straight out to Europe to repair a relationship for a month. He got an election in a 9 months. And Pam down there flat who said he were 1 month. No, sir, go focus on Nevis. You need to focus on Nevis.
Get priorities in order.
Yeah, I need Nevis saddle. Yeah.
No, for real. I agree with that, man.
As far as I was saying, this is not gonna be no freedom day. This is not gonna necessarily change anything. Labour has a monumental manifesto there. I tell Ira last show, if Denzel Douglas had 20 more years, Labour can't finish the manifesto there. The more that things right and free money and this is gonna no, it's we're still in a very sensitive economic time. It would still be smart in my estimation if Labour was to involve a Nevis government, but I don't necessarily see that happening.
Right.
I think that one of the things we would watch and we would say, well, it's good that one party in. But if it's true and you say it's 7 ministers, there are a very limited amount of ministries from the get-go. And when I say limited amount of ministries, we like to think of this thing in a altruistic manner, in the most ideal circumstances, that these people just want to represent us and they don't care what ministry they get. But in actuality, we know that there are big ministries where you are able to impact. You understand, and people could see you, and you're providing a lot of jobs and that kind of thing. And when you look at 7 ministers and you got to incorporate others, you're not reaching to junior ministers yet. Ideally for me, the more the power could be shared. I would have liked it personally myself. But me, I watch this thing a little bit different. As me say, in a realistic sense, you gonna got people competing. What? As much as we talk right now, within the party, you gonna got man gunning to be sports, gunning to be tourism. Compromises got to be even made within one singular entity. Maybe that's why it's so complex when you got a coalition, because it's not just you got to provide for the entity. No, you got to go provide for the complexity of this whole other organization, much less bring them together to form one thing. So these are the complexity. Me just say, me not concern how you put it together, there will be complexity. Yeah.
True.
And at the end of the day, at least if Labour is to have 7 seats and they were to invite a Nevis party, they could fire them. And still
very accurate.
So there wouldn't be any negative on them just for trying it.
So Reese, any word on number 8 and what's going on in number 8?
No word on number 8, nothing at all. I sent some messages, I'm hoping to get some replies, but I'm waiting to see. But I haven't heard anything at all on number 8.
How much box is 8 guy? How much box is 8 guy?
Let me tell you about it. Because number 8 last time is what had us waiting for the following day. You know?
Not tonight, no.
Not 2 days. 2 days it take a good.
Number 8 had us. Is the premier had us.
It's the people.
No, it's not. Listen.
Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
If the premier said he need not support the prime minister in 2020, if not, if the premier been support according to how he had campaigned in 2020, we not needed to hear what going on number 8. That unity with had it, and waiting to see if he gonna be 9. The only reason we had to wait is had nothing to do with number 3. The 3 what you're thinking about is not in Singits. It's the 3 up in Nevis who was waiting to see what going on.
That's it.
Think about
That's
it.
true. That's true. That's true.
But,
I forgot that.
While we talking that number, you got 14 boxes, and we not got none.
That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
It's wild.
Number 8. Let me see what's going on. And number 2. Number 2 got 11 boxes and we don't have any.
Can't make no sense.
So, I don't be here.
Wow. I'm too glad I don't find a babysitter tomorrow, boy.
Yeah, you going to sleep right now, self?
Because I foreseen a real long one. Okay, well, let's continue looking at the head-to-head. Huh? A real long one. And remember, after 8 hours, Facebook Live cuts. So if we cut off, bear with us. And I know we'll probably be here until we hear more about 9, 11, and a government farm.
Hey, let me touch your grounds again.
Yeah. 9, 11, and a government farm.
Trouble in the camp.
What? So I've been wanting to explain something why I don't think the fair share is possible, right?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, on top of the fact that Sean Richards would have gone on the interview with the EK and tell you, Sean Richards' man, who is in coalition with CCM, telling you, anybody tell you about CBI is different in the budget, I tell you, choppiness. You can't just take money out of CBI like us up. That's not how we work under the Constitution. CBI contribute towards the greater figures. And that's how you get the overall money. I think if we were talking about a split of the overall money, and we were saying Sinkits and Nevis is doing so tremendous, then I would be able to understand. So, we're going to look at the first year that Mark was premier. And this was part of when he had an explosion in the Sinkits and Nevis budget and the CBI funds. And I want to show you like how it would kind of affect the budget. So that year, the actual budget was $932 million. Out of the 932, 417 was CBI. If Nevis was to get, that year, according to the Nevis budget, we get $37 million from Sinkis, right? The premier is saying that we should get 25%. 25% of the 417 million is 104 million. So he's alleging we should get $67 more million.
Okay. A year?
No. We're just looking at 2020 because remember the CBI funds every year fluctuating based on the amount of passports and citizenship by investment you're doing per year. So I'm looking at the actual data from 2018, the first year.
Got you.
He was premier. So he said he basically saying we should get as I say 104 million hours. Hold on, let me get this thing. Okay. For that particular year, right?
Yeah.
If you take $67 million away from the budget, now sink its budget gone on to 800 and something million dollars, which is a lot of money still. But then now all of a sudden you're in the negative just in terms of cash. So you're gone the balance was okay, the current account surplus. Oh no, you're still gonna be good in the current account. You had 306 million. That gonna go down to 206, right? But then when you take out the capital expenditure, all of a sudden your overall balance gone from positive 59 million to minus some. You're going to like minus $8 million. And my contention is if the overall balance for the country, even taking into account the massive sum you make for CBI, if the overall balance is just $60 million, where is the 67 million that the federal government is going to be able to give Nevis in this circumstance? And you had years, like for example, 2020, I think we get 400 and something million, but that was a pandemic year. So we was already in the negative. We was down 60 something million. So if you put further strain on the federal government and tell them that you got to give Nevis a further 60 something million when they done, with what is the likelihood that the federal government is gonna say, yeah, what is it you get a fair share of?
Zero, just like how much we can get now. Zero.
Shante, the figures for 2018 I'm talking about are the actual numbers. They actually come from the 2020 estimate, but the 2020 estimate does go back 2 years, and that does be the final actual figures for the budget. So even I tell you 2018, that is from the 2020 budget after the accountants and the auditors have already combed through the numbers to determine the actual figures.
I'm hearing there is some celebration going on in number 4. I wanna pick up some of that. I'm trying to get the link to the page that has that celebration in number 4.
But the last show what Clive had, what Samuel come on, right? I mean, I want to know, at the end of the show, the man get up and say, "I'm congratulating you, Samuel," and start to hug the man and say, the man like giving him a balance of it. I say, election today. The man like he crown the man on the show, let the man know, but yeah, is he?
Yeah, that was the sentiment. That was this, and it's funny that you use the term crowd. It's funny that you use that terminology, because based on what I'm saying is exactly that's what they did. That's exactly what they did. They crowed him.
Hey, Ira, take a look in the inbox. The link was just sent for the celebration. Take a look in the inbox. The link was just sent. Someone got the biggest smile I've ever seen in my life. Someone got 755 teeth in him out.
Boy.
The man a smile, boy. Boy. You know, when
I'm going to run against him.
A man I run against him?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
But they're going to run for PAM or they're going to run for PLP?
No, a classmate, yeah, you're going to run for PAM.
Oh, classmate of yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so Grant done.
But
Let me take it over to summer celebration.
Grant got to go sell chicken, boy.
I know one thing. Monday morning the price of KFC got up.
And the good thing about Lindsay too, remember them, me no know if I know them and second location to it, so you got to drive through.
Yeah, I hear what that.
Hey, hit me no copyright infringement, so I can turn it down a little bit. But this is the signs and some sites from the celebration for Labour candidate number 4, who has been returned as the people's representative for that constituency. On behalf of the Real Entertainment Network, congratulate Mr. Samuel Duggan, and pretty sure you're gonna reap your fruits of your labor now. Cause you got to go up now, no? You got to go up. But Nevis still south. Nevis is quite south.
Alright, let's get that on a couple of nice machines on.
Buy these results slow. We need these results coming.
Okay, so let me tell you something. Messages coming. Number 2 and number 8 will not come until around 3 a.m. in earliest.
We are talking about this. Let him don't cut off right then.
Results for number 2 and the results for number 2 and number 8 will not come until about 3 a.m. in earliest.
Let him don't cut off right then, boss.
Yeah, you understand how it works.
People, we train our best, eh? Train our best. We want to be here. We want to be here until all the results come in, but they're not making it easy for us. They're not making it easy for us. But yeah, the people of Labour looking very happy and excited. I know there will be a lot of balling and how we go again?
Really not more than a national team.
National team.
Honestly, I'm the should go. I'm not no chance to kill food. Before we continue, too, I just want to big up Siba Jones and her troop. I had to wake up my lady the other day to tell her, look, Siba on. And Siba just finished that, and then when I looked, Siba, oh, you had some magnificent heavy duty ladies in the troop, and they were represented. I don't know, somehow you know, somehow I don't know, but it was wonderful. So big up to all of the ladies who was in the troop, who participated. I went down with some behavior down on the Bedford. Oh my God, the flags was spread.
Alright, so check it out. Update again. There's 2 boxes in there's 2 boxes in number 8s that have been counted, and Talbot asked for a recount.
No, ma'am.
Talbot, what it was?
Talbot asked for a recount.
So it's no. So for real, it's going well for Talbot.
No, it's not going well for Talbot, but it's alleged that 2 boxes have been counted and Talbot has asked for recounts. So that's where we are right now. So,
again, this is the celebration in number 4. Samuel Duggins. But it must be feeling nice to be a winner, boy.
Oh, you
must be feeling nice to be a winner.
Alan, you see that, right?
Nevis can understand what that feel like. Nevis can understand what that feel like at all. Because Nevis lose tonight. So honestly, what is the likelihood of the Labour Party working with, let's say, the CCM party in the same capacity that, and I'm talking about aid, monetary aid, budget, the money, support that they were receiving from Timothy Harris? What do you guys think? Because I think that's all. I think things in Nevis is about to switch up. What if they use any of the money in the elections? That's all.
Me and if they start, they might get something, but I don't think they're going to be in a position where they could make demands.
What do you think they're going to get?
They get something. Parry get something, Vance get something. They'll say get something. They're not going to cut off completely. But they will not be able
to. Agree, Luis.
It's impossible for them not to give anything. They have to give something. It's impossible. But they will not go out there and say, well, hold on to this 400 million. No.
Well, what is this something? That's what me ask. What is
just
this
just enough to survive. Just enough to survive.
Maybe petty civil servants?
Maybe. You don't say what it is, we saw. The reality of the situation, huh?
We saw it, boy. Yeah. Anyway, let me bring the celebrations back. Ladies here having fun.
Nobody want to see Abby right now.
See, somebody say we don't want Mark. I tell you, these politics is a funny game, eh? So if Labour could squeeze CCM, you might see an NRP party return in Nevis because of pressure.
Let me ask this. Well, you got a good point, well, degree, but why would they want to squeeze CCM? What's the benefit?
Me don't know if Mark don't apologize to Dr. Denzel Douglas already, no? Maybe he don't do it then. Maybe he don't apologize to him.
No, but I mean, so, well, I mean, you're still trying to say that the Labour is under the leadership of Denzel?
No. But I still believe he ain't got
so. Yeah, maybe he got say, but then why would
Garrick,
by the way, no, you said that.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just feel like when I listen to the meetings, them I don't hear nothing about Nevis,
Well, I agree.
And I just can't. If I don't hear nothing about Nevis, then that means they're not gonna plans for Nevis. You got a lot of people in thinking they got to go help now.
So let me ask just a wild and crazy question. In the event that the votes finish count and Labour get 6 seats and Jew loses, who do you guys think is the PM?
It's either Congress Jeffrey Hanley.
It's gonna be Congress. If Congress loses, then it goes to Jeffrey Hanley.
Okay. Well, Congress not losing.
Okay, and you don't see any of those two trying to assist Nevis.
Congress supposed to got Nevis ties, but I don't know.
Nevis ties. When I say Nevis ties, why does it mean like Nevis woman does that sing it and them man like Nevis woman? What I call Nevis ties?
I mean, a parent from Nevis or something.
A cousin, uncle, or aunt, you know.
I don't mostly talk about
that
parents.
mean everybody from Nevis got SK ties.
Parents,
you don't got
mostly.
one. Everybody got one.
I think so.
I think his mother or something from Nevis. See, somebody says so. You see, we have Tim does say father from St. Kitts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could vaguely remember Canris and Ran Daniel being good friends, you know. And the story was his mother from Nevis. And all kind of things. He had some Nevis ties, I tell you. There was some Nevis ties.
Yeah, but we accurate with what you said. They went CFBC together.
Okay.
So I think that tightness would have been fun there.
No, I think it was before that. I think it was before that.
Remember Ran Canris, Aquila, I was in the same class in CFBC.
Results coming, you know?
The results, but things stagnant now, boy. This is part of the politics, you know, like.
So what is? What is? What is them man a show?
I have no idea what that is. No.
Kind of fraudulent move that.
No, stop. If you look at the numbers,
move that.
if you look at the numbers with the total amount of votes, that's actually the numbers for Eric. For Eric and Ron. Not the percentage, but the actual number of votes. So that's
it's an error.
Yeah.
Okay, get that off screen. People see the real thing here. That's why you got to tune into Real Entertainment Network, you know. Especially, you know,
no slip ups on this end.
Yeah, no, we have people working. We have people working overtime. You know, we have to big up Chevron. Actually, I wanna throw a shout out to let me go in the inbox.
You know we want to shout out.
Where is this message?
Alright, gentlemen, another box is presently being recorded in number 2 again.
Okay. This don't sound good for us.
They're making joke, man. They're making jokes.
You see, here what I mean understand too, like Tonga things on small box to you. How come we not hear nothing from like the magistrate court or court house? And
exactly, what laugh them?
I don't know how to pronounce this name. Is it June or just Jeune? Jeune.
Jeune. Go ahead.
That's June, boy.
That's June, right? That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, I would just like to shout out June Gishard Pine. She would have, you know, just give us a little donation, and a part of that donation helped this coverage be possible. So I would like to shout you out for that. And it wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. So big up yourself. I don't know if she wanted that to be out there, but I wanted to show appreciation.
Yeah, man, definitely.
I wanted to show appreciation.
It was timely as well. That contribution was timely, boy.
Right?
The contribution was timely.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And that's our first donor, I would think.
Yes.
And only. But big up yourself.
Step in the right direction, man.
Mm-hmm. Some numbers to start rolling in. I tell you this now.
No numbers coming in. No numbers coming in. No numbers coming in. No numbers coming in, and predictions. I guess Garrick, has your predictions changed any?
Well, from 7-1?
Well, you said that's what you heard. But you had said 3-0 in Nevis.
Yeah, well, but I gotta go with the masses, you know what I mean? I ain't hear nothing from Nevis yet. Nevis still 3-0.
3-0 for you.
Janice running it tight. He could change. I think it could change as it relates to Janice. But Janice running it tight.
Alan was killing me, you know. Alan, why you laughing? What is a comment?
Jason said the player just crashed with the votes.
Where's Jason? Jason not working? Why is Jason not on the feed?
Alright, check it out, gentlemen. Something was just forwarded to me. Unofficial numbers coming out of number 8. Unofficial numbers. Unofficial. But for what I received, they got Talbot with 42, Drew with 101, and Hamilton with 68. That is in 3B. 3B will be KR Primary School. So at this point, that's the number that has come to me. It's not official until we get something from the supervisor election.
Well, if that even close,
Reese.
Why Talbot call for recount?
Yeah, that's why I wondering. That's a question, though.
Boy, listen.
But the man make that thing, you're not gonna taste, boy. Well, I would say one good thing.
Unless somebody leaking numbers. Yeah. You could leak numbers just to create controversy.
You can create
so when the real numbers come out, you know. Yeah.
I would say one good thing about all of this is Dr. Timothy Harris was able to lose some weight.
Boy.
Yeah, I think he should continue. I think he should continue to work on weekend time, and he should know that tomorrow is Saturday. There's no time like the present. Work again tomorrow, first thing.
No, Alan. Don't do that. Alan, right now, them man need a gurney for he with them kind of strap where you tie down with. Because after 27 years of power, tomorrow gonna be the first day you're out there. Oh no, you better tie that man down.
He's never lost.
Never lose. Never been in a position. You better tie that man down.
Find a man, boy. Find a man.
When a man they go sleep, right? When a man they go sleep to wake you up and lift you up to my man is a crane. A man we got to use it.
Alicia is very entertaining, eh? If I haven't realized.
If you go on a boat tomorrow and jump off and shoot bottom of the ocean again, I better look out to that man there. That man might be on suicide watching that.
It's possible.
I stop playing. If you realize, right, you said that he is 56 years old. He's been in power for 27 years. That's about half your life, you know? That's damn near half your life. That man
don't know what to do himself, but he should be set up. He should be well set up. Should be well set up. He got pension coming in.
You could imagine when that man wake up and can't drive in a P3 no more, boy. When he see P3 pass him on the road, boy, and he can't jump in. Oh Jesus!
I think Tim, like the premier is gonna do well in opposition. You know? Tim still has a role to play. You know? Tim still could talk some bullshit and make me believe him. He knows actually how government works. Unlike the premier.
I think
so he will be able to point out things, and he has been under fire for the last couple of months. I sure Tim got some shots and some ball what he wanted to goal. So there is still a role for Tim to play in a position. He could still be a turn.
Agreed. At least we ain't got a lively opposition again. As Mark and Tim can be in opposition. But if it's true, it's a long time Sean no lose to, you know. Not even opposition Sean can get.
Man say Sean lose too.
Yeah, but the thing what if Sean go in opposition? I really want Sean argue in opposition, but Sean talk like he
Sean talk in opposition.
Proper style.
But the people of number 5 don't even look like that. They want Sean. So Sean really and Julie go to stage or say, but whichever island out they got to at this point in time. Come back in another 5 years and try again.
Right now, he done.
Russia is not necessary.
The government got to fail miserably. But on a serious note, and a whole different conversation, we in some real troubled times. So I just hope Labour get the strength, and they got the wisdom and the patience, and pretty much I calling it here that Labour can farm the government. So if you don't like that, I'm sorry, but it's obvious.
I hope that with this, right? I do not want PAM supporters to be disillusioned. I have listened to some of these Labour politicians, and they are not here to stay. They will make a contribution. No, this is not undefeatable. No. Y'all have some structural changes to make. And Sean ain't it. As far as I was looking at, I can't get it comprehend. I am unable to comprehend it. I would think I won't give him another go. I think it would be a mistake. PAM needs structural changes. New leadership, new people around the party and them kind of thing, the new blood in general. Labour is not invincible, but they definitely win this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a snap election, eh? And with a snap election, I feel like they were in the best position. They said Zook, I just get word that Zook win by 59. I don't know if true, how true it be. But that is unofficial.
See, so it's win by 59 and we only had three boxes so far. Right? It's 3 boxes?
No, I think we have more than 3.
You'll be about 6.
Let me go back and check right now.
6?
I tell me he had well he had 4.
Yeah,
Alan is correct. We had 6 boxes. Alan is correct.
6. Oh, okay.
So we looking. We had to wait to see what the margin of victory would be if even the other boxes to see if it would add up. Remember, I said that race was going to come down to 25 votes. There's going to be no blowing nobody out the water. It's going to be about 25 votes. That's what I call it.
59, me say.
No, I said 25. Remember, that was my prediction on the last show. 59 is more than I predicted. But I'll tell you that if he comes out of St. James's with excess of 150, between 120 and 150, he's looking good for local. I'm telling you.
No, it's the comments. Laughing at the comments.
Let me read some of the comments.
Jetty Taylor.
I don't know what Jetty Taylor driving, but Jetty is lag on boy. Big up yourself. No
Jetty does not want to hear that.
Jetty says he driving from North Carolina to Chicago. Big up yourself, brother. Stay safe, man. Stay safe for the while.
Yeah, don't be texting and driving.
Yeah, stay safe for that on the roads. Is Travi done? Page probably black again. Unfortunately, that page is black a lot.
You pull up the numbers for number 11?
Yeah. You mean the current numbers?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the head-to-head right there.
101.
No, 99. You know the convoy.
99. Yeah, 99. Yeah. Sleeping, man.
It's a long night.
With 4 boxes.
I'll fool you.
And you go pull up the last election results.
I was told that they were smaller, so bear with me.
Make us see.
55.
The Jessup. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 4, 5.
And when you finish, I get another update here again, so until I what I get.
55, 60. But yeah, this is a lot of. Okay, go ahead. Give me the update.
So the update that I just received would be number 8, polling division 3A, which would be KR Primary School again. They're saying it was 295 votes cast. 160 went to Drew, 85 went to Hamilton, and 47 went to Bass, Talbot. Again, unofficial results, eh? I just read them, I just keep
Adel didn't give them results. What numbers Adel give?
No, Adel give some numbers for another one, but let me tell you what the numbers for Adel gave, because you know me, a screenshot kick right now, yeah. Adel numbers by.
What is it?
Wait, some screenshot I don't take away.
You want me to break the numbers, Reese?
Yeah, we're not friends until I want the number. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
If CCM win 3 seats, right?
In opposition.
In opposition. What's the difference between CCM and if you win an award for being the world's tallest midget? Is there any distinction?
There wouldn't be.
Is there any difference?
I don't know if midget.
You're the world's tallest midget. Yeah.
I think. So Adel said.
We talk about no participation trophies.
I'm telling you.
Adel said in 1B, Drew got 92. Hamilton got. This is unofficial results, by the way. Audience. Adel had said Drew got 92, Hamilton had 78, and Bass had 50. And then in 1A, Drew was 121, Hamilton was 74, and Bass was 43.
Yeah, so she reported on two different boxes from what the person forward to me. The person sent me. So they sent me 3A and 3B. So we can wait to see how this year follow. But we waiting to see how we balance out. Yes, Adele has been on point though. I got to give it to her. Whenever she gains information from coming in fast, so she buy.
So this is what me not like. Now me hear someone say that Janice win by 59 and someone say he lose by 59. And this is why I just try to refrain from giving out these kind of numbers, unofficial numbers. But because the results are taking so long to come, why results are coming?
I will provide numbers and breakdowns for further study. I thank those persons who have commented and brought certain things to my attention. Therefore, in this broadcast, I will correct those errors and provide the statistics as promised. Constituency number 1 has 6,366 voters. That's 6,366. Polling division number 1, the Catholic Parish Hall, East Independence Square Street, where 570 voters are assigned. Polling division number 2, Warner Park, has 3 stations. 2A has 413 voters with surnames beginning with A to those whose surnames begin with F. Station 2B has 439 voters with persons whose surnames begin with G to those beginning with M. And Station 2C has 407 voters with those whose surnames begin with N to those whose surnames begin with Y. Polling division number 3, 3A is at Tucker Clark Primary with 534 voters whose surnames begin with A to those whose surnames begin with W. 3B to 3F are located at the Kim Collins Stadium, with 3B having 460 voters with surnames beginning with A to those whose surnames begin with G.
Results. I agree with you.
Station 3C has 420 voters with persons whose surnames begin with H to those whose surnames begin with O. Station 3D has 404 voters with surnames beginning with P to those surnames beginning with Z.
How long the live I got for now?
Station 3E has 412 voters with surnames beginning with A to those surnames beginning with K. And 3F has 410 voters with surnames beginning with L to those beginning with Z. Polling Division 4, located at the Public Works Department, is divided into 4A, 4B, and 4C. 4A has 407 voters with surnames beginning with A to those beginning with F. 4B has 458 voters with surnames beginning with G to those surnames beginning with O.
But yeah,
Still
going, we're still going. We're still going. But we're tired. We're tired, people. We're tired. But we're going to do it for you. Garrick, you're fresh. Garrick, we might have to leave you here for a bit, you know. I might have to go take a shot of coffee or something.
Fresh. You think so?
Well, results are come, results are come.
Good morning, and we're back with further results.
Man, say good morning in a
for St.
style.
Christopher 2 Central Bastille
Finally.
From the Methodist Church Hall on Seaton Street, where there were 660 voters registered. The number of votes cast were 364. Rejected ballots 3, spoilt ballots 1. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 72 votes. That's 7-2. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 228 votes.
Yeah.
John D. Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote. And John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 61 votes. That's 6-1. At Polling Division 2A, Skelec Building, there were 416 voters registered. The number of votes cast was 211. There was one rejected ballot. There was no spoilt ballot. Nubian Griot of the People's Labour Party received 37 votes. That's 3-7. Marsha Henderson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 135 votes. That's 135. John Jeffers of the United Lamiguan Party received no vote. John L. Powell of the People's Action Movement received 38 votes. And in St. Christopher 6, Polling Division 3B, where there were 329 voters registered. 242 votes were validly cast. No rejects and no spoils. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 215 votes. That's 215. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote.
What?
Whoa.
Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 13 votes. That's 1-3. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 13 votes. That's 1-3. In Dieppe Bay Primary School, polling division 4, there were 427 voters registered. 277 valid votes were cast. There was one rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 197 votes, that's 197. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 6 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 73 votes. That's 7-3. At the Parsons Community Centre, polling division 5, there were 332 voters registered. 244 valid votes were cast. There was one rejected ballot, one spoiled ballot. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 186 votes. That's 186. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of the People's Action Movement received 12 votes. That's 1-2. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 44 votes. In Sadler's Primary School, polling division 6, where 493 persons were registered, 309 votes were validly cast. 1 was rejected, 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 216 votes. That's 216. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received no vote. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 21 votes. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 71 votes. That's 7-1. Finally, at Sadler's Primary School again, polling division 7, where there were 360 voters registered, 213 votes were validly cast. None rejected, 1 spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 167 votes. That's 167. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 1 vote. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 13 votes. That's 1-3. Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 32 votes. That's 3-2. Summary, therefore, in St. Paul's, number 6, constituency number 6, where there were 3,467 registered voters, 2,339 votes were validly cast. That's 2,339. 3 were rejected, 5 were spoiled. Dr. Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 1,926 votes. That's 1926. Carlton DuPont, independent candidate, received 3 votes. Troy Flanders of People's Action Movement received 98 votes. That's 9-8. And Thomas Mark Williams of the People's Labour Party received 309 votes. That's 309. Therefore, I can declare that the Honourable Denzil Douglas of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party has been returned at the polls. In Tabernacle, polling division 8A at the Violet O. Petty School, where 412 voters were registered, 238 votes were validly cast. There were 2 rejected ballots and no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of People's Action Movement received 28 votes. That's 2-8. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 124 votes. 1-4. Leonata Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 84 votes. That's 8-4. And in polling division 8B, again at the Violet O. Petty School, there were 315 registered voters. 212 ballots were validly cast, 2-1-2. 1 was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Lincoln David Pell of People's Action Movement received 18 votes, 1-8. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 120 votes. That's 1-0. Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 73 votes. That's 7-3 votes. In summary, therefore, for constituency number 7, there were 3,846 registered voters. 2,358 votes were validly cast. 12 were rejected. 3 were spoiled. Lincoln David Pell of PAM of the People's Action Movement received 176 votes. That's 176. Timothy Harris of the People's Labour Party received 1,266. That's 1266. Leon Natter Nelson of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 903 votes. Therefore, I can declare that the winner of St. Christopher 7, Dr. Timothy Harris, has been returned at the polls. We shall be right back with some more information. But over now.
Not even want to hear the rest. Nothing sweet.
Nothing really come out that interesting.
Nothing sweet. They call races that we had already called. Right?
That's what they do.
Yeah.
Nothing sweet. Well,
this is what we've called so far, people. If, in case you're just tuned in, we are calling number 1. We here at Ren. Yeah, I put it up. Yeah. We here at Ren are projecting number 1 will go to Labour. Number 2 is probably going to go to Labour because we can get some results now. And number 3 is going to Labour. Number 4 is Labour. Number 6 is Labour. Number 7 is PLP. Number 10 is CCM. We're still waiting for number 2, but
alright, so here we go for number 2.
Going to be Labour.
For number 2,
number
you have
11
Marshall.
of the CCM,
The 3-0.
Yeah, this is what I've been told.
Okay.
So here we go for number 2, right? You have Marsha with 363, and her next closest person would be Nubian with 109. So 363 and 109.
Yeah.
You only have 2 boxes out of a possible 12. I don't know about you, but I counted that already. Marsha got there.
Yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah, Marsha took a forward there.
It's only two more boxes remaining.
You what? Number 2?
No, that was only 2 of 12.
Oh, 2 of 12 and you're calling it?
Call it.
Yeah, he don't need to see anymore.
Yeah, I understand. I'm
not a conservative. I out here firing early.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you.
And
Gary, you've been quiet.
And Journal is actually in the back of the pack, eh? So I didn't really calculate his numbers. Journal is in the back of the pack.
We're not journaling or nothing.
So Journal is actually at 99, where you have Nubian at 109. So Nubian will be ahead of Journal by 10. But you have Miss Henderson at 363. Yeah, the race over.
See, I don't tell her about what's going on with the battle there too. Eh? Journal need to go home. Yeah, Journal got ball head. Nubian got relaxed, but then Marsha gonna start how she edges. So in the battle of the edges, Marsha gonna beat them. They couldn't win. But you got a couple of people go home too, no, but some will go home shortly. It look like politics just give you a ball head quick. You remember when Camis Camis been a young man, no? Camis used to sing politics together with Camis. Camis one time will go home and tell you. It happens.
Jonel is the future of Pam. He is the only one that will remain. If that is the future dark boy.
Dark, very dark.
Future dark.
Very, very
no
dark.
Sunlight.
I was said that he watched what was the lady who used to represent number 3?
Akila?
Yeah. And you were saying you could see it on her face, whatever it was. I found it amazing that you look at Akila's face and see anything except tired.
Well, that's what I saw. I saw defeat. Yeah, if you go back to the chat last night, you see me say by PLP look flat.
You did say that they look flat.
They look flat. And it's the last elections, and after that, I'm sorry, it's the last night before the election. And if you don't have the energy going into the day before the election, that means you ain't have any confidence.
Yeah,
no matter how tired you be. No matter how tired you be, knowing
I feel like the person who had the most call to say that the flat is Eric. I watch Eric and I'm sorry for Eric. In terms of Eric got to be there handing out trophies and tending to culture armor. Still got to deal with politics and canvassing.
I saw that.
Meetings and Eric, me I try to tell her, Eric is exhausted at this particular moment in time. He has to be.
And let me ask you a question. If Sean lose the election, I think he could go Bobby Allen and win.
Why isn't this updated?
I don't think he gonna make it. I think he will be rejected.
The Pelican never for.
You see, and he moving in the wrong direction. Sandy Point down close to station, you know? And that man got a pay out there, so he just got to keep going. Just head north.
That's a rough boy. I don't think Sean was prepared for this. I don't think Sean was prepared for this, and I don't. You know, who I really don't think was prepared? Lindsay, because Lindsay didn't lose any backs in 2020. He ain't win none this year.
I think Sean and Mark and still got a relationship.
This is the question.
For what reason? For what reason?
Because Mark is an honorable man, and he always concerned about his friends and honor. And
for some reason,
this relationships.
No.
Right now, I think Sean and Lindsay in a room somewhere about God knows where, questioning the decisions for the past 90 days, leading up to now. Every single decision. From what they had for months.
See why your cars.
Remember Sean stopped attend cabinet meeting since February, you know? So Sean I think about since February. Listen, Sean really and truly. Sean I think about 2020, you know? Sean really think 2020 in his head and he tell himself, boy, I'm mad at this, no? I been me. And look here now, I don't even get and see Sean Lake, you know, play what do you think when you're trying to find your seat? And the seat right there. And he play casual, and when he looks somebody push him along and just sit down in the seat, he done with the game.
Musical chairs in his
ass. He feel like he got things secure. No, Sean, you don't do that.
But let me ask her another question now. How I think Hamilton feel now that he didn't sign with Sean them? You think Hamilton someplace will laugh after them though?
Hamilton basically right now is like a tell you.
So.
Talk to you.
Outline it in a letter, line by line. I tell you everywhere this is a mistake. I tell you the possible outcomes. And really and Julie, once again, he was optimistic. He said the only thing I'll be and get one seat. and he not even get it right. So he been optimistic, but how me call this thing? How me letter to me was one of the most instructive thing, you know? How me was talking
it
to
was
you
very
from
detailed.
English.
It was very
Yeah.
detailed, step by step. You're right.
When Ice Cube bust off at NWA, that give me some insight into the fact that Eazy-E, not a wonderful guy.
It's a
You know what I'm
problem.
saying?
Yeah.
And you see other people break away and all of a sudden. But when I get the inside information, we got to pay some attention to that. How me call it, line by line, months ago. What you penis are you do? Talk to the man. But he got so much of things when we being considered, right? The premier not been more gangster than the thing. 2020 was the time.
To strike.
Yeah. Had to. And I didn't see it. Watch out. It don't even create a situation where he cause confusion amongst them.
No, in a had the position. Aladdin had the position to do it. How would I do it?
Well, that's why I tell you, he not can cause no confusion amongst them. No?
No, if he had come down where Drew had when he see it, he might have had a chance, but he not had no chance.
We are telling you, the man could have manufactured chaos. The man could have been attacked to Sean.
No, but
on a longer level.
Remember the man, what he name? The one that for number one that been lose. Oh gosh, the one that got the show man.
Patches.
Remember Patches said a long time Mark done undermine him, you know? Mark a try, he just not get through. Because remember he said from the win the election in 2015, Mark called a meeting and tell them and the team should be the leader. Mark try, he just not get through. He try. Mark went in there, he planned this up everything. He just not get through. Because remember again in 2020, nobody went to the swearing except Sean, not even Akila. Everybody tried to hold out. Sean went in with him. Not even Akila went to the swearing, eh?
But that what me I tell you, the man, he in whatever the premier was offering Sean, whatever lyrics, there was not sufficient. He ain't put it out enough upon the line.
I think the problem is that Sean went in there with his mindset that he gonna be honorable. I don't think that Sean understood who Mark Brantley really is and what Mark Brantley really planned to do. Sean went in and said, I am the white knight, and I just said that. Sean and said, well, this man got a plan and I couldn't really see how I could benefit. Sean just said, well, we say this paper, people will get paper.
See, yeah. And you see, that's the thing when you're negotiating. You're not supposed to negotiate based upon past history, based upon emotion or that, you know. You're supposed to negotiate based upon common interests. You either have common interests, permanent interests, you got temporary interests. Sometimes a country might be producing this good 50 years ago. They do not produce it 50 years later. What we talking to you for? We ain't trading on this level no more. We might be discussing other things, but we ain't talking about that. Maybe that good day was replaced by something else. You check it out. So once again, we not got to deal with you again. Maybe it's something what we myself we could produce. As me say, things constantly changing. And your hard time got to be there to adapt to these changes.
Well, the energy running out, and the man drying out this election.
The man says Sean committed political suicide. I don't think that Sean realized. I don't think that Sean realized that when he jumped on the street and 20 bowlers right there, and he about to get flushed down.
I feel like any PAM people vote to Labour.
Yes.
I feel so too. Like a good amount.
Hey, you want to
Because
know how I feel about
they
people
want
vote
to
for
get
Labour
elected.
too? I feel upon people vote for Labour, especially when it comes to this fair share thing, because if you think back on the convention, every time can everybody talk, everything was going on, but the moment you talk about the money, the crowd went dead, boy. The fair share talk, the money talk, and I got a cheering, boy. Everything else we good. You talk about the money, nah. You said you the money over there.
But in addition to that, people have been watching Pam declining. Pam ain't trying to win the election, as I tell you. And SK people ain't respect them in terms of that. Like, they ain't trying to win 6 seats.
No.
I don't know, you said they decline.
Right.
We said they declining.
As far as we okay, one of the big things what Pam take offense to with PLP is they say, well, look, Tim want to run people in every constituency. No, me and you was watching PLP, and we realized Tim a Bill. Somehow Sean wasn't watching this thing and realizing, but I make agreement with them they will not run where PLP is running. You know, see how come Tim quick put somebody in a number 6, yeah? Even if me gonna get blows, me build my party. Me build my presence.
Yeah.
Pam meanwhile making a deal to reduce the presence. No, Sean Richards, you fail as a leader. He wasn't recognized. And that's how come me say you people from the ground in Singis looking at Pam diminishing. They ain't seeing Pam gaining strength and trying to win the election.
Okay, Alan, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't want to sound bad, and I don't want to sound like I'm a negative individual, because I'm not. But I don't feel that Pam is. I don't feel that Pam is declining. I feel that Pam has
results.
Wow.
Good morning, and we are back with some additional figures.
Good morning.
This time we're releasing information on constituency number 8. At the Keon Daycare Center, polling division 1A, where there were 386 voters registered and 240 votes were validly cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, no spoiled ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 43 votes, that's 4-3. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 121 votes, that's 1-1. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 74 votes, that's 7-4. Again at the Keon Daycare Center, polling station 1B, where 370 voters were registered, there were 221 votes validly cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 50 votes, 5-0. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 92 votes, that's 9-2. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 78 votes, that's 7-8 votes. At the Church of God, in polling division number 2A, 484 voters were registered. 295 votes were validly cast. There was 1 rejected ballot, no spoiled ballot. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 52 votes, 5-2 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 128 votes, 1-8. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 114 votes. And in polling station 2B at the Redeemed Baptist Church, where there were 475 registered voters, there were 251 votes validly cast. 3 were rejected. There were no spoiled. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 53 votes. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts and Nevis Labour Party received 111 votes. That's 111. And Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 84 votes. At Keon Primary, polling division 4A, there were 454 voters registered. 295 votes were validly cast, 3 of which were rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Andrew Talbot Bass of the People's Labour Party received 47 votes. That's 47. Dr. Terence Drew of the St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party received 160 votes. That's 160. Chesley Hamilton of the People's Action Movement received 85 votes. In constituency number 9, Charlestown and St. John's, at the Ivor Walters Primary School, polling division 3C, where there were 365 voters registered, there were 163 votes validly cast. 1 was rejected, none were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 85 votes. That's 85. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 74 votes. That's 74. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. At the Cicely Brown Integrated School, polling station 3D, where there were 311 voters registered, there were 161 votes validly cast. 2 were rejected, there were no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 91 votes, 9-1. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. At the Education Department, Marion Heights, polling division 4A, 307 voters were registered at 307. 141 votes were validly cast. 2 were rejected. None were spoiled. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 66 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 69 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. Again, at the Education Department, Marion Heights, Station 4B, where there were 312 voters registered, 144 valid votes were cast. 1 was rejected. There were no spoiled ballots. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 44 votes. That's 4-4. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 95 votes, 9-5. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And at 4C at the Pentecostal Church, United Pentecostal Church, where there were 384 voters registered, 174 valid votes were cast. 1 was rejected. No spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 67 votes, 6-7. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 106 votes, 106. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. And at 5A at the Alberta Payne Center in Bath Village, where 414 voters were registered, 209 votes were validly cast. 5 were rejected. There were no spoils. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 81 votes, 8-1. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 119 votes, 119. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. And in constituency number 11, Nevis, VOJN 4B, where there were 419 voters registered, 207 votes were validly cast, 1 of which was rejected. There were 4 spoiled ballots. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 78 votes. 7-8. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 124 votes. That's 1-4. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. At the Trinity Methodist Hall, where there were 422 voters registered, that's polling division number 5, 243 votes were cast. 2 were rejected, 2 were spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 137 votes. That's 137. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement, that's Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 104 votes. That's 104. There were no votes cast for Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement. At the Franklin Brown Community Center, polling division 6, there were 405 voters registered. 184 cast their votes validly. No rejects, no spoils. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 70 votes, 7-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes, that's 108. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 6 votes. At the Church of God Bricklin, where 421 voters were registered, 247 votes were validly cast, none rejected, no spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 90 votes, 9-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of Concerned Citizens Movement received 157 votes, 157. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement did not receive a vote. Finally, in polling station 7B at Butler's Community Center, where 415 voters were registered, 203 votes were cast. There were 2 rejected and 5 spoiled. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 80 votes, 8-0. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Therefore, in summary, for constituency number 11, there were 2,317 votes validly cast. There were 12 rejected ballots. There were 21 spoiled ballots. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 1,113 votes, 1113. Alexis Jeffers Quayle of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 1,172 votes, 1172, and Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 22 votes. Therefore, I can declare that Alexis Jeffers Quayle has been returned at the polls for the representative for Nevis 11. That's all for now. We will be right back with some updates, but over now.
Garrick, you think the people are still vexed with you? I don't understand why they've been vexed with you, because I had said 3-0 too.
Prediction?
I had said 3-0 in the beginning too. Well, not the show before the topics, but at the beginning of the show I said 3-0. And we start saying 3-0 all the time. But guess what? You know, mysticky be when you got 3-0 and you still lose. Nevis lose tonight, boy. Nevis lose big.
So here's what I'm going to say as well. The numbers that we were receiving coming out of some of these boxes appear to have been correct. Yeah. For example, the one that I have for 3A is spot on 100%. And the one that I have for 3B, which was unofficial, which was the one that I said was Joe 101, Bass 42, and Hamilton 68. That's the next box to call, but I saw Alicia with some predictions, and her stuff was on. I saw Adele with some numbers, and her stuff appeared to be correct. So I don't know where these numbers come in, but people leaking like water pipe right now.
So, let me bring up the update then. So in Nevis, it's fair to say CCM will go ahead and win all three.
Yeah, I would say that CCM will win all three. I think coming out of St. John's, Pat would need a decent lead to squeeze up, because once you get Trump to Overbat, I think Mark will be okay once he get Overbat.
Oh. CCM could always quote Pam back, boy. But one thing they could do is always
they're consistent, you know?
Yeah. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and call it for CCM, and another 3-0 victory in terms of Nevis, but it's a 3-0 loss. I don't know how to really call it, but it is interesting times. But okay, let me use these numbers and let's talk a little bit about. Actually, we have some comments. Let's read some of these comments before we get into the discussion. Bye, Gary. I think that your apology, bye.
No, it's good, man. It's all love, man.
CCM won in the air, not on the ground. So I don't know if that is implying that CCM brought people in.
Reese, I tell you in the conversation that I had on the topics, people who maybe not talk to, who were going home, they were going home on a CCM flight. CCM bringing a lot of people. And you know how me know? Because I watched the last meeting. And when I watched the last meeting, go ahead, Alan. Alan, you need to take off your mute.
Alan, you're mute.
I've been asking if the Premier been also spray the side of a plane as well, because you said the CCM plane.
No, I said the people them I talk to. The people them I talk to, they were going home for CCM.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The people, and that's what I gathered. That's what I gathered. That NRP didn't bring home a lot of people. I don't know if it's a focus, right? If it's a strategy where they want to reserve money for the local.
So here's a question that I have for you guys. VOJ will be considered St. James, right?
Yeah.
Correctly? It will be considered St. James. So in St. James's itself, NRP won 1 box, which would be polling Division 5, Trinity Methodist Church Hall, where Janice got 137 and Alexis got 104. Other than that, Alexis won every other box.
I was just looking good for local.
I mean, the local seat is a seat they win like 30-something years, isn't it? So, I mean, if you're looking at history.
He basically win over there by 150 votes.
Which is something that I said was
150 votes? Yeah.
About
that. He was done by 99 and he win by 50 something.
99, yeah.
So he win by 100 and something in St. James's to turn it around.
You know, because he had boxes where he went by 67 and another box he went by 40. So he kind of do what he had to do over there.
The Madden's housing project coming goodbye.
Alright. I think it's Joe.
My mother's
let me look at
Hey, a quick question, guys.
Yeah.
Mark had forfeit his salary, one of his salaries, right? That's still intact.
The The local salary. Well, he said until the pandemic
Is it local
finished.
salary?
And as far as I know, the pandemic still going on. Maybe he will want Labour lift the entrance rule so he could say the pandemic though. Because the federal
That's
salary
interesting.
he will be getting from now on is not going to be the cabinet level salary.
Somebody said that he took it back. Somebody asked review number 8, so let's go to number 8.
Okay.
Dr. Drew, or the 5 boxes that came in, Dr. Drew won all 5. He got 121 in the first.
Big man.
In the first box. 121 in the first box, and Hamilton gets 74. Then he get 92. Hamilton gets 78. He get 128. Hamilton get 114. In 2B he get 111. Hamilton got 84. In 3A he got 160, and Hamilton got 85. And those are the 2 that's leading the race. Talbot, unfortunately, got a couple 50s in there and a couple 40s. So,
unfortunately,
I don't know why that's unfortunate.
I don't know why either.
Talbot is an awful human being.
You're gonna talk about how the man father and so.
Yeah.
So he ain't running.
So we ain't gonna say that's unfortunate.
I don't even get to lie on a lie here right now, right? Are you ready to call the race to Dr. Drew, you know?
It looked like that.
For Dr. Drew?
Bye.
Let me see. Let me take a look.
I tell you, it's a 7-1. We don't call it 7-1.
I feel like we don't know the results.
I would call it because if he had the lead going into Connery into St. Peter's, he got clear. So you could call it. Because once he come out of K-On and he running forward out of K-On, he gonna be good going into St. Peter's and Connery. So
Hold on there. Dwayne Ferguson said at the end of the election it's SKN, not PAM. Hold on, I got to read that comment there because that was a kind of delusional statement. But it's SKN, not PAM, not Labour, not CCM, not NRP or PLP. Okay. Labour will form the government. I don't understand. At the end of the election, it's
he just mix. Yeah, he mixes words. But he really want to say that.
It's just one thing is Nevis. We got to get back to regular business.
That's it.
That's all it is. The political divide at this point, once it's done, we're not really trying to get back to regular business.
Oh.
Some sort of normalcy. Yeah.
Really and truly, this is a local. I think it's local election to me, you know. And the discussion there.
Well, even how we discuss the results, we're talking about it as 7-1. I've been say 7-4 no? 7-1.
Nevis.
Exactly.
7-1. Yeah, nothing in it. Nothing in it. I just think it's local election, really. Yeah, Labour.
It was a good run, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. This just.
They said true love. They said true love last 7 years, you know. So.
Yeah. They say unity only could last 7. Unity can only last 7 years too.
Keston, I can't see it because the only party that is available to them is the Consensus movement. That is my opinion. I could be wrong.
All 3 in opposition.
I don't see where it's going to go.
All 3 in opposition. Like you really put your hand in.
So here's the question that I got for you, right? CCM in all 3, right? Would you call election right away?
But they go recuperate. No?
I'm calling the election. Tomorrow morning.
That's not a bad move. That's not a bad move.
Tomorrow morning, I was having a press conference. Election in 21 days. Ring the bell.
That can't happen.
Why?
Reese.
You only got chicken. Listen, hold on, Ira.
You ask me why and then you're going to tell me hold on. Okay,
go ahead. Go ahead, talk.
You ever hear about air superiority? When you're going to war, the first thing you want to do is control the air superiority. CCM won't be able to bring back in people right away. Even if they had the funds, people not going to get the time. You gotta give people the time. You can't go tell your employer, yo, I go back, go vote again, you know. You just tell them the story there again. You go give yourself time. You might have an election this year, but not in the 21 days. Because they got to bring in people. They have to bring in people.
But I think the idea is why I would say I agree with Reese to a degree is because what you're really looking at is that you've just won the election and you're really working on some kind of momentum. Because I'm telling you, when you really look at the numbers, NRP did well, So this is only momentum for NRP if this goes on much longer. So if CCM look into
Marco, that is why I'm saying it's possible that it's going to happen this year, but not in the 21 days.
Let me ask you a question, Ira. You speak about air superiority. What happened in 2020? Same results, right? What was the air superiority?
Right then.
No, you're not answering the question, but you said, all right. What was the air superiority?
2020
you're not answering the question.
I'm trying to. 2020 had a different momentum, Reese. 2020 was the whole unity feed. It's the same way in 2020 you had Pam coming in with 4 and Pam get 0 today. It's the same time PLP and Harris again, right? It's the same set of momentum they had. It was a whole different thing. Where's unity now? Where's the unity party now, Reese? That's what you really want to use an example? The unity party?
Pam had 4. Listen to me. Pam had 4 and then I get none. CCM had 3 and they get 3. What the drop off is?
CCM had 3, but then they get 3. As Garrett might have pointed out, the momentum is growing. We see even in Gingerland, where the NRP candidate would have picked up some steam. You see even in St. John's, certain boxes, you see the NRP candidate picking up some steam. You see even in I'm not too sure about St. James. I got to review the box there. But at the end of the day is Charlestown going to NRP, eh?
So, do you want
no, hold on there. I'm telling you, Charlestown going to NRP. Reese, what you're not listening to me right now. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. You looking at the numbers now. Okay, what is the reflection in terms of ear support that came in for CCM in this election? Remove that and then look at the numbers for NRP in terms of ear support and insert that. What I am saying is CCM won't be able to do an election right now. They have to give the people the time because they have to bring people again. They got to bring people on ground. Let them try. Because
Reese's point, which is a valid point, is that them man just banged them without bringing in people 2 years ago.
And it was a different momentum back then.
Well, I mean, they had the advantage that they was going against Daly in an election, but
it was a different momentum back then.
Yeah, because they was going against Daly, so it was like so very easy.
I mean, okay, this is what I can tell you. Let CCM call the election in 21 days. Let it happen.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be 21 days. Anyway, but I get the concept of what Reese is saying with it. You know what I mean? Truth be told,
no.
And longer this gone, you know.
Garrick,
longer this gone, trust me.
Garrick,
They're in trouble.
I understand. Like I said, it could happen this year. But Reese is literal, you know. When Reese said 21 days, you know, Reese really feel like CCM could perform a snap election right now. In 21 days. And turn around and win.
They can, but they would lose.
Bring us on screen.
Huh?
Bring us on screen.
Oh, we ain't on screen. But you may watch yourself like we are on screen. Watch ourselves like we are on screen.
We're going to prove some numbers right now.
Yeah, pretty numbers.
No, Nevis 10, that guy, we know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In St. James's, out of 6 boxes, Johnny Spring won. Out of 6, yeah? So that means 0.5.
Okay.
In 9, out of 9 boxes are coming so out of 11 boxes are coming 9 so far. Mark win 8. You trying to tell me if you call an election right now, the voters going to change their mind so quickly?
Call election, Reese. That all me tell you, no? Let them call election.
Wait, Reese.
Let them call election, Reese.
I would ask a question. Is the result of this election gonna be any information that is going to the people in the next vote at all? Are the result of this election no matter?
Going to the people.
I mean, the fact that CCM get themselves fired and now 2 years later they with 3 seats. I mean, listen, Reese, I ain't gonna stop saying so. CCM is now the tallest midget. They have won they win the prize. You are now the tallest midget. Most powerful party, yay! Opposition in your hands.
Yeah. And
so I love this budget analogy.
So I'm asking, are CCM going to continue to sow and fail upwards with no impediment? We ain't gonna take no analysis of the fact that they're failing upwards, and they're gonna just continue to gracefully fail upwards. Can they do that? I don't see what's done them doing. So and I ain't gonna take away the ability of them to just baffle me in their ability to fail upwards. But this ain't gonna inform the public nowhere that.
I don't think the public ready to vote on that, really, to be honest with you.
We still don't even vote. The thing about it is I agree with what Garrick is saying. I agree with what Garrick is saying. I just don't agree with Reese. Reese is very hyper right now. Reese needs to calm down and reanalyze. 21 days, you're not going to get what you need. Well, let him do it.
I don't know if you realize it. When 2020, when they went to you, tell you, I said the same thing, ring the bell one shot. The country locked down for sure, so nobody was coming in. Ring the bell. Ring. Same voters got to vote again. Ring. And NRP pants down.
Yeah, but you remember the
minus
what was happening then, which the Premier went on to continuously outline until it became what this whole election was about.
Hey, hold on. I get some results here coming in for 4B. In constituency number 8, they said 200 votes cast, 140 gone to Dr. Joe to 200 unofficially.
No,
Hamilton get 24 and Bass get
yeah, that claim, man.
So if once that unofficial until we get the supervisor of elections, but that's what
it's unofficial, but the trend is there, and the trend is there. The trend is there.
Yeah, we could see what direction.
Yeah, the trend is there. The trend is there.
What direction we
Who's going to stop them from winning? So Let me just put up the numbers right now. Number 5 is the only one I don't think we could put up yet, because I don't know what's going on with number 5. Number 2, panel.
Number 2. Let me put number 2. Actually, to Marlene said that she predicted that Mr. Keynes will get 27. He got 28 already. Marlene, your heart strong. You got enough money. Me gambling at another
rise.
And I never gambled so much. I had the Keynes getting 7. He get way more than I thought.
Oh, people, if the live drop, it's because Facebook has a limitation on Facebook lives, and I think we're approaching that magical time.
7, 8. Alexis Jefferson.
What are?
So I don't know what that was, but Alexis don't call. So if Alexis don't call, we know that can't be nothing important.
No, I was checking the amount of time we're going. We got 7 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, boy.
7:50. So we got 10. We ain't just turn around and do a snap live.
To answer DJ Nyan question, I don't think the leadership change will necessarily create the momentum. I think the foolishness that happened with the unity will create the momentum for Labour, and they was able to run
Wait, I'm gonna interject here. I have already given my praise for the Honorable Denzil Douglas, and I'm gonna tell you, it was very critical that he was not at the wheel. For this, he was. I don't have a discussion about what Gary had said, but piece of this is this. I feel like you go get your time in your prime. You lead, just like you're the captain of the team. You co-captain the team. But then you got young bulls coming up. Them man want to show that they want to win the Ballon d'Or. They want to win the MVP. And you could still be on the team. You could still contribute. You could win championships. But you're not necessarily going to be the engine of the team. You're not going to be the face. You know who we're going to put when we marketing. People still don't come and see you. But as me said, this thing got to always be turning around and evolving. And I think that Denzil Douglas could be a part. But I think that part of the reason why people gone as well is that this thing is with Dr. Joe now. He is the leader. Denzil Douglas is part. But he ain't going to be running this. He will contribute, but he ain't gonna be running this, and it is part of it. Because part of the reason why we turn to Tim is because
we're trying to dog it.
I do not want power to be collecting in one set of hand all the time, which is my concern for Nevis, by the way. And part of the thing what I was wanting to talk about what Gary had mentioned earlier. I don't necessarily think when you're done with politics should be determined by how old you are. For instance, I'm right at the very edge of the rope with Mark Brantley. The next local election is going to be the 10th time Mark Brantley coming in front of the people. The federation itself has only had 10 governments. Mark Brantley come for the 10th time. Can't remember we do this thing double. So when we supposed to get fatigue of Mr. Brantley? When are his ideas supposed to be done? I looking at this thing and to me, you got to get a kind of sweet spot when you're going into politics and be like, I feel like you should go in for 15, 20 and you should be out. I think this next local election, this should be the end of Mark Brantley. Win and do whatever the hell you got to do.
Jaja.
Because I do not think I'm going to be seeing fresh ideas going forward. And similar to Denzil Douglas, if he would want to be a part of it going forward, I think the thing should still be in somebody else's hand. Means no fresh idea what Mark
Agreed.
All right, so these I don't know if it's really bold, but we go ahead and Labour has a mandate. Labour has 6 based. I mean, you guys want to throw in number 2 too? Well.
Yeah.
But you were willing to try in one, you could try in 2, no?
I want to try in number 2. Go ahead and
You look like
yeah.
You look like the more wine I would drink. I would
when
get
you probably look at the PAM convention, what do you think about that? You know, boy? It was the right thing to do. Suppose he do what he's saying is the right thing to do, right? And as he said now, Nevis get less money. He argued with us that something is better than nothing. So it was better that we was getting this money. Suppose he do the right thing and I'll be end up with even less money. How are we supposed to judge that?
we will.
No,
We
but
will
how
end
we
up
supposed
with
to
less
judge it?
money.
Because let me tell you, is this spin doctor and he gonna find a way. He gonna find a way to tell us how is. Cause this gonna be an happy also. Let me tell you something. CCM just win 3 seats. Labour just win 7, and I am telling you right now, this spin doctor fun in a way. Tomorrow you're gonna hear how this ain't happy and this gonna be in happy for working with PLP. That Labour gets 7 seats. Just watch what you say.
NRP and PLP lose.
Yeah, but he gonna work it. He's a mastermind. The man say PLP been give NRP money. You see the money?
No.
The magician gonna pull a rabbit out their hat, man. Trust me. You get it done, huh?
I don't see an NRP ad yet on my phone. I see Nubian. I'll tell you, it's Nubian. I see Talbot and all.
All right,
Yeah,
let me bring up this graphic real quick. Go ahead, talk, Alan. I'll bring up the graphic.
I see Talbot and all, but I ain't seen an NRP ads.
So this is how we see it.
NRP package.
I'm going to move this. This is how we see it. 1, Labour. 2, Labour. 3, Labour. 4, Labour. 5 is unknown. But it's sounding like it's Labour. But that one tight. 6, Labour. 7, PLP. 8, we're giving that to Labour. And CCM will be taking all 3 in Nevis.
Technically, Labour look like they're taking all 8.
They can't take all 8 because Tim done gone clear. Tim and Mark can be in a position together, you know?
Yeah, but Tim, that's why I said technically.
Tim and Labour. But you can't say that now, you know?
He's a Labour man.
But you can't say that. The last time he said something like that, I almost get chopped down.
Okay, sorry. People Labour.
Yeah. I mean,
what Labour spell with just the O?
It's an American Labour.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, it's American Labour. I say so just because of the name, because the name of the party is the People Labour Party, but somebody say, crazy? My team ain't no Labour. Get out of here with that BS.
Hey, follow the live end, yeah. The live end.
It did?
Yeah.